Greetings and welcome to Hacking Made Easy with Hands-On Training. I'm Professor K. I will be your instructor for the entire course, and I just want to take a moment to welcome you and go over a few things to help make this one of the best courses you've ever taken on Udemy, which is my primary goal. Okay, so let's go ahead and get started. So we're going to do a course overview. We're going to talk about why it's so important to complete section 01 before you sign up or pay for the course. Very important. Setting up our virtual lab environment, we'll discuss that, and we'll talk about how to get the most from this course. All right, so why is Module 01 so important? It's because it is the cornerstone or the foundation for everything that follows. If you cannot create a virtual lab environment for this course, then you won't be able to do any of the lab work. This course is 100% hands-on. There's no lecture. There's no death by PowerPoint. There's none of that going on in here. I do a video tutorial for the most part, and then you do a lab, and that's called Task Conditions and Standards. I show you how to do it. I'm going to give you the standard, and then you're going to complete the task. And that's how you're going to learn how to hack like a pro. That's how you do it. You don't do it by reading lectures. You don't do it by watching PowerPoints or watching somebody else to do it. You got to get your hands dirty and get in there and actually do the work. That's how it works. All right, so this course again is 100% hands-on. I encourage you to take it slow and easy. Don't try to blow through the course. All you're going to do is end up with epic failure. This course is not designed for the easy path to learn how to hack. It's actually designed that you're going to have to apply yourself. Come into the course with the right attitude, the right equipment, the right hardware and software, and you will have great success. If you try to blow through the course, you're not going to have much fun. All right? You'll be contacting me every 5 minutes saying, hey, the lab didn't work, the lab didn't work, the lab didn't work. Then I'll show you that the lab did work, and then you're just going to keep going around in circles. Usually by the time students get through the first 2 to 3 modules, and once they complete the first 2 to 3 modules, then they're fine. If you're new to Linux, if you're new to virtualization, if you're new to hacking, then at least the first 3 units, that's going to be your foundation. And if you can get past that, then suddenly the sky clears, everything becomes crystal bright, and you're suddenly understanding exactly how it is you work with the CLI in a Linux program such as Cali. All right, so watch the videos and then read the lab from the start to finish. That's very important. Very important. Do not skip through the labs. If you skip one step, you will end in epic failure. If you have questions or you have problems, you call or you post, and I will help you. I can remote into your machine if you want. All we got to do is just download TeamViewer, and I can come into your machine. I can help you set up your lab environment. I can help explain how the lab is supposed to work. I can go through every step with you in a live one-on-one environment if you need me to. All right, setting up the virtual lab environment. We're going to do one install of a virtual install of Kali Linux, a virtual install of Windows XP, Server 2008, and Linux Metasploitable 2. What's the big emphasis on these old operating systems? Well, they may be old, but they're still very prevalent. There's probably 85% of all organizations in the world are still running some instance of Windows XP somewhere on their organization. And it's done for a number of reasons. One is they can't get past the Windows XP because of legacy software, legacy hardware requirements. They may have a piece of software that cost them $40,000 or $50,000 20 or 30 years ago, proprietary, and if they want to upgrade it to Windows 7 or 8 or 10, it's going to cost them probably $60,000, $100,000 now to have that old program rewritten for 64-bit hardware. What's the difference if they just leave it on the Windows XP machine, stick it in the corner somewhere, and allow it to run? Same with Server 2008. Same with Server 2003. those programs, those operating systems are still very prevalent today. So don't fool yourself into thinking that everybody's running Windows 10 or 8 or Server 2016. They're not. All right. CPU and BIOS capable of hardware virtualization, very important. This is another reason why you've got to complete Module 01 before you pay for the course. I don't want you to pay for the course and then have to have a refund. 01, Module 01 is available to anyone. You don't have to pay for the course. It's full preview. You set up your lab environment. See how easy it is to get all those virtual machines built, and then you start using the emulation program of your choice, whether it be VirtualBox, VMware, or whatever. And then you can then sign up for the course, and you'll have a blast. I guarantee you will have a great time. So yes, we can use emulation programs, VMware, VirtualBox, Hyper-V, and others, right? It all depends on what you want to do or how proficient you are with virtualization. But I take you through it step by step with videos and labs with lots of pictures, so you don't have to worry about that part of the setup. All right, so this is VMware. This is the primary emulation program we'll be using. It comes in two different versions. You got the free version, and then you've got the Workstation 14 Pro, which is the latest version they have on the market right now. This program normally costs about $250 if you get the Pro version. If you go with the free version, it doesn't cost you anything. They both are exactly the same thing, except that the Pro version has a few more features, such as being able to take a snapshot and cloning and some other things. Vmware Player, though, is more than sufficient for this course. VirtualBox for Mac and some Windows users is the other option. All right, so VirtualBox is free open source emulator. It's made by IBM. You can go out, you can download it, and you can put it on your Mac machine, and you can do the same thing as a Windows user for that is using VMware. All right, and some Windows users that are running Windows 10 may have to use VirtualBox because of some compatibility issues with their service or their security suite and or some type of update with Windows. All right, so this is what your virtual environment is going to look like. It's going to look like a Windows XP or Server 2008 running, Linux Metasploitable 2, and Cali VM as your attack machine. You got to have at least two of these up and running to be able to complete a lab, depending on what the lab is. If it's Windows XP, you got Cali and XP. If it's just Server 2008 or Metasploitable, there you go. The importance of buy-in. Buy-in is what you bring to the course, and I hope that you will bring enough hardware and RAM to meet the requirements. All right, so let's see about that. The RAM that you're going to need for this course is going to be at least 4 gigs. I recommend that you have at least 8 and preferably 16. Okay. So, but if you have any questions or you have any concerns about anything we've discussed in this overview of the course, please don't hesitate to reach out and contact your instructor. I am always in the course rooms. I'm up there every day. I'm checking my messages, and I get right back with you. If you have a problem, and I think I can better explain it with a video, I will create a short video, and I will post it up on the internet, and I will send it to you so that you get your question answered as best as possible and as quickly as possible. Again, I hope you sign up for my course, and if you have any concerns, don't hesitate to reach out and contact me. Talk to you later. Bye. Greetings and welcome to Hacking Made Easy with Hands-On Training. I'm Professor K. I will be your instructor for the entire course, and I just want to take a moment to welcome you and go over a few things to help make this one of the best courses you've ever taken on Udemy, which is my primary goal. Okay, so let's go ahead and get started. So we're going to do a course overview. We're going to talk about why it's so important to complete section 01 before you sign up or pay for the course. Very important. Setting up our virtual lab environment, we'll discuss that, and we'll talk about how to get the most from this course. All right, so why is Module 01 so important? It's because it is the cornerstone or the foundation for everything that follows. If you cannot create a virtual lab environment for this course, then you won't be able to do any of the lab work. This course is 100% hands-on. There's no lecture. There's no death by PowerPoint. There's none of that going on in here. I do a video tutorial for the most part, and then you do a lab, and that's called Task Conditions and Standards. I show you how to do it. I'm going to give you the standard, and then you're going to complete the task. And that's how you're going to learn how to hack like a pro. That's how you do it. You don't do it by reading lectures. You don't do it by watching PowerPoints or watching somebody else to do it. You got to get your hands dirty and get in there and actually do the work. That's how it works. All right, so this course again is 100% hands-on. I encourage you to take it slow and easy. Don't try to blow through the course. All you're going to do is end up with epic failure. This course is not designed for the easy path to learn how to hack. It's actually designed that you're going to have to apply yourself. Come into the course with the right attitude, the right equipment, the right hardware and software, and you will have great success. If you try to blow through the course, you're not going to have much fun. All right. You'll be contacting me every 5 minutes saying, hey, the lab didn't work, the lab didn't work, the lab didn't work. Then I'll show you that the lab did work, and then you're just going to keep going around in circles. Usually by the time students get through the first 2 to 3 modules, and once they complete the first 2 to 3 modules, then they're fine. If you're new to Linux, if you're new to virtualization, if you're new to hacking, then at least the first 3 units, that's going to be your foundation. And if you can get past that, then suddenly the sky clears, everything becomes crystal bright, and you're suddenly understanding exactly how it is you work with the CLI in a Linux program such as Cali. All right, so watch the videos and then read the lab from the start to finish. That's very important. Very important. Do not skip through the labs. If you skip one step, you will end in epic failure. If you have questions or you have problems, you call or you post, and I will help you. I can remote into your machine if you want. All we got to do is just download TeamViewer, and I can come into your machine. I can help you set up your lab environment. I can help explain how the lab is supposed to work. I can go through every step with you in a live one-on-one environment if you need me to. All right, setting up the virtual lab environment. We're going to do one install of a virtual install of Kali Linux, a virtual install of Windows XP, Server 2008, and Linux Metasploitable 2. What's the big emphasis on these old operating systems? Well, they may be old, but they're still very prevalent. There's probably 85% of all organizations in the world are still running some instance of Windows XP somewhere on their organization. And it's done for a number of reasons. One is they can't get past the Windows XP because of legacy software, legacy hardware requirements. They may have a piece of software that cost them $40,000 or $50,000 20 or 30 years ago, proprietary, and if they want to upgrade it to Windows 7 or 8 or 10, it's going to cost them probably $60,000, $100,000 now to have that old program rewritten for 64-bit hardware. What's the difference if they just leave it on the Windows XP machine, stick it in the corner somewhere, and allow it to run? Same with Server 2008. Same with Server 2003. Those programs, those operating systems are still very prevalent today. So don't fool yourself into thinking that everybody's running Windows 10 or 8 or Server 2016. They're not. All right. CPU and BIOS capable of hardware virtualization, very important. This is another reason why you've got to complete Module 01 before you pay for the course. I don't want you to pay for the course and then have to have a refund. 01, Module 01 is available to anyone. You don't have to pay for the course. It's full preview. You set up your lab environment. See how easy it is to get all those virtual machines built, and then you start using the emulation program of your choice, whether it be Virtualbox, VMware, or whatever. And then you can then sign up for the course, and you'll have a blast. I guarantee you will have a great time. So yes, we can use emulation programs, VMware, Virtualbox, Hyper-V, and others. Right? It all depends on what you want to do or how proficient you are with virtualization. But I take you through it step by step with videos and labs with lots of pictures, so you don't have to worry about that part of the setup. All right, so this is VMware. This is the primary emulation program we'll be using. It comes in two different versions. You got the free version, and then you've got the Workstation 14 Pro, which is the latest version they have on the market right now. This program normally costs about $250 if you get the Pro version. If you go with the free version, it doesn't cost you anything. They both are exactly the same thing, except that the Pro version has a few more features, such as being able to take a snapshot and cloning and some other things. Vmware Player, though, is more than sufficient for this course. Virtualbox for Mac and some Windows users is the other option. All right, so Virtualbox is free open source emulator. It's made by IBM. You can go out, you can download it, and you can put it on your Mac machine, and you can do the same thing as a Windows user for that is using VMware. All right, and some Windows users that are running Windows 10 may have to use Virtualbox because of some compatibility issues with their service or their security suite, and or some type of update with Windows. All right, so this is what your virtual environment is going to look like. It's going to look like a Windows XP or Server 2008 running, Linux Metasploitable 2, and Cali VM as your attack machine. You got to have at least two of these up and running to be able to complete a lab, depending on what the lab is. If it's Windows XP, you got Cali and XP. If it's just Server 2008 or Metasploitable, there you go. The importance of buy-in. Buy-in is what you bring to the course, and I hope that you will bring enough hardware and RAM to meet the requirements. All right, so let's see about that. The RAM that you're going to need for this course is going to be at least 4 gigs. I recommend that you have at least 8, and preferably 16. Okay, so but if you have any questions or you have any concerns about anything we've discussed in this overview of the course, please don't hesitate to reach out and contact your instructor. I am always in the course rooms. I'm up there every day. I'm checking my messages, and I get right back with you. If you have a problem and I think I can better explain it with a video, I will create a short video and I will post it up on the internet, and I will send it to you so that you get your question answered as best as possible and as quickly as possible. Again, I hope you sign up for my course, and if you have any concerns, don't hesitate to reach out and contact me. Talk to you later. Bye. Greetings and welcome to this short video presentation where we go about creating a virtual install of Cali using VMware. Allow me to give you a caveat for this lab. From time to time, things change with open source. Things change with the third-party vendors who provide us with the Vmware Player or even Workstation. These applications, these procedures get updated quite regularly. I don't always know when those updates occur unless someone tells me. When I find out that the updates have happened, I get in, I rewrite the labs, I rebuild the videos. And this is an instance of where this is happening right now. I am rewriting the lab and I am rewriting the video because I know that things have changed. When we need to download something, we can go into the lab where the links will be provided for you. In this case, we need to download Vmware Player. Now there's one of two versions you can download. You can download the free player or you can download the workstation. The free player is, as it says, it's free. The workstation version costs about $250. Let's go take a look at that. Again, this link is provided in the lab. All you have to do is right click on it, hit your control key, and it'll take you right out to the same site. So let's take a look at that real quick. The VMware Player is located up here inside of the VMware.com site. And there's also a link here for the Workstation Pro. Now the difference is this. The Workstation Player is free. And it doesn't come with all the bells and whistles of the Workstation Pro, but it's just as good. The Workstation Pro costs $250. It comes with a 14-day free trial. Once that trial expires, those virtual machines are no longer going to work. So, I advise you, if you're not going to buy the Workstation Pro, to use the free player. Now you have two versions. You have the Workstation for Windows, you have the Workstation Player for Linux. There is not a VMware Player per se for a Mac. For Macs, we have to use VirtualBox. Once you have VMware Player installed, you're then ready to begin the download process for your image. I use a tool to download my images because it makes it much quicker. The tool I use is called Free Download Manager. There is a link in the lab also for the Free Download Manager. It allows you to download much quicker, but it also allows you to restart if your download becomes interrupted. Now these downloads are rather big. As you can see, the image for Cali, the 64-bit image, is 2.7 gigs. If you get almost done and your internet drops and you don't have a download manager, you will have to restart from the beginning. So that's why I like using a free download manager, and I'll show you how to do this in just a minute. So the download manager I have is already installed and it's already up and running, and what we're going to do now is we're going to go out and we're going to visit the offensive security site and get our image. So here we go. So I'm out here on offensive security, and we have a number of images we can download. But one of those images is the VMware. We have images for VirtualBox and Hyper-V. Now I'm interested in the 64-bit version, and I can get the torrent or I can get the straight download. We're downloading an OVA file that is just a disk image with all the supporting files that we need to run Cali without having to step through an install procedure. Once the download is complete, all we have to do is just import the image. There's nothing I have to do to install Cali. It's already pre-installed. All I'm doing is importing the image, and when I get done importing the image, I'm given a logon. I log in, I give it the password, and we're good to go. So let's see how this works. So I want the free download manager to handle this. So I'm going to right click on my torrent, and I'm going to go to copy the link location. I'm now going to bring up my download manager. This is what it looks like. If I click on the plus sign, you'll notice that that link that I copied went to my clipboard and my download manager picked it up. So if I say OK, it's going to now configure and begin the download. I can go ahead and say download to all this, and now the download begins. You'll notice that the time that it takes to download starts to drop rather quickly, and it should end up with just about 27 minutes or so. That's another advantage of using the download manager. That is the time that it takes to download. My download is complete. I can now go to the download location for my image of Cali for VMware. I'm going to browse to it. When I get to it, I'm going to right click on it. I'm going to select open with either the VMware Player or the Workstation. Either one, both of them use the same wizard. So I'm going to go ahead and select a VMware Workstation. So I click on that, and in just a moment I get this screen right here, or this window asking me what I want to do, I'm going to go ahead and import. Takes just a few minutes and the Cali image will be imported. Now once the machine has completed its importation into the workstation, I can go ahead and click on the option to power on this virtual machine. And in just a moment, Cali is going to boot up. And I can go ahead and click in here and hit enter. Cali quickly boots up to my logon screen, and the username I'm going to use is root. Hit enter, and the password is Tor, root spelt backwards. In just a moment, I'll have a Cali Linux desktop. Cali has completed logging on. Now I want to stop Cali from logging me off after 5 minutes of inactivity. Now to do this, I'm going to go up here to the power button. I'm going to click on the system utilities, and I'm going to scroll down till I come to power. Over here on the right, I'm going to pull down this window, and I'm going to select where it says never. I'm just going to close this out, and that will stop Cali from logging me off after 5 minutes of inactivity. Now, though this is a virtual machine, it is an actual operating system, and it must be treated as if it was a physical machine. So, with that being said, you cannot just arbitrarily go up here to the corner and power off the operating system by clicking on the X and selecting to power off. That's not how you shut down the operating system. You have to shut it down gracefully as if it was a physical machine. So we go to the power button, over to the upper right, scroll down here to the next power button, click on that, and you have the option to either power off, restart, or cancel. When you download the Cali image, all you get is the default installation package. You do not get all the packages or the latest and the greatest updates from the Cali repositories. To do that, we have to open a terminal. I'm going to go over here to the quick launch, and this is my terminal. I'm going to click that, and now the terminal opens up. Inside of the prompt here, I'm going to type in app space get space update ampersand space app dash get upgrade dash y, and the dash y just answers the question, do you want to continue? I'm going to go ahead and hit enter. Once the update procedure begins, Cali goes out and finds the latest updates from its repositories. Do be patient with these updates. They can take some time. So if you got something else to do, this is a great time to go do it. With the new Cali images, the VMware tools come pre-installed. So there's no need to worry about that. In this short video presentation, we saw how we go about building a Cali image using a OVA file downloaded from Offensive Security's site. If you have any questions or concerns about this video, please do not hesitate to reach out and contact your instructor. And I'll see you in my next video. Greetings, and in this short video presentation we're going to see how easy it is to create a virtual machine of Cali using a pre-built image. Now the first thing we need to have on our host machine is a hypervisor. Now if you're watching this video, it's because you either can't use VMware because Windows 10 doesn't like it, or you have a Mac operating system. So we go out to the virtualbox.org site, and all these links are in the lab. So you just follow the lab, and it'll give you the link to come out here and to get your download package for VirtualBox. Now, once you're up here, you have to decide whether or not you're going to install VirtualBox on a Windows or an OS X or a Mac host. All right. You also have Linux, and you have Solaris. All right. So once we've done that and we've installed VirtualBox, our next step is to install a free download manager. Why? Because this is a big download. And you don't want to waste time being disconnected and having to restart, and not only that, but the time that it takes to download almost 4 gigs of data can be very time consuming. I mean, this can go on for 10, maybe 12 hours just using a normal Explorer download methods. So what we're going to do is we're going to use a download manager. This will manage the download for us so that if we get disconnected, we can pick up right where we left off, and it greatly speeds up the download process. So I've downloaded this one here called Free Download Manager. It's spyware, malware, adware free. No worries there. Now once we have that downloaded, we're going to go over to the Cali download site. Now once you have your software installed, you got the Virtualbox hypervisor installed, you have the Free Download Manager installed. Now we can go over to the Cali download site for the Virtualbox images. And so I'm up here at offensive-security.com, and I went to their image download site. And inside the image download site, we have a number of different images we can download. We have VMware images, we have Virtualbox, and we have Hyper-V images. So you've got 3 different hypervisors that you can deal with here. Now, what we're going to do next is we're going to select the version that we need for our machine. Most of us are going to be using 64-bit. There may be an occasional 32-bit piece of hardware that shows up, but for the most part, most of us have upgraded our hardware in the last 2 or 3 years, so we're going to have 64-bit hardware. Now, we have to decide whether we want to do it through a straight download or do we want to use a torrent. Now, Free Download Manager will associate with torrent files. That's not a problem, right? So if you click on either one, it's still going to work. But I don't find much difference in the download speed or the download time with either one. So the torrent and the actual straight download work pretty much the same. So what I like to do is just right click on the download that I choose, and I'm just going to go to copy the link location like so, and I'm going to open up my download manager. I'm going to click on this plus sign up here in the left hand corner, and it actually picks it up from my clipboard for me. So now all I have to say is OK, and it goes out, requests the download, and I'm saving my download to a separate partition so that I don't fill up my C drive. Now this is all part of the properties that are available inside of the Free Download Manager. So by default, it wants to save it over to your downloads folder on your C drive, but I went ahead and moved that over to another location. So now I'm going to just click on download, and it will begin the download process very quickly, and it starts to drop the time down rapidly. So right now I'm at 13 minutes. Now again, this is a very large download, and if you do this without the download manager, expect to spend somewhere between 8 and 12 hours waiting for the download to complete. So my download has completed. So now I'm going to browse using my Explorer right here. I'm going to browse over to where this download is currently located. Now this image will automatically associate itself with a Virtualbox. So all I have to do to get this to happen is just double click it like so, and Virtualbox is going to start up and the installation process will begin. So Virtualbox pops up, and now it wants to import this image using the Import Virtual Appliance Wizard. Nothing could be easier. Okay, so all we have to do is just tell it to import it. That's all we have to say. Say import, and the import process begins. So the importation of our Cali image has completed, and there is Cali sitting in our menu waiting to be started. So let's just go ahead and highlight it and then click on the green start button, and Cali is going to start up here in just a moment. And now we have an error. Now this error is very common, so we're going to see how we go about fixing it. If we open up the details, it tells you that because the USB 2.0 controller state is part of the saved VM state, the VM cannot be started. To fix the problem, either install the Oracle Virtualbox extension pack or disable the USB 2.0 support in the VM settings. Easy enough. Close that out. Let's go into the settings, and now we're going to go into the USB, and right here it says enable USB controller. Uncheck that, say OK. Now when we go back and we try to start it, we won't have a problem. So these are just some of the things that you have to worry about sometimes with these images. For the most part, they're very painless and they work without any problems at all. So now it just wants to know which install do you want to use, and we're going to go ahead and accept the default and allow it to boot up to the Cali desktop. So be patient as Cali starts to boot up, because it looks like it may not be doing anything, but it's working. Alright, the username for Cali is root, and I'm going to hit enter. Now the password is root spelt backwards, or Tor. Now before you hit the sign on button, click on this little wheel right here, and now we can change our desktop display. By default, it wants to use the system X11, but this is problematic. So I suggest that before you have problems, you go ahead and head that off at the pass and select the GNOME. Alright? And now we just say sign in. Now what problem am I talking about? Well, there's a problem with the desktop in the Cali rollout version, in that it will close you out if you open up a terminal session. So you're sitting here at the desktop, and if you open up a terminal, it automatically logs you off. So to prevent that from happening, we just switch desktops. Now, and our next thing we want to do here is we want to go ahead and set the power option so that Cali doesn't log us off after 5 minutes of inactivity. To do this, we're just going to go over here to the top right, and we're going to pull down this menu here, and we're going to go to the settings button. Click on the settings, and now we're just going to go over to power, and from the power menu we pull down the blank screen option and we select never, and that will keep you from getting logged off. Just close it out, the X right there. Okay, now when you shut down Cali, you have to do it gracefully. You can't just go in here and click on this option right here. This is no good. This will corrupt your Cali install. Luckily it's an image. Luckily you have that image backed up someplace, so it's nothing to blow it out and to reinstall it using that image. But to prevent this from happening, we want to go ahead and make sure that we shut down gracefully. So we do that by clicking on the power button here, and we go to the power option here, and you have one of two options, either power off or restart or cancel. We're going to go ahead and cancel, and now we're going to get into the process of actually updating Cali. So I've gone ahead and made Cali full screen by just going up in here and selecting the option. I'll knock it back down again, and if I go in here and click, I can make it full screen. Now this may not work for you until you have the guest editions installed. Don't panic if it doesn't go full screen. We will get to the installation of the guest editions. Now we want to go ahead and update Cali, because there's a lot of stuff out there that we need to get before we can actually assume that Cali is ready for prime time. So if you look at the lab, underneath the section where it talks about updating your Cali install, there is a command there that says app-get space update space ampersand space app-get space upgrade space -y. Yes, welcome to Linux. This is how the command line works. Now I just copied that out of the lab, and I'm going to go back over to my terminal up inside of Cali, and I'm going to right click and I'm going to say paste, and there's the command. Now this will stop you from having a lot of headaches and fat fingering the commands and getting frustrated. Just copy and paste the commands from the lab into your Cali, and you won't get so frustrated. Okay, so I'm now going to go ahead and just say enter. And now Cali's going to go out. It's going to find the site that it needs so that it can update. And when we come back, we'll have an updated Cali. You have to be patient with Cali and the update process. If you're not, then you're going to corrupt the install of these updates, and you're going to have to start all over again. And again, with an image, it's not a big deal. But when we get done updating Cali, we can then take a snapshot of Cali, and that will become our image. And that will include all of these updates. Now, throughout the update process, you will be prompted to make some decisions or to interact with some of these updates. This one here is for the Mac changer. So I'm going to go ahead and select yes on this one. And I'm just going to use my arrow and come on over and say yes. And then I'm just going to hit enter. And the update process continues. Okay, so now the next interaction is with configuring another service. And it wants to say that there are services installed on your system which need to be restarted with certain libraries. Okay, that's fine. So we're going to go ahead and use our arrow again. Come on over to say yes, and we'll restart for us without asking. And again, the installation of the updates continues. Our next interaction here is with the configuring of the Grub-PC. Just go ahead and hit enter. And now it wants to know about the Grub installing devices. Just go down here and just tab on down and say OK. And continue with installing the Grub. Just say yes and hit enter. And we'll continue on with the updating of Cali. So Cali has now finished updating, and we can confirm this because we are back at the root at Cali prompt. So we're going to go ahead and close out the terminal. And let's go ahead and do a graceful restart. I'm going to go up here to my start button, click on the next start button, and now I'm going to select restart. And when Cali comes back up, we'll have everything calmed down, and we should be able to proceed with installing the guest editions. Cali has restarted. I've logged back in, and I'm back to my desktop. And again, let's launch the terminal. And this time we're going to install the guest editions. So if you go to the lab, and we are on page 10, you'll see that there's a command there for sudo get app-get install Virtualbox, the guest editions. And we're just going to go ahead and right click in here, and we're going to paste that in, and we're going to say install. As soon as this gets done, we'll be right back. So the guest editions have completed their installation process, and again we are back at the root at Cali prompt, letting us know that that is the case. We're going to close out the terminal, and again we're going to do another graceful restart so that all these guest editions can properly install themselves and settle down. So the next thing we want to do before we get out of here is create a snapshot. Now, the snapshot is an image of a time when we had everything updated, we had installed the guest editions, and we have Cali exactly where we want it. And once we make this snapshot, we can then go back in and we can make any changes. If the changes happen to hose our Cali install, not to worry, we'll just restore to the snapshot. Let's go ahead and begin. We start by going to Machine, and we're just going to click on Take a Snapshot. This pops up here, lets you know about the snapshot wizard, and you can just give it a user-friendly name. I just call mine Cali Updated, and I'm just going to put this back into the description, and I'm going to say OK to that. And now the snapshot will begin to work. And that's all there is to it. We're now going to shut down Cali, and we're going to see how we go about restoring to a snapshot. So go ahead and gracefully shut down your machine. Go over to the power button, and this time just select power off. So I'm back at the VirtualBox Manager, and if you go over here to the right, you'll see that we have a snapshot. And if you click on this, you'll see that we can bring up the current snapshot and the current state. Now if you right click on this here and you say take a snapshot or clone, you can, but you don't need to. So we can right click on this and you can say restore, delete, or show details. Now if you're going to restore Cali, it's going to ask you a question. It's going to ask you if you want to take a snapshot of the current state as well, and you can just uncheck this, and now you can say restore, and this one here will become the current state. So this is going to conclude our short video presentation on how we go about creating a Virtualbox install of Cali using the pre-built image. And if you have any questions or you have any problems, please do not hesitate to contact your instructor. I'll see you in the next video. Greetings, and in this short video presentation, we're going to see how we go about installing the guest editions for Kali Linux on Virtualbox. As always, before we get ready to make any special changes to our installation of Kali or any other Linux installation, we always want to make sure we do a full update and upgrade of the system. At the command prompt, I've typed in the following command, and my system is currently updating. It's going to take approximately another 35 minutes. And we'll restart the video when this completes. If this is a fresh installation of Kali Linux, you may get an error message stating that the following keys or the following signatures were invalid. If that happens, all you have to do is just copy the entire error message all the way up to the word Kali, place it into Google, and you'll come up with the two commands that you have to put in to fix that error message. Now in the lab, I have given you those two commands. The first one is the wget command, and then we have the app install command for installing the keyring that fixes the invalid signature issue. Alright, so Kali has completed updating, and now we're going to see if there's any new versions of Kali out there that we can install. So let's go ahead and see if there's a distribution upgrade for Kali. So I've typed in the following command. I'm going to hit enter. We're going to see what's available here. So again, it looks like this distribution update is going to take a little while, so as soon as this completes, we'll come back to the video. Once the distribution update has been completed, we can go ahead and run another update to make sure we have all the latest files for this version. Alright, so that second update completed, we're going to move on to installing the Virtualbox guest editions. To do this, I'm going to use the app-get install command, space -y to answer the question, do you want to continue, space the application I want to install, and that is Virtualbox-guest-x11. I'm going to go ahead and hit enter, and you can see that everything that was installed to support this particular package called the Virtualbox Guest Edition. And we're now ready to do a reboot. I'm going to go ahead and hit enter, and the machine's going to reboot. When we come back up, we'll continue on with the video. My machine has rebooted. I'm back up, and I'm at a new terminal, and I've typed in apps-get space install space Linux-headers $, and in parentheses uname space -r, close that parentheses off. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and hit enter, and this command should automatically install the headers for the current version that I have for my kernel. Let's see if it works. And it says that the Linux headers 4.17 are already the newest version, so I'm good to go. We're now ready to do another reboot. I've used my up arrow and I have brought back the command reboot now. I'm going to go ahead and hit enter, and in just a moment my system will reboot, and when we come back up, we'll continue on with the installation of the Virtualbox Guest Edition. We've rebooted, we're back up, and now we're going to go to Devices, and we're going to go all the way to the bottom, and we're going to click on Insert Guest Edition CD Image. This is going to go ahead and mount the CD image for us that contain the guest editions. This window pops up. You can go ahead and just close that out. You'll notice now that the image is actually present up on the desktop. We're now going to access the contents of this image and copy over a file from its contents over to our desktop. To get to the contents, I've typed in cp space /media /cd-rom /vbox linux editions.run space /root /desktop. I'm going to go ahead and hit enter. And it comes back to the prompt letting me know that the command completed successfully. So I have copied this particular script that's going to do the actual installation of the guest editions to my desktop. I'm now going to go ahead and change my location of my prompt over to the desktop. So I've typed in cd space /root, and up inside of the root directory I want to go to the desktop. So I'm going to go ahead and hit enter. Notice that my prompt changes to let me know that I'm now at the desktop. We now have to change the permissions of the script we copied over to the desktop so that we can make it run as an executable. So we're going to type in change mod space the permission level 755, and we're telling it to go over to the root folder and find the desktop, and then on the desktop there is a file called vbox linux editions.run. Go ahead and make that an executable. I'm going to go ahead and hit enter. It comes back to the prompt letting me know that that command completed successfully. Now, if you want, you can do an ls, and you can see that the color that identifies that particular script present on our desktop has changed to green. Green is the color of an executable. With our script now an executable, we can go ahead and launch it from the command prompt, typing in period / the name of the file we want to run, in this case vbox linux editions.run. I'm going to go ahead and hit enter, and it comes up and it asks me, do I want to continue? I'm going to go ahead and type in Y for yes, and now it's going to continue on with the installation. Once we're done here, we're going to do another reboot and we'll be good to go. The installation of the guest editions has concluded, so we're ready to do our final reboot. So I'm going to go ahead and type in reboot space now, hit enter, and we're going to reboot. When we come back up, we'll test and to ensure that our guest editions are installed for Virtualbox. My Cali installation has rebooted one more time. Now, to test to see that your guest editions are installed and working, all you have to do is maximize your Cali window, and you'll see that it automatically adjusts the size of your window for Cali. That's the indicator that your guest editions are installed and working. Okay, so that's going to conclude this short video presentation on how we go about installing the guest editions for Virtualbox and Cali. If you have any questions or concerns about the contents of this video or the lab, please don't hesitate to reach out and contact your instructor, and I'll see you in my next video. Greetings, and in this short video presentation we're going to see how we go about creating a virtual install of Windows XP using an unattended ISO image. Now what this does for us is allows us to not have to interact at all during the installation, or we may have to interact very little. So we're going to go ahead and get started on that right now. For this demonstration I'll be using Workstation 14 Pro from VMware, but you can also use the Vmware Player. They both have exactly the same wizard. So regardless of which software you want to use, if you want to use the player, you see here where it says create a new virtual machine, you just click on that. If you're using the Workstation Pro, just click on the tile that says create a new virtual machine. The wizard is exactly the same. So we're going to go ahead and get started. First thing we're going to have to do is download the ISO image that we need for this unattended install. Now in the lab you have some links. If I put my mouse over this download link for the Windows XP SP2 unattended install and hold down the control key, it will go ahead and take me out to the download site. And once I'm out to the download site, you'll see that I have the ISO image that is ready to be downloaded. To download this, I'm going to go up here to the right and I'm going to click on these three dots. That gives me the option to download. When I click on this download option from the context menu, it brings up the save file option. I can then go ahead and save the ISO image anywhere on my machine that I so choose. So make sure wherever you want to place this ISO image that you remember where you put it, because we're going to need it for the installation. I'm going to save mine to a folder called ISO images up on my Dropbox. I'm going to go ahead and close this out, and we're now going to proceed on with the lab. So from my Workstation 14 Pro, I'm going to go ahead and click on the tile that says Create a New Virtual Machine. That brings up the New Virtual Machine wizard. We're going to go ahead and select Typical as our installation type. We're going to say Next. Up here, we have to click on the Browse button, and I have to find that ISO image that I downloaded. This is what you have to do at this particular window. Find that ISO image and just double click it and it'll pop in. Windows XP Professional was detected, so it's going to go ahead and let us do the easy install. I'm going to go ahead and say Next. And here it wants some information. It wants the product key and it wants the full name and a password. And then we're going to check the box to log us on automatically. So from within the file that I have for this lab, I'm just going to copy this particular key here. And we're going to go back over here. And I'm just going to right click inside the box where the key belongs and paste that information. The username can be anything except administrator or guest. And I'm going to go ahead and type in the password. That's my password. And I'm going to go ahead and select the box here to log on automatically. And from here we're going to say Next. And now I can give it a user-friendly name. I'm going to go ahead and just leave it as Windows XP Professional. I'm going to say Next. I'm going to knock down this 40 to 5. And we're going to store the virtual disk as a single file. I'm going to go ahead and say Next to that. This is the confirmation page. And when I say Finish here, it's going to go ahead and start the installation. And we should not be prompted. We may be prompted for the password at the logon screen, but we'll deal with that when we get to it. So you have to remember the password that you typed in during the creation process with this wizard. I'm going to go ahead and say Finish, and now the installation process will begin. There's two parts to this installation process. There's this text portion, or the DOS, and then there's the GUI portion. It's going to go through the text portion here first, and when it gets done, it's going to restart, and then it's going to come up and it's going to do the GUI installation process. The computer is now going to go ahead and restart, and when it comes back up, we're going to begin the GUI portion of the installation process. We've now begun the GUI portion of this installation process, and we've not been prompted for any input from the user. Notice that it says 39 minutes on this particular window, but the actual time is closer to probably 10 or 15 minutes. So go ahead and just let it roll on by itself, and we shouldn't be prompted, but we might be for a password, but that's not a big deal. We're going to go ahead and let it continue on by itself. We're now in the last couple of minutes of the installation process, and you can see that it says 3 minutes, but it's not even close to that. And now it's just going to automatically restart and come back up, and we should either be prompted for a password or it should log us automatically onto the desktop. Let's see what happens. And we got prompted for a password, so we're going to go ahead and type that in real quick. This is the administrator password, which is also password. All lowercase. Password, all lowercase. Go ahead and hit enter. And we now are presented with the desktop. Now notice that we have a small screen. VMware Workstation 14 is going to automatically install the VMware tools for us. So you got to be patient. Once it gets to the desktop, the installation process for the VMware tools will install, and that's what's going to allow us to go to full screen. Here we see the Windows installer is actually popping up for the VMware tools, and just go ahead and let it rock on by itself. It'll do everything automatically. Also notice that we got some balloons popping up over here telling us that the automatic updates are turned off. That is correct. We want to leave those automatic updates turned off. This is our attack victim. We don't want to do anything that's going to deny us access, so we're going to keep it as vulnerable as possible. No antivirus is installed. And the other thing we're going to do is go to Start, go to Control Panel. Up inside the Control Panel, we're going to switch over to Classic View. Scroll on down to, keep getting these pop-ups, the Firewall, and turn the Firewall off. All right, go ahead and turn that off, and we're going to go ahead and say OK to that. We might have to wait until it gets done here. There it goes. And we say OK to that. Now the tools have completely installed. We have our full screen. It may want to restart, and that's what it's going to do now. When it comes back up, we're going to log on again by typing in our password, and we will now have our Windows XP fully installed and ready to hack. So our Windows XP machine is now back up, and we have our desktop. We want to make sure that we don't get logged off every 10 minutes for inactivity. So we're going to go ahead and right-click anywhere on the desktop, go to Properties, and on the Display Properties, we're going to go to Screensaver, and where it says Screensaver, we're going to pull this down, and we're going to select None. And we're going to say Apply, say OK, and now we will not be kicked off for inactivity. So the next thing we're going to do is go ahead and optimize our Windows XP virtual machine. To do this, we're going to need to shut down. I'm going to go over here. I'm going to go ahead and turn off the machine. Now, pay attention, because it's very important that you don't want to corrupt. You don't want to corrupt your installation for Windows XP, and this is the only way you can shut it down correctly. You cannot go up here to the right corner and power it off. That's no different than walking behind your computer in your house or at work and jerking out the power cord. We need to gracefully shut down these virtual machines just as if they were a physical machine. And to do this, we're going to go to Start, click on the Turn Off, and then we're going to say Turn Off one more time. That's going to shut down this virtual machine, and then we're going to go into the settings, and we're going to defrag the hard drive real quick. This is the virtual machine settings, and I can get in here a couple of different ways. If I go in here and I select my library, I find my Windows XP, I can right click, and here I can go to settings. Now, I'm showing you this because this is how you can do it if you're using the player. Just go to the Management Console, left window pane, find your Windows XP, and right click on it, and you can get to the settings. Once you're up inside of the settings, find your hard disk, and you'll notice over here on the right that you have some options under Disk Utilities. One of those is defragment. Now, with Windows XP, it becomes easily defragmented, and when it does this, it's going to give you a lot of grief. It's not going to want to install or load or boot or reboot or shut down. To help fix this problem, you've got to go ahead and defrag it. So go ahead and defrag it. It takes just a couple of minutes, and when the defrag is done, we can then move on to try to compact the disk. I know a lot of students are asking, why are we using Windows XP and not Windows 8 or 10 or 7? Well, the newer operating systems all use a different code, and they've all been optimized for security. So they're very tough to hack into. Windows XP is the old operating system, and it allows us to hack into it much easier, like Server 2008 or Server 2003. Those are all older operating systems, and they're still available in most networks. About 85% of all corporate networks have some virtual or some physical installation of Windows XP running. Now think about it. All that old software that has to still be used has to run on a 32-bit system or a 16-bit system. That's Windows XP. So when Windows XP was created, they spent a lot of money for software that they don't want to get rid of now. So what operating systems do banks use for their ATM machines? They use Windows XP. What about their HVAC system? What about their security cameras? What about their security system? What about other monitoring software that they have to have in the building? That's all done with an older version of Windows XP, because that software that was developed cost thousands of dollars, and those corporate CFOs are not wanting to spend any money to have that software rewritten for the new operating systems, especially 64-bit. So that's why we still see a lot of Windows XP out there in the world. And I will be trying to come up with some labs later on for Windows 7. We do have some labs for Windows or Server 2008. And we will be hacking Linux. But that should answer the question about why are we using Windows XP so extensively in the course. And that's the reason. Because, one, it's fun to hack Windows XP because it's not going to give us any grief. With Windows 7, Windows 8, Windows 10, we got to use social engineering, which means we have to be both the victim and the attacker. So we have to go over to the Windows 7 or 8 or 10 machine. We have to download a file, launch it, play like we don't know what we're doing, go back over to Cali, and then we begin to hack as if it was all transparent to us. All these phishing emails, that's because those newer operating systems cannot be hacked through the hardware layer. We need the user to help open the back door. And that user has got to do something that's going to allow us to open a back door. And that's why we see so many phishing email attempts out there nowadays. So we defrag. Say that okay to that. Let's go ahead and do a real quick compact. That's done. So that concludes this short video presentation on how we go about creating a virtual install of an unattended Windows XP. Now, if you have any questions or concerns, please don't hesitate to reach out and contact your instructor, and I'll see you in my next video. Greetings, and in this short video presentation, we're going to see how we go about creating an unattended virtual install of Windows XP using Virtualbox. For this demonstration, I'll be using Virtualbox version 5.2.6. To see which version of Virtualbox you are currently using, you can go to Help, and you can go to About Virtualbox. If you would like to check for updates for your current version of Virtualbox, you can go to File, and then you can click on Check for Update. For this lab, we'll need to download the Windows XP SP2 unattended ISO image. The download link for the ISO file is located within the lab file itself. If we put our mouse over the link and hold down the Control key, we can then click on the link and the download process will begin. Once the download page for the image does load, we can go up to the upper right corner, find the three dots, and just click on that, and the context menu opens up, giving us the download option. Clicking on the download option, we are then given the option to either open with or save the file. We want to save the file, and we want to save it to a location, and remember where we saved it. So I'm going to say OK, and this is going to be saved over to my folder called ISO Images. Once the download has completed, we can return to our Virtualbox, and we can begin the creation of the unattended install of Windows XP. To begin the installation process, we're going to go up to New, and that opens up the Create Virtual Machine wizard for Virtualbox. We're going to give the machine a user-friendly name. I'm going to call this Windows XP, and we see that Virtualbox has detected that I'm going to be using Windows XP 32-bit, and I can select Next. Now, if it doesn't detect it, just pull down the Windows where it says the type, select Windows, then on the next window, pull down where it says version, and then select Windows XP 32-bit. Go ahead and say Next. On the next page, we can increase the RAM up to 1024, and we can say Next. We're going to leave the default for Create a Virtual Hard Disk Now. We're going to say Create. That opens up another wizard for the hard disk file type. We're going to accept the default for VDI. We're going to say Next. We're going to accept the default for dynamically allocated. We're going to select Next. We can leave the 10 gigabyte disk size as is because that's plenty of room for the installation of Windows XP. And now we're ready to begin the installation process. To start the installation process, we're going to go up and we're going to click on the Start button. On this next window that opens up, we have to browse over to the startup disk. In this case, that's going to be our unattended ISO image for Windows XP. So I'm going to go ahead and click on the Browse button. That's going to take me over to where I keep or I downloaded that Windows XP Professional SP2 unattended.iso image. I'm going to double click it. I'm going to select Start, and in just a moment the installation for Windows XP unattended will begin. Now I say unattended. The unattended part is where it will not prompt you for a installation key, and it automatically logs you on to the desktop of Windows XP. So the first screen in the installation process wants to go ahead and select a partition. We're going to go ahead and hit enter. We're now going to format that partition using NTFS. Hit enter. The formatting process begins. Once the formatting process has completed, the setup starts the copying of files. Once the copying of files has completed, the machine will restart and it comes back up and it will begin the GUI portion of the setup. You can ignore the time for the setup. I know it says 39 minutes, but it's probably closer to 12, maximum probably 15 minutes to set up and create a Windows XP installation. For the date and the time, it's very important that we set the clock as it is for our Cali machine. So whatever time zone and whatever time we have present on our Cali, we need to ensure that Windows XP reflects the same time zone and time. So I'm going to go ahead and just say next to this, and the installation continues. Once the installation completes, Windows XP will restart, and when it comes up, it will automatically log you onto the desktop. We now have Windows XP loaded and up to the desktop, and we're now going to begin the optimization process. The first thing we want to do is go ahead and install the guest editions so that we can get Windows XP to go full screen. To do this, I'm going to go up to Devices, and I'm going to go down to where it says Insert Guest Edition CD Image. That begins the process of installing the guest editions. Get some of these balloons out of the way, and we're going to click Next and Next, accept all the defaults, and just let the installation begin. Once the guest editions have completed their installation, you will need to do a reboot. So I'm going to go ahead and click on Finish and allow it to reboot now. Windows XP has rebooted. I can now go full screen. Now the next thing we're going to do is stop Windows XP from logging us off after 10 minutes of inactivity. To do this, I find any space on the screen, I right click, and I go to Properties. On the Display Properties window, we're going to click on the Screensaver tab, and down here where it selects the screensaver, we're going to pull that window down and we're going to select None. We're going to say OK, and we're done. The next thing we have to ensure is that our Windows Firewall for Windows XP has been disabled. To do this, we're going to go to the Start button. We're going to click on Control Panel. From here, we're going to change it over to Classic, and then we're going to select the Windows Firewall. Make sure that the Windows Firewall has the radio button for the off selected. We're going to go ahead and say OK to that. Close out the control panel, brings us back to our desktop. Now the last thing we need to discuss is how to properly shut down Windows XP. Windows XP is very temperamental about how it gets shut down, and it's very easy to corrupt the installation files. We do not go up to the right corner and click on the box that gives us the option to shut down. That is not how we do it. To shut down or restart Windows XP, we go to the Start button and we select Turn Off the Computer, and from the next window we select either Restart or Turn Off. That's the only way you can properly shut down Windows XP. If you shut it down any other way, it will become corrupted, and when that happens, it's not a major deal. Just go ahead and create yourself another virtual install of Windows XP using the same process. In this short video presentation, you got to see how we go about creating an unattended install of Windows XP. If you have any questions or concerns about the content of this video, please do not hesitate to reach out and contact your instructor, and I'll see you in my next video. Greetings, and in this short video presentation we're going to cover connectivity between virtual machines in both Virtualbox and in VMware. We're going to begin by talking about some basic networking fundamentals. First off, with Cali and Windows XP, for either one to see the other, they have to be on the same network. Now when we talk about networking, we're talking about IP addressing. IP addressing, in this case, happens to be centered around the network. So the network portion of an IP address will always be the first 3 octets. All right, so we're talking here 192.168.145 for a Class C network. This is the network portion for the address for this machine. The host IP is 177. And if you look over here at the Windows XP, you'll see that its IP address is the same network, 192.168.145. It has a host IP that's going to be different of 133. But they are both on the same network. That is to say, they are on the 192.168.145 network. So we look at these network as being the cornerstone or the rock foundation of how these devices are going to communicate. Without it, there's nothing. So when you say that the session failed or the session could not be established or whatever the reason may be or whatever the error might be, it has nothing to do with anything except networking. If we can't ping these machines, that is to say, if I can't ping from Cali to XP and from XP to Cali, then there is no connectivity. So if I ping and I get a response, that means those devices are talking to each other. There I have connectivity. Now you won't get that if these two devices do not share the same network. They cannot share the same host IP, but they have to share the same network. Okay. Now the problem that people have with these virtual machines is their host machine. It all comes down to whether or not VMware or Virtualbox can actually virtualize their hardware. Now when it comes to industry standards, that's Microsoft. Microsoft works with all kinds of different industries as far as networking adapters, hard drives, motherboards, CPUs, the BIOS. That's all based on industry standard, and Microsoft is designed to work with all these different manufacturers because they all use the same standard. Now, when you get to a different manufacturer, such as Apple, they're proprietary. And this is where we run into problems. Because Macs and Apples don't have an open source or a industry standard set of hardware configurations to deal with. So when we look at an Apple, we have something that only Apple is going to have, and that is the AeroNet adapter. You won't find this adapter anywhere else. AeroNet, it belongs to a Mac or an Apple, but unfortunately, Windows XP does not know how to virtualize that, and neither does VMware or anything else, because it is proprietary. Alright, so when we get up here on Virtualbox and we look at the settings and we go into the network here, this is like on a Mac. We have to use a different adapter. Now the most common adapter that you can find up inside of Virtualbox is going to be the PCNet-Fast3. This is the most common, it is the oldest, the drivers are found in just about any operating system in use today. So even XP is going to be able to recognize this, and even a Mac or an Apple can recognize it. So when you go in here and you pull this down and you see that it's using an AeroNet, it's not going to work. The AeroNet adapter is not going to work. Period. Alright. So you've got to go to Bridge Adapter. You've got to push down the Advanced tab, and you have to select the PCNet-Fast3 adapter. It's a virtual adapter. It doesn't really exist except in memory, but that's fine. Now you go over here to your Windows XP box. Close this one out. I'm up in Virtualbox, so I go over to my virtual install of Windows XP, and I go into the network. And I go down here, and I'm going to use the same adapter. I'm going to tell it to virtualize this same adapter. Now they will both work because they can both see the hardware. Windows XP is not going to work with your AeroNet adapter. Forget it. But it will work with the PCNet. Okay. So make sure that we check the bridged adapter, and you're going to go down here to Advanced, and you're going to select the adapter type, and that's what's going to get you connected. Now once you do that, you come up, and you're going to do an IP config on both machines. So you do an IP config on Linux, it's IF config. And what are you going to check? You're going to check the network portion and make sure that they both got the same network ID. If they don't have the same network ID, it's because you probably got one configured as bridge, the other one is NAT. But they both, for Mac users, it needs to be bridged networking. Now for VMware, it can be NAT. VMware can use NAT. That's not a problem. So if I go over here and I want to go to my settings for this Windows XP box here, and I go to the network adapter, I can use NAT if I'm using VMware. Alright, so that's fine. So that's the problem that people have with networking. They're not looking in the right place, and they're not doing their basic troubleshooting. You have to assume the physical layer when we talk about troubleshooting network connectivity. Always assume the physical layer, and that's going to be your adapters. So if the adapters aren't right, then it's not going to work. So what happens if you go up here and there's no IP address in Windows XP? That means that Windows XP could not virtualize the onboard adapter even in VMware. So if that's the case, then you have to go inside of your adapter and you have to find another one. Alright, so you just have to keep playing with the adapters until you find one. VMware and Virtualbox are not going to be able to virtualize every piece of hardware on your machine. It works great. It works much better, not great. It works much better with older hardware than it does with newer hardware. So if you go down and you get a new motherboard and a new CPU and all that fun stuff that comes on it, it may not be able to recognize or virtualize some of the hardware that's on your motherboard, such as the video or the network adapter or some of the controllers. Just the way it is. All right. But you can make it work. You're just going to have to play around with the network settings. But this is the troubleshooting right here. Confirm that you have an IP address. Confirm that the first 3 octets of the IP address are the same on both Cali and Windows XP. And if you do that, then you're halfway home. All right. Then all you have to do is then just be able to ping each other, and every lab will be successful. All right, that's all I got for you. So if you have any questions or you need help troubleshooting your network connectivity, don't hesitate to contact your instructor. I'll talk with you later. Bye-bye. Greetings, and in this short video presentation we're going to see how we go about installing all the Cali Linux tools using a free utility called KToolin. KToolin is a script that helps to install Cali Linux tools on our Linux distribution of choice, allowing us to use the penetration testing tools provided by the Cali Linux development team on our preferred Linux distribution. My Cali installation has been updated and upgraded, and I am logged on as root. So we are ready to begin the lab. To begin the lab, I have copied and pasted the following command from the lab itself into the terminal of my Cali installation. This command will go out and it will fetch the K2LN package, which is a Python distribution, and it takes a little while for it to install, so do be patient. Once the installation has completed, we have to change permissions that will allow us to have access to K2LN as the root user. So I've gone ahead and I've typed in this command, the change mod command, and this command is also available inside the lab, which will allow you to copy and paste it into the terminal. If you hit enter, it comes right back to the prompt, letting you know that the command completed successfully. To launch the program, we just type in the word K2LN into our terminal and we hit enter. That brings up the nice user-friendly menu, and we are now ready to begin choosing the tools we wish to add to our installation of Cali. We can begin by adding the Cali repositories and update. You can type in 1, hit enter, and it asks you what you want to do on this next screen. If this is your first time running this utility, you may want to go ahead and remove all Cali Linux repositories. Now, I'm not getting the warning anymore because I've already done all the updating and I have taken out the existing Cali Linux repositories. There's only a couple of them. So I prepared properly and I followed the warnings because they tell you that probably want to go ahead and remove all Cali Linux repositories before you proceed on. That will stop it from having a conflict. So to do that, you can just type in number 3. To return to a previous screen, we can just type in the word back, hit enter, and it takes us back to our previous screen. If you would like to go back still further, you can keep on typing in the word back. You can type in 5 to view the help, and as you can see, there's not much there, but we got some context menu items to deal with, such as if you want to go back, type in back. If you want to go home, type in that particular word, go home, to take you back to the main menu. We're now ready to view the categories and see what tools are available for us to install. And to do this, we can type in the number 2. We can hit enter, and that brings up all the different categories. Note that there are 14 of them. Now you can just go ahead and install every tool for every category by typing in 0. For instance, if I wanted to install all the tools for information gathering, I would type in 1, hit enter. Now you'll see we have 57 tools that I can install. I can then type in 0 just for this category, or I can do the back command and I can install all the tools for all 14 categories by typing in 0. So you have a number of different options here. Now here's the caveat. Not all these tools are going to be installed. Some of them are outdated, are no longer supported, provided as repositories by the Cali distribution. So you're not going to get every tool, but you will get a large number of the tools. For instance, if you type in number 1 and you look at actually what's being installed, when it's all done, it'll tell you how many were upgraded, how many were installed, and how many were removed. But you will get some tools. Now, when you're all done installing your tools, you won't be able to see them in the default menu unless you expand the submenus underneath each of the categories, such as this. So we go over here to applications, and let's say that underneath the information gathering, I expand this. Now I'm using a wheel on my mouse. Watch as I scroll through the submenus. So there's a lot of submenus in here, and this is where all these additional tools have been installed. So as you go through the different, for instance, the password attacks, you have all these different menus, and so you have all these additional tools that have been installed for you. That concludes your short video presentation on how we go about installing additional tools into our Cali distribution using a free Python utility called K2LN. In this short video presentation, we saw how easy it was to install K2LN and get access to the different categories and to see what additional tools that we could install for pen testing and or hacking. So if you have any questions or you have any concerns, please don't hesitate to reach out and contact your instructor, and I will see you in my next video. Greetings, and in this short video presentation we're going to see how we go about remaining anonymous online using Tor and Proxy Chains. Tor is software and an open network that helps you defend against traffic analysis, a form of network surveillance that threatens personal freedom and privacy. Proxy Chains are a tool that forces any TCP connection made by any given application to follow through a proxy such as Tor or any SOCKS 4, SOCKS 5, HTTP, or HTTPS proxy. As shown from this image from the lab file, proxy chains allow us to move from one proxy server to the next, all the while changing our location and our IP address, allowing us to remain anonymous. To enable proxy chains, we're first going to need to edit the proxychange.config file. To do this, I'm going to use the Nano text editor. You're free to use any text editor of your choice. I'm using Nano to help keep everything as simple as possible. So in my terminal, I've typed in nano space /etc/proxychange.conf. I'm going to go ahead and hit enter, and I'm now inside of the text editor with the file for proxychange.config. Every line with the pound sign in front of it is commented out and will be ignored by the machine. What we're going to do now is we're going to use our down arrow, and we're going to move all the way down to where we come to dynamic chain. This is the first line that we want to uncomment. So I'm going to use my arrow, come on over, and use my back arrow and remove that pound sign so that this becomes active. I'm now going to scroll on down again using my down arrow till I come to strict chains, and now I'm going to comment this out using a pound sign. I'm now going to scroll on down further until we come to the DNS portion. I'm now going to uncomment the line where it says proxy DNS request, no leaks for DNS data. Now this is very important because though we are going to be getting a random IP address and a random location, we will not be getting a random DNS server unless we use this feature. So what happens is we can be found out by using our default DNS server, which will have our default IP address. So to make sure that this doesn't happen, we're going to make sure that we pick up a different DNS server when we use proxy chains. We're going to scroll down a little bit more. Now we're into the proxy list format. Now you'll notice on the examples that we have SOCKS 5, and this is the format we're going to be using when we enable the SOCKS 5 proxy chain. So we're going to type in SOCKS 5 space the IP address space the port number. The username and the password, that is for individuals that subscribe to a proxy chain service. Since we're using the free version, we're just going to scroll on down here until we come to the proxy list. Down here we see that we already have an entry for SOCKS 4, and we're going to use our down arrow one more time, and on the next available line we're going to type in SOCKS 5. We're going to tab over one time, and we're going to type in 127.0.0.1 space 9050. So I now have an entry for SOCKS 5, and I'm using the same IP address, which is the default loopback address for my Cali machine, and we're going to be using the port number for Tor, which is 9050. And I'm now going to go ahead and hit Control X to save my changes. It's going to ask me, do you want to save the changes? And I'm going to type in a Y for yes. I'm going to hit Enter, and that brings me back to my prompt. The next thing we have to do is check the status of our Tor service. So I've typed in service Tor space status. I'm going to go ahead and hit Enter. It tells me that it's present, but it's not currently running. It is inactive. By default, the Tor service does not come pre-installed with Cali 2.0, so you're going to have to download and install it. If you have an error or you have grief with trying to install the Tor service, there's a troubleshooting guide inside of the lab to help overcome any problems you're going to encounter. We're now ready to start the Tor service, so I'm going to go ahead and type in service space Tor space start, and it comes right back to the prompt letting me know that that command completed successfully. Now we're going to go use my up arrow, and we're going to check the status one more time, and we see that we have a green active light letting us know that the Tor service started successfully. We're now ready to test to see if we really do have anonymity and if we are being hidden from any prying eyes while we're on the internet. So to do this, I'm going to type in Proxychange space. We're going to launch Proxychange using Firefox, and we're going to go to www.duckduckgo.com. I'm going to go ahead and hit enter. In just a moment, my browser is going to fire up, and it's going to take me out to duckduckgo.com. Now notice that the proxy chains are now activated, and the rotation of the dynamic proxy chain is in progress. It's going to take a little while for this site to actually load up because we are using dynamic proxies. So my request is going through a number of proxies before it actually is able to return the web page to me. We now need to do a couple of things. First, we need to check to see what my IP address is, and then we need to check for DNS leaks. So what we're going to do now is we're going to type in check for DNS leaks into the search bar for DuckDuckGo. Now DuckDuckGo is a search engine much like Google, except that DuckDuckGo does not log your IP addresses. So you can see that it's actually a great way for you to do your reconnaissance, such as looking up information for a potential target, doing a who is or whatever, and that information will remain anonymous. So inside the search bar for my DuckDuckGo, I've typed in check DNS leak. I'm going to go ahead and hit enter. In just a moment, it's going to take me over to the results page. We're going to be using the first result here, which is Dns Leak Test. I'm going to go ahead and click on that. And it's going to take me out, and it's going to show me my location and my new IP address. According to the results of the Dns Leak Test, I'm actually being seen as being located in the Netherlands with an IP address of 77.247.181.165. In reality, I'm actually in the Philippines. So that part of the anonymity is actually working. We're now going to do a standard test to see if I have any DNS leak. The DNS leak portion of this test shows that my DNS servers are currently located in Germany, not in the Philippines. So we do have complete anonymity. Now we can go ahead and do one more test to ensure that this is actually working. To do this, I'm going to go ahead and close out my browser. I'm going to go back over here to my prompt and notice that the proxy chain has stopped working once I close out the browser. I'm now going to do a restart for my Tor service, and then we'll run through the process of checking for my anonymity one more time. So at the prompt of my terminal, I've typed in service space Tor space restart. I'm going to hit enter. Notice that it comes back to the prompt letting me know that my command completed successfully. I'm now ready to go on back out to duckduckgo.com using my proxy chain. So I'm going to go ahead and use my up arrow, bring that command back up, and we're going to launch my Firefox browser one more time. As before, I've typed in check DNS leak up inside of the search bar from my DuckDuckGo site. I'm going to go ahead and hit enter. On the next page, I'm going to go ahead and launch the result for Dns Leak Test. And this time, I'm being seen from Canada with an IP address of 45.62.236.62. Again, we'll go ahead and do the DNS leak test by clicking on the standard test button. And again, I am shown as using a number of different DNS servers located over in Germany. In this short video presentation, you got to see how we can use Tor and proxy chains to hide our current IP address and our location from prying eyes. Now, the Tor service takes our request and encrypts that data and routes it through the Tor network, and then we can use proxy chains to jump from one proxy server to another, hiding our current location and our IP address. The caveat to all of this is that there's no way to ensure 100% anonymity while you're on the internet. This method of using Tor and proxy chains is probably as close as we can come right now. And there may be other methods to help ensure that you remain anonymous, but the 100% rules will still apply. If you have any questions or concerns about the content of this short video presentation, please do not hesitate to reach out and contact your instructor, and I'll see you in my next video. Greetings, and in this short video presentation we're going to see how we go about setting up a free VPN using Cali Linux. Inside the lab file I have listed a number of benefits for using the VPN, and though these are really great benefits, it should be understood that there is no 100% real solution for anonymity on the internet. In our previous lab we looked at using Tor and Proxychange, and that's about as close as you're going to come to a real 100% solution for being invisible on the internet. But that being said, if you just need a good, viable VPN solution so that you can circumvent some type of restriction, or you need to get out to the internet and your location has some type of restricted services for YouTube, Netflix, or some other type of video service, then yes, getting a free VPN is a great solution. It goes without saying that if we're using a free public Wi-Fi, we're in a coffee shop, we're at the airport, or we just need to circumvent some type of restriction or censorship, a free VPN service will work just fine for that. For this lab, I'm using an updated installation of Kali Linux, and I have an internet access, and I am logged on as root. To start this lab, let's open up our Firefox browser. And once our browser opens up, let's go to the address bar and let's type in www.vpnbook.com/freevpn. Once you've done that, just go ahead and hit enter. Let's go on over to the vpnbook.com site. Now, the VPN book site is one of the best solutions that you're going to find for a free VPN. So if you're looking for a way to be able to browse the internet and have some anonymity and not have it cost you an arm and a leg, this is a great place to visit. So we're going to go to the second column entitled Free Open VPN, and we're going to take a look at all the different certificate bundles that we can download and use. VPN Book provides a fast, free VPN service for web surfing. It's not designed for peer-to-peer downloading, such as for torrent files or other downloads. If you need something for torrent downloads and you need to do it anonymously, you might want to consider purchasing a VPN subscription. Looking at the list of certificate bundles that we can use, you'll see that we have some that are located over in Europe. We have two that are located over in the United States. And we have one that's located in Denmark and one in France. I'm not sure what the CA is for. It might be Canada. All right, so let's go ahead and select a certificate bundle that we want to use. I'm going to go ahead and, for this example, use the US1 Open VPN certificate bundle. So I'm just going to go ahead and click on it. That brings up a download, and I'm going to go ahead and save that file, and that's going to put it over here into my downloads folder. Real small file. It's only 9 KB in size, so we can go ahead and take a look inside of the downloads folder real quickly. And we see that the file has completed download. Now I can go to show all downloads, and there's the file. I can right click on the file inside of this downloads location, and I can go to where the file is actually located by selecting Open Containing Folder. That opens up the actual download folder onto my Kali Linux, and now I can just right click on this zip file for the vpn.com Open VPN US1.zip file, and I can say or select from the context menu, extract here. I've extracted the folder, and we see that the folder is currently sitting here inside of the downloads folder where I extracted it to. If I open this up, you'll see that I have 4 different certificates. Now these 4 different certificates are designed for 4 different reasons. For instance, if I'm on a network that is restricting me from having access to the internet, I can bypass that restriction by using the one for TCP port 80. The same thing with port 443 and UDP port 40 or 53. For most of us, we can all use the VPN Book US1 UDP 25000.ovpn file. So what I want to do now is I just want to right click on this file, and I want to go to rename, and I want to highlight the entire name, and I'm going to copy this for later use. Once I've done that, go ahead and click inside the white window anywhere. And now you can right click inside the right window anywhere, and you can select to open in terminal. Now this is going to open up a terminal session in the same location to where this file is located. I'm going to go ahead and make this full screen here. Now what we want to do is type in a command, Open Vpn, and then we're going to copy and paste the name of that file. So at the terminal prompt, I've typed in the command, Open Vpn, and I'm now going to right click, and I'm going to select paste, and that's going to put the name of that file that we saved into the terminal as well. Now once we have that all squared away and everything's good to go, we can just hit enter, and it's going to come up and it's going to ask me for my username. Now back on the website, you'll notice that down there at the bottom you had a username and password. We can go get that and we can place that into this terminal. So the username for everybody is VPN book. So I can go ahead and hit enter. Now I can go back over to my browser. Let me go ahead and minimize this one just a little bit here. If we go back on over to the browser, you scroll on down there, you'll see that you have a username and password down at the bottom of that column. You want to make sure you save that. I should have told you that earlier, but I forgot. So I'm telling you now. And now we can go back on over to the terminal. I'm going to go ahead and copy and paste in and I'm going to hit enter. And in just a moment, we should have an initiation for a VPN. I'm going to scroll on down here, and it says the initiation sequence completed. And that's the message you're going to be looking for to know that your VPN was established. Okay, now we're going to go ahead and do some verification, and we're going to look for some DNS leaks. I'm going to go ahead and minimize this window here. I'm going to go back on over to my browser, and we're going to go to a different website this time. This time I'm going to go to www.duckduckgo.com. So even though we're now connected using a VPN, you'll notice that the bandwidth is still plenty and we've got a pretty responsive internet. So up inside of our DuckDuckGo site, we're going to do a test for some DNS leaking. So I'm going to type in check for DNS leaks. From the search results, we want to go ahead and select the first link from the list where it says Dns Leak Test. Go ahead and click on that. Now this is going to verify that we're actually using a VPN. So currently it's showing me as being located over Manassas, Maryland, over in the United States, and I have an IP address of 198.7.62.204. But I'm not in the United States, and I'm certainly not in Manassas. So my VPN is actually working. Scroll down here just a little bit. We can go ahead and click on the standard test. And this is going to look and see if I've got any type of DNS leaks going on here. And it says that I don't, because these IP addresses are not my normal DNS servers. And so these DNS servers, I'm not familiar with them, but they are located over in Hong Kong. I've got my DNS servers located over in Hong Kong, so that's a good thing. And I've got my VPN pointing me over to Manassas, Maryland in the United States, and that's a better thing. Now you have to understand a little something about these DNS servers. They may or they may not belong to the VPN service that you're using. And your VPN service may or may not log your actual IP address using its DNS. So you have to wonder about that when you're using a VPN service and you're trying to remain as anonymous as possible. If you like to try out a different location for your VPN, you can go back on over to vpnbook.com and download yourself another certificate bundle and try out the VPN locations over in France, Denmark, Canada, or the other U.S. location. Okay, that concludes your short video presentation. If you have any questions or concerns, please don't hesitate to reach out and contact your instructor, and I'll see you in my next video. Greetings, and in this short video presentation we're going to see how we go about using AnonSurf on Kali Linux to stay anonymous. AnonSurf is a script made by the ParrotSec team that completely anonymizes you with just one click of a button using Tor proxies. AnonSurf automatically routes all your traffic through Tor including your DNS requests to prevent DNS leaks. For this video demonstration, I'll be using one updated virtual install of Cali Linux. I'll have internet access, and I will be logged on as root. To begin this lab, we're going to open up a new terminal, and this is going to allow us to download a repository called Anonsurf. The repository that we need to download is located up on the GitHub. So go ahead and copy this command that you see up in the terminal from your lab, and you can begin to download. Once you have completed the download process, you can move on over to changing your directory to the location of Anonsurf. So I'm going to go ahead and change directories here, and you'll see that we have now changed the directory, and from here we can do an ls to list the contents, and what we're interested in is the installer.sh. So far we've downloaded the package for the Anonsurf, and our next step was to change directories using the cd command. The package that we downloaded is actually called Cali-Anonsurf / and once we've done that, we can go into the package itself to get a hold of this installer script that we need to run to actually install the program. So I've now typed in the command that I'm going to use to run the installer.sh or the .shell script that is up inside of the Cali-Anonsurf download package. Alright, so once we've done that, we can go ahead and hit enter, and the installation of the package will begin. Now it only takes a few minutes, but give it some time, because if there's any packages missing, it will go out to the internet to the proper Cali repository and grab those missing packages. Once the installation for Anonsurf is completed, go ahead and type in clear to get yourself a fresh terminal screen. And we can return to our root directory or our home directory just by typing in cd and hitting enter. To view what switches are available or the switches we can use with Anonsurf, we can go ahead and type in Anonsurf space -- help. This brings up the help menu. Go ahead and hit enter. You'll notice that this is actually a very intuitive project, and you can see the commands to start Anonsurf is just start. You can stop it with just the stop command. You can restart it with the restart command. You can change your identity using the change command. There's a status command we can use. You can show your current IP with the my IP. Get to know these different switches and these different commands, and remember how you got them by using the Anonsurf space -- help command. As you saw from using the help feature, we can start Anonsurf just by giving it a space and following that up with the start switch. So I'm going to go ahead and hit enter. Now make sure that you read everything that's on this screen so that you understand what's going on. Anonsurf runs as a service on Cali, so we can check the status of this service just by using Anonsurf space and then using the status switch. I'm going to go ahead and say enter. Now you'll see that we have a confirmation that Anonsurf is running and it is active. Close your existing terminal and let's open up a fresh one, and what we're going to do now is check our current IP address. To check our current identity or our current IP address, we can type in Anonsurf space my IP. Go ahead and hit enter and wait just a moment, and it'll come back up with your current identity or your current assigned IP address. Now we don't know what country or what location our IP address is from. To do this, we can open up a browser. So I'm going to go ahead to my quick launch. I'm going to open up Firefox, and we'll go out and we'll check to see where my IP address is actually coming from. Once Firefox has opened up, I've gone over to my search bar inside of my browser, and I've typed in check for DNS leaks. And I'm going to go down here and I'm going to find, and I'm going to use DuckDuckGo as my preferred search engine. Go ahead and launch that, and in just a moment we'll have our search results for checking for DNS. Now we're currently using the Tor proxies, so it can be a little slow. My internet seems to be working at optimal speed, but it varies from location to location. Now once we have the search results returned to us, we can select the first one from the list, which is Dns Leak Test. I'm going to go ahead and click on that. After just a short pause, it comes up and it tells me that my IP address is coming from Denmark. If I scroll down the page just a little bit, you'll see that I have the option to run that standard DNS Leak Test. So I'm going to go ahead and click on the standard test, and in just a moment it's going to come back with some results. Now I'm being shown one DNS server coming out of Austria. Now you have to read this disclaimer about whether or not you have a DNS leak or not, depending on whether or not your DNS provider that is being used by the Tor network is actually saving and logging your actual private IP address. Now some of them do and some of them don't. The only way you're going to be able to find out is to research each and every privacy policy that you see for a DNS server. So the best way to change your identity using AnonSurf is to go ahead and just restart the service. You could use the change switch, but I have found that for confirming or ensuring that your IP address or your identity does change, you're much better off just restarting AnonSurf. So I'm going to go ahead and hit enter, and it runs right through the same process as a fresh start. So I've refreshed DuckDuckGo, and I'm going to rerun that DNS leak test one more time. Just a moment, let's see what kind of an IP address we get after the restart. So after the restart, I'm being shown as being located in the Ukraine. Again, you can do your standard test for DNS leaks, and let's see what we get this time. My leak test shows that I have two DNS servers that I can use. One's in Germany and one's in the United States, and honestly, I wouldn't trust either of them not to be logging my actual host IP address. So in summary, AnonSurf is another tool we can use to help hide our real identity while surfing the internet. Using a different search engine such as DuckDuckGo.com can help reduce the tracks we leave on the internet when conducting searches. DuckDuckGo states it does not log search activity of anyone using their website. That concludes this short video presentation on how we use AnonSurf to hide our identity while we're surfing the internet. So if you have any questions or you have any concerns, please don't hesitate to reach out and contact your instructor, and I'll see you in my next video. Greetings, and in this short video presentation we're going to see how we go about using Maltego to perform a passive reconnaissance. Passive reconnaissance is where we use publicly available information to gather information about our potential target. The Maltego Community Edition is the community version of Maltego that is available for free after a quick online registration. Maltego CE includes most of the same functionality as the commercial version. However, it does have some limitations. The main limitation with the community version is that the application cannot be used for commercial purposes. There is also a maximum number of entities that can be displayed at any given time in the community edition of Maltego. Lastly, there is no export of the graph information as you have in the full commercial version of Maltego. With Maltego, we can find the relationships which people are linked to, including their social profile, mutual friends, companies that are related to the information gathered, and websites. The first time you start Maltego, you'll want to go to Applications, you'll want to go to Information Gathering, and click on Maltego. This places the Maltego icon into the quick launch bar. Once Maltego opens up, you'll want to go ahead and select the Maltego CE, the free edition. Click on Run. If this is the first time that you have ran Maltego, you'll have to register by clicking on the Register Here link. Clicking on the Register Here will take you out to the internet where you can register an account so that you have access to the transforms. Scroll down the page until you come to the Register an Account window. Create your account and then you will be able to download and install all the transforms for Maltego. Once you've registered your account, you'll be brought back to the logon window for Maltego. You can then type in your login information, solve the CAPTCHA, and then click Next. Once you've logged in, you'll be presented with the welcome screen for the Maltego Community Edition. Go ahead and click Next. This will install or update your transforms. Once your transforms have been updated, you can click Next. You can choose to automatically send error reports or not, and then you can click Next. And you're now ready to begin your first passive reconnaissance with Maltego. We're now ready to go ahead and click on Finish, and this brings up the Maltego starting screen. Once you start Maltego for the first time, you can go up to the top right. You can close out that first window. And in behind that window is this particular screen for Maltego. And this is the screen we're going to be using. Over here in the right window pane, we have additional transform sets that you can install. Now, some of these will require that you go out and register for an API key. But some of these are very useful. You can look through them and see if there's anything in here that you might be interested in as far as additional transforms. We can go back to our original graph page just by going up here to the menu bar and clicking on the plus sign. That brings back that original graph screen that we started with. Over here in the left window pane, we have our transforms, and this is where we can go in and we can start looking for particular information about somebody, such as an email address, phone numbers, aliases, documents, a person. There's all kinds of things that you can look up on an individual or an entity, such as an organization. And it's all available over here inside of this left window pane. We're going to start off by looking at some domain information. So what we're going to do is over here in the left window pane, just scroll on down until you come to the domain and just drag that on over here to your empty graph, just like that. Once we have the domain transform over inside of our graph, we can just double click it, and now we can type in the name of the domain we wish to look up. For this demonstration, I've typed in cyberoffense.com, but it could be any domain name. It could be Microsoft, it could be Cisco, it could be IBM, it could be anybody. As you probably come to realize, we could use this application for nefarious purposes, but we don't want to do that. We don't want to use it for stalking individuals or trying to cause harm. What we want to use it for in this case is to find out about our own personal presence, because we may have some things out there that we don't want people to be able to gather about us. And so I've typed in cyberoffense.com. Now, I should be able to get some information about myself, the owner of cyberoffense.com, and we'll just see how much information it does pull up. Once you have your domain name in place, you can just right-click, and from the list, you can click on where it says All Transforms. If you click on that plus sign, you'll see all the different transforms or scripts that can be ran against the search. So as you go through the list, you can see that it can find information about your phone numbers, it can find out information about your email addresses, other domains, files, to persons, to a phone number, websites, quick lookup. It can do a lot of information gathering. Now, to run all those transforms for the domain lookup, I use this double clicker over here, and if I click on that, it will begin the passive recon against cyberoffense.com. So as the information is gathered and the nodes are brought in, as information about my domain is gathered, you'll see that the graph starts to fill up rather quickly and I run out of space. By just using my left mouse button, I can click inside of the graph and then use my scroll bar to zoom in or zoom out. So there's a lot of information in here. You see I got some DNS records, and if I click on that, and you can go over here to the detail view, you can open up the relationships and see if there's anything incoming. You can look at that. You can also look at some other information that might be available. I'm pretty boring as far as having anything going on with my domain name. It's real simple. It's just registered for business purposes only. So there's not a lot of information going on in here. But you could find out some things about the relationships, which I don't have any, and the generator details and some other things. So the good news is I don't see my name being listed anywhere underneath a domain search, and that's a good thing. You can't find my phone number, and that didn't show up. He also didn't find my actual given name. That's a good thing. So I've done a pretty good job of making sure that my privacy is kept intact. And that's another good use for Maltego. Let's go ahead and change direction and do some information gathering about an individual. So we're going to look up a person, and we're going to see what we can find out about that individual. Let's go ahead and start a new graph. We're going to go up here to the plus sign. We're going to open up a new graph. Now you'll see that we have two graphs. And there's our new graph. Now we have both graphs here. So I'm going to go over here to the second graph. And I'm just going to drag person on over here. And we can just type in anybody's name. Okay? Anybody's name you want to type into there. You can type it in. And we can do a search and see what information we can find out about that individual on the internet. From the lab file, I'm just going to type in Shane Watson, and we're going to do a search for Shane to see what we can find out about him. So this individual could be anybody. It could be yourself. It could be your spouse. It could be your girlfriend. It could be whomever. Again, make sure that you think about what you're doing before you go out and you use this for nefarious purposes. I'm going to go ahead and just use this fictitious individual called Wayne Watson. I'm going to right click, and I'm going to do the all transforms again, and I'm just going to click on that and go ahead and run that. You want to open a service manager to sign in. I don't want to look up Twitter, so I don't have a Twitter account, but if you have a Twitter account, you can. I'm going to say no. So let's go ahead and let those transforms run for a couple of minutes and see what pops up. Again, I have clicked inside of my graph window, and I'm using my scroll bar to either bring it out or push it back in so I can see all the details. All right, so we see we got a lot of information here, or we got some information of some entities that belong to Shane Watson. These are different email addresses. So if you want to know how to get a hold of somebody and you can't figure it out, you could use Maltego to go out there and get an email address on that individual. So you see, there's a lot of different things that we could use this for, good, bad, or otherwise. So that's going to conclude this short video presentation on how we go about using Maltego. Again, this is the community edition, so it is limited, but it has most of the functionalities as a full version. If you have any questions or you have concerns, please do not hesitate to reach out and contact your instructor, and I'll see you in my next video. Greetings, and in this short video presentation, we're going to see how we go about extracting metadata using MetaGoFill. MetaGoFill is an information gathering tool designed for extracting metadata from public documents. The type of documents includes PDFs, docs, Excel files, PowerPoints, and other document types. Metadata is information that is stored within the file that is not usually visible to the normal user, but it can be extracted, and it can provide some very interesting information about our target. That information can include a list of known users, email addresses, software types, and document locations. MetaGoFill should be installed on your installation of Cali, but if it's not, it's just a simple download using the app-get command. I'm going to go ahead and demonstrate how to download and install MetaGoFill. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to type into the command prompt here, app-get space install space MetaGoFill. I'm going to hit enter, and it just comes back letting me know that the package was already found. Once MetaGoFill is installed, you can go ahead and see the options that are available with it by just typing in MetaGoFill at the terminal prompt. Now, it's important that you read everything about these options because we'll be using most of them. Also, in the examples, there is a metagofill.py command that is no longer applicable. So you can drop off that .py. If you wanted to run the example, you could do so, but you wouldn't be able to do it with the .pi after MetaGoFill. Using the example that we have been provided, we can cross-reference these switches underneath the options that are currently presented to us up on the terminal. For instance, the -D, that is the domain we wish to search. in the example is talking about -d space apple.com. Now the -t is the file types we want to search for. So we type in -t. We're looking for two file types in the example, doc and a PDF. We're also looking at the number of searches to limit the search to. In this case, we're limiting the search to 200. On the next option, the -n, we're saying we only want to download 50 documents or 50 of the results. Now the -o, that is the location where the results or the files will be downloaded. And the -f, that is the results.html file that will be generated for us underneath the home directory. We're now ready to use MetaGoFill to conduct a metadata search on IBM.com. And I've told it that I want to look for document types, both doc and PDF. I want to limit my search to 200, and I want to download only 50 documents. I'm also telling it that I want you to save those documents to a folder on my desktop called MetaGoFill. I then want you to generate me a results file called results.html, which will be located up inside of my home directory. We're now ready to proceed, and I'm just going to go ahead and hit enter. This search will take some time because IBM does have a lot of information that is publicly available. You have to be patient with the search. So it's going to be downloading 50 documents. You can see that we're on number 12. Again, those documents are going to end up over here inside of my folder on the desktop called MetaGoFill. It needs to be pointed out that not every search with MetaGoFill is going to be successful. There are a lot of domains out there where you cannot find out anything about them. And so you will not be able to download any documents. And when you go to the results.html file, you'll find that it will be empty. Now it's important that you read everything that pops up on this terminal because it's a lot of good information. In this search, we found 123 files, of which we're going to download 50. Of that 50, 25 will be docs, and the other 25 will be PDFs. Now the results are going to include, hopefully, some email addresses that could possibly be used in something like a phishing attack. These are email addresses that may be important, could be the CEO of the organization or someone higher up that would allow us to make friends with and then send him a drive-by download and have him open up the back door for us with some malware, and then we can come in and have the run of the network. So the search results are all being given to us up here on the terminal, but for brevity's sake, if we go over here to the File Explorer, open this up, and we go into our home directory, which is the default location we get when we open up the File Explorer, you'll see that we have a results.html document. You can open up this document, and everything is going to be presented to us in a real nice format. For instance, we gathered 37 usernames. We gathered information about 35 different pieces of software. We gathered 7 emails, and we found the paths to 12 different servers. So all that information is presented to you in here. Now, if this was an actual target for something criminal, such as a bank or a government agency, and we got these kind of results, it would be very beneficial for us in such a way that we might be able to organize and launch a very successful attack. We have 37 usernames that belong to this target. If we were to use some of our open source intelligence tools, we might be able to find out some information about those 37 users, such as their job, their title, where they work, what their hobbies are, Facebook account, Twitter accounts, things like that that we can use to help us build this attack scenario. So remember, to beat the hacker, you got to think like the hacker. If you're pen testing an organization and you come up with enough information, that organization may be at risk just by the publicly available information that they have posted to the internet. If you'd like to continue on and practice gathering some more information about certain domains, Go ahead and delete your results.html. Go ahead and move it over to the trash. You don't need that. And you can also get rid of that folder up on the desktop, and MetaGuFill will generate you a new one. That concludes the short video presentation on how we go about gathering information and extracting metadata using MetaGuFill. If you have any questions or concerns about this lab or the contents of this video, please do not hesitate to reach out and contact your instructor, and I'll see you in my next video. Greetings, and in this short video presentation, we're going to see how we go about information gathering using Reconnaissance. Reconnaissance is a full-featured web reconnaissance framework written in Python, complete with independent modules, database interaction, built-in convenience functions, interactive help, and command completion. Reconnaissance provides a powerful environment in which open-source web-based reconnaissance can be conducted quickly and thoroughly. Reconnaissance comes pre-installed with Cali, so to launch the program we just open up a new terminal, and at the prompt we type recon-ng. So at the prompt I've typed in recon-ng and I hit enter. You'll notice there was a bunch of error messages there. At the beginning you can ignore those. Those are calling on API keys, which we will discuss later in the lab. We can use the help command to get better acquainted with the capabilities of Reconnaissance and to see just what commands are available. So if I type in help at the command prompt and I just go ahead and hit enter, we can see all the different commands that are available. Reconnaissance comes with over 88 different modules, and to show these modules we can just use the show modules command. I've typed it in, I'm going to hit enter, and now you can see all the different modules that are available. Reconnaissance is built much the same way as Metasploit, and it behaves much the same way. So a lot of what we do here is going to look familiar to you if you are familiar with Metasploit. So we're going to begin by introducing the use command. Now in this example, I'm going to use one of the modules called PunkSpider that is going to look for vulnerabilities on a certain host or a certain domain. And it's going to come back and it's going to give us the results. In this example, I've gone to the list of possible modules, found the module that I wanted, highlighted it, and now I'm going to copy it. I'm now going to scroll to the bottom, and I'm going to type in use, and I'm going to right-click and paste what I just copied. Much the same way as it works in Metasploit, the use command does the same thing in Reconnaissance, and that is, it loads the module. So I've selected the module that I want to use. I'm going to go ahead and hit enter. Notice it brings me back to the prompt, and my prompt has changed to let me know that I'm using the PunkSpider module. We can get more information about any of these modules by just typing in show info. And you'll notice that we get a description of what PunkSpider actually does. We also see that there's an option. Now this is important because though we've loaded the module for PunkSpider, we have to tell it the name of the domain that we want to scan. Though I already know what the options are, I can again get to the options by just typing in the show options command. So using the show options command, I'm going to find out exactly what it is I have to provide for this particular module to work correctly. And it says I have to provide the source. Just as we set the source with using the set command in Metasploit, we use the same format here in Reconnaissance. So I've set the source to use Sony as the domain that I want to scan using PunkSpider. So I've typed in set space source space the name of the domain Sony. Hit enter. Now, just as it is with Metasploit, I can use the run command. Though in the newer versions of Metasploit, to launch a payload, we use exploit. But I'm going to go ahead and type in run, and that's going to launch the PunkSpider module, and it's going to begin scanning Sony for exploits. So PunkSpider is looking at anything associated with the Sony domain and looking for certain types of exploits that can be ran. Sony is a large domain, so do give it time. It will take a little while for the scan to complete, but not that long. So Punk Spider is discovering all of these cross-site scripting vulnerabilities that are in existence at this time on these different Sony pages. Once the scan has completed, you will get a summary of the results. You can type in exit to quit the program. Brings you back to the Cali prompt. Again, we can bring up the Reconnaissance just by using our up arrow, hit enter. One of the strengths and the beauties of Reconnaissance is the use of various application programming interfaces or APIs to extract useful recon information. For instance, Reconnaissance can use Bing, Google, Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, and other online applications once you get the API key. With that key, you have almost unlimited access to that application. Program developers can go out to these different online sites, such as Bing, Google, Instagram, and they can register for an API key. They just have to create the developer account. And now I'm going to show you exactly how many of these modules will actually take an API key. To see the default list of API keys that can be installed into Reconnaissance, just type in the keys list command. There are other ones that you can put in here if you so desire, but this is the default. This covers quite a few of them. So again, if you wanted to be able to have the full access to the API for a Bing search, for instance, or Flickr, you would have to go to that site and you would have to create a developer account. Now, a lot of these API keys are free, and some of them you do have to pay for. But when you get the API key, you have to treat it like a password. You input that into the program, Reconnaissance, and that opens up that API and gives you full access to it. In this example, I'm going to use a fake API key for Flickr. And to add this key to the list, I can just use the keys add command. So I've typed in keys space add space Flickr underscore API, and then the number that is assigned to that API. If I hit enter, it tells me that the key for Flickr underscore API was added. Now I won't see it until, one, I have to exit the program, then I come back into the program. Now I do the keys list one more time, and now you'll see that the key is present. Now it's the same thing if I want to delete the key. I can use the keys delete command to remove this key. Let's say I made a mistake, or I have a new key, or for whatever reason I want to remove that key from the list. I can use the keys delete command. Let's see how that works. So I've typed in keys space delete space Flickr underscore API. I'm going to hit enter. Now, just as before, I'm going to have to exit. Let me do that now. And then restart the program for this key deletion to take effect. And again, I'll run the keys list command, and you'll see that the key has been deleted. So the way you go about applying for a developer's key or an API key for Reconnaissance is the same as for any other program that requires an API key, but you have to understand that every provider of an API key has a different procedure to go through to acquire the key. So you're going to have to use the internet. Now, this in front of you is the instructions on how to obtain the API key for Flickr. And it goes through it step by step, and it tells you how to get it. But this is just for Flickr. So if you want one for Bing or Google, you're going to have to research and find out what steps you have to go through to make that happen. Reconnaissance is a very powerful reconnaissance tool. It has all these wonderful modules, and it's fast becoming one of my favorite information gathering tools. One of the things that you can do with it is you can look for contacts that have been compromised on the internet. Now, we know about a lot of breaches that have happened. We've got Target, we've got others. A lot of people had their contact information compromised. Well, if you're doing a pen test for a client and you want to find out whether or not any of the PGP contacts or any other contacts have been compromised, then you can use Reconnaissance to discover this. And now we're going to take a look at how this gets done. To see all the modules that Reconng has available just for reconnaissance, we can type in the use space recon / command, and then it brings up all these wonderful modules that you can pull from to gather information about contacts, companies, who is. There's a lot of information here that can be pulled up using all of these different recon modules. But we're going to concern ourselves with just the contacts. A lot of companies use PGP to encrypt their emails, and this is a pretty good program for doing that. But if the contacts list and the username and password for the PGP program was compromised, let's say that it was found and then posted to an internet site, a torrent site, as part of a hack, then that pretty much makes the program useless. So we need to know if anybody in the organization who's using PGP has been compromised. To do this, we can use the recon / domains - contacts / PGP _ search module. So again, we're going to use the use command, and we're going to follow that up with the module that we want to use. In this case, it is the contacts / PGP _ search module. So I'm going to go ahead and hit enter, and that's going to load that up for us. If that's the first time that we have ever used this module, we can do the show info command to get some information about it. So it searches the MIT public PGP key server for email addresses of the given domain. It updates the contacts table with the results. So earlier I was up inside of this program looking for contacts that may have been compromised that belong to the NSA. Now we're going to go ahead and change that source over to pixar.com, and we're going to look for PGP contacts that may have been compromised for this company. We know that Pixar was subject to a security breach, and we want to know if any of the information about their PGP contacts was available or has been posted to the internet. So I'm going to go ahead and set the new source to pixar.com. I'll hit enter. Now if I do a show options, you'll notice that my source now shows that it is set to pixar.com. We're now ready to run this particular module, so I'm going to type in run. I hit enter, and in just a moment we'll get some results back from the MIT database server on these PGP contacts. Now if you get the following timeout error message, it means that you need to update your Cali and the Python packages that Reconng is calling on. I have provided the commands up inside of the lab file. There's actually 3 of them. You can go there and get the commands after you do the apt-get space update. So after updating my Cali and updating some dependencies that Reconng depends on, I was able to get it to work. And after the scan results finished, I found that I had 29 contacts that I located. Now this is a default format that you're looking at here, but we can get plenty more information just by doing the show contacts command. So I've done the show contacts, and now if I just go to full screen, you'll see that this is a nice format to be able to examine exactly how much information I was able to pull up using that particular module up inside of Reconng. So we got the first name, we even got some middle names, some last names, their email addresses, and we got it from the PGP search module. So our next task is to see which of these contacts have actually been compromised or breached. To do this, I'm going to change modules over to the contacts credentials / HIBP _breach module. I'm going to go ahead and hit enter with that. Now I'm going to go ahead and just hit run. In just a moment, it's going to come back and find some information for me. And it tells me that the following individuals have had their contacts posted, and it also shows you how their information was compromised, what breach occurred that allowed the information to be compromised. And so you get a lot of good information here. So you can see that if you're doing this with an organization and you want to know if any of their confidential contact information has been compromised, well, this is just one way to do it using Reconng. That concludes this short video presentation on how we go about using Reconng to recon the internet for information gathering about a particular client, a particular domain, or a particular person. If you have any questions or concerns about the contents of this video or this lab, please do not hesitate to reach out and contact your instructor, and I'll see you in my next video. Greetings, and in this short video presentation, we're going to get a good look at the Nmap scripting engine. One of the first things we need to do when we start working on any of these labs is to ensure that we have network connectivity between each of the devices in the lab. So we're going to start by looking at my Cali machine. My Cali machine is up, and I have done an IP or an IF config. And I can see that I have an Ethernet 0 adapter and I have a loopback adapter. I'm not concerned with the loopback adapter at this point. I'm only concerned with the Ethernet 0 adapter. And I see that I have an IP address assigned to this adapter of 192.168.145.132. The 192.168.145 portion of the IP address is the network portion. The 132 is the host IP assigned to my Cali. So that will remain unique, but the first 3 octets of the IP address will remain the same if I'm going to have any chance of network connectivity between Cali and my Windows XP or any other host on the network. So I'm going to go on over to my Windows XP target, and we're going to check the IP address over here. Now you'll notice that the network IP assigned to my Windows XP machine is also 192.168.145, and the host is unique, and it is 129. So these 2 machines will be able to see each other, and we're going to confirm this by doing a ping from my Cali over to the Windows XP. So I've typed in the ping command, and I followed that up with the IP address of my Windows XP machine, and I'm going to go ahead and just hit enter, and we see that I have replies coming back from my Windows XP machine telling me that it is responsive. So I know that the Cali and the Windows XP machine can see each other. Now I can break this ping by just doing a Control-C. I'm out. Alright, so now that we've confirmed that we have connectivity, we can proceed on with the lab. Now I recommend that you do this each time that you're thinking about starting a lab or working with Cali and the Windows XP machine, or Metasploitable 2, or whatever the other host might be. I would confirm that you have network connectivity before you get too far along into it, and then you start having issues with the lab failing. If your primary host is a Mac or an Apple, and you do not see an Ethernet adapter present, and all you see is the loopback, then you do not have network connectivity. You need to have an Ethernet adapter either emulated or installed onto your Mac or your Apple machine so that this lab can work. Now, if you have only a wireless adapter, that is to say all you have is the Apple AeroNet wireless adapter, that's not going to work because that is proprietary. And what that means is that Cali and VMware and Virtualbox and Windows XP are not going to recognize the adapter because they don't have a driver for it. There's not a driver for proprietary hardware that is produced by Apple. That is universal. So to overcome this, what you should do is go out to your local PC parts store. Go to Best Buy or wherever you buy your computer stuff and purchase a USB to a RJ45 adapter and make sure that you have a network cable. When you plug this in, your Apple machine or your Mac box will recognize it, and you'll be able to then have an onboard NIC adapter that you can use for the labs. Then just take the cable, plug it in here, plug the other cable into your wireless router or your modem, and you'll be working like you should be. Anytime we get into Cali and we start to use any of the tools on a regular basis, we want to make sure that those tools are updated and they are the latest packages that are available for us. So that makes no exception with Nmap. In this case, I've typed in app-get space install Nmap. I'm going to go ahead and hit enter, and now I'm going to just type in Y, and I'm going to hit enter again, and now the package, the latest package for Nmap, will download and install. From the terminal, we can locate the location for our Nmap scripts just by typing in locate space asterisk period NSE. I'm going to go ahead and just type in enter, and now I can see all the scripts that are currently available with Nmap. And if you need more scripts, you can go out to the Nmap site and you can download custom-made scripts by Nmap users, and we see that in other labs as we go through the course. So among the most useful scripts are the vulnerability scanning scripts, and we can locate these easily by just typing in locate space asterisk, typing in VULN asterisk period NSE. So I'm going to locate all my vulnerability scripts at this time, and here they are. These can be very useful. These can help me find scripts that I can use to look for a specific vulnerability that may be relevant to my pen test or to the victim that I'm trying to hack into. We can also locate a specific script by typing in locate, and we want to look inside of Nmap, and now we're going to pipe out the results using a grep command, and I'm looking for the MS08. And I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to hit enter, and it's going to come back and it's going to show me that yes, there is a script up inside of Nmap in the scripts folder, and it is called SMB-VUN-MS08-067.NSE. Now that I have found the location of this particular vulnerability script for MS08-067, I can tell Nmap to run it from that very location just by typing in Nmap space -script equals. Now I've got the path to where the script is located, and I've told it the script that I want to run. And we'll go ahead and do this real quick. Now before I do this, I'm going to have to tell it the IP address of the machine or the network that I want to scan. So for this target, for this script, I have told it that I want you to scan the entire network and look for any IP address that it belongs to 192.168.145.0. And I'm telling it to look in the last octet with this /24. I'm saying the first 3 octets of this IP address are taken up for the network, so I want you to scan the last octet for any available host. I'm going to go ahead and hit enter. Give us a minute, it'll come back with the results. Now we see from the results that my Windows XP is showing up here, and it is vulnerable for the SMB vulnerability script. And we see that that is the case by looking right here. We see that port 445 is available. In this example, we're going to scan a single host, and all I've done is type in the IP address for the machine that was identified in the network scan that I used previously for Nmap. Now I'm going to go ahead and just hit enter, and it's going to come back up in just a second. It's going to give me the results. Now, I've just confirmed that the 129 machine is vulnerable on port 445, which is the Microsoft SMB vulnerability that we're scanning for. So now that we have identified a victim, it's time to get busy trying to exploit that vulnerability. And we're going to do this using the MSF console or the Metasploit console. And I've typed in Metasploit at the Cali prompt. I'm just going to go ahead and hit enter, and this will start the service or the application for my MSF console. So as you can see, once you start the MSF console, you have to be patient and allow it to load. There's a lot of information. There's a lot of things going on here in the background. And you can see that there's a lot of exploits, a lot of payloads. There's just a lot of stuff going on. All right, so what we want to do now is we want to find that exploit that we can use against our target machine. So in our previous scan, we identified that the host 129 was vulnerable for the MS08-067 exploit. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to search Metasploit, and I'm going to find that particular exploit, and then we're going to use that against the target. So I'm going to use the search command up inside of Metasploit, and I'm going to search for any package, any payload, any exploit that comes up with MS08 in its title. I'm just going to go ahead and hit enter now. And it's going to slowly check the database, and when it does, we'll come back and we'll see if it's found. So the search has concluded, and we do see that we have an exploit called SMB/MS08_067_net API. So what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to go ahead and highlight that as I've done here, and I'm going to right click and I'm going to copy that. I'm going to go down here to my prompt, and I'm going to type in the word use, like that. Now I'm going to place my mouse right after that with the space, and I'm going to go to paste, and now I can use this particular exploit for this attack onto the Windows XP target. I'm going to go ahead and hit enter, and notice my prompt changes to let me know that the exploit has been loaded. So what you're looking for when you look and you search for an exploit is, let's back up and just kind of cover over the fundamentals just a little bit here one more time. First off, we're looking for a port. A port runs a service. So when we scan for a victim, we're trying to see what ports are open, and then we want to see if we can identify a possible exploit to run against a specific port. In this case, we wanted to run an exploit against port 445 because we know that that's a very vulnerable port for Windows XP. And we found the exploit was available up inside of Metasploit by just doing the search for MS08. Now, we got that information from Nmap, right? When we chose to run the script for MS08-067, that's what we were doing. We were trying to see if there was an exploit available on the network, and we found it, and it was available using the Windows XP target. Now, take a look where we see the exploit that we're using here. Take a look at this. It was available starting in 2008, and it has a ranking of great. And you get some more information over here about how the service is exploitable using this exploit. Now, if you want more information about MS08_067 or -067, just go to Google and type it in. That's a Microsoft security update. And you can go out there and you can find out just exactly how this SMB service is being exploited and what happens when we run this exploit. Now the next thing we have to do is type in the show options command so that we see exactly what is needed for us to run this exploit. So we type this in, and let's go over this real quick. we see that the remote host is, yes, required. That's the target IP address. And in this case, it will be the IP address for my Windows XP victim. The second thing that we need to have up and running on the victim is port 445. Is it required? Yes, that is the SMB service port. Okay, so now we're ready to start setting these parameters. So the first option that we want to set is the remote host. So I'm going to type in set our host 192.168.145.129. I'll hit enter, and that option has been set. Now another option that we can set is the IP address for the local host. In this case, that's going to be the IP address for my Cali. So I've gone ahead and I've typed in set lhost 192.168.145.132. I'm going to go ahead and hit enter, and that option has been set. So we've set the exploit. Now we have to look at what payloads are available inside of the exploit. So to do this, I'm going to do the show payloads, and we're going to hit enter, and then we're going to pick the correct payload for this particular attack. So the results are pretty intimidating, and we have to scroll through them until we find exactly what it is we're going to use for a payload so that we can exploit the target. And in this case, we want the Windows/metapredator/reverse_TCP payload. So I've gone ahead and highlighted that. Now I'm going to right click on it, and I'm going to go ahead and copy. So I'm going to use the set command, and this time we're going to set the payload. So I've typed in set space payload, and now I'm going to right click and I'm going to paste the payload that I want to use. Once I've done that, I'm going to go ahead and hit enter. We're now ready to send the payload over to Windows XP and see if we can actually gain a reverse shell. So I typed in the command that we need to execute, which is exploit. So I'm going to go ahead and hit enter. And in just a second, we're going to come back and we should get a positive response saying that the MetaPredator session opened. And we see that we get the MetaPredator prompt. Once you see the MetaPredator prompt, that means that you are established onto the remote victim. In this case, my Windows XP machine. Okay. So just as if I was sitting physically at the Windows XP machine and I typed in CMD at the run line, I would get a command prompt. Well, for me to do this from my MetaPredator session, all I have to do is type in shell. I'm typing in shell. I'm going to hit enter, and I will be given access to the command prompt onto my Windows XP machine. Now I can do ipconfig, which is the Windows command for show me the TCP IP stack on your current network adapter, and it pops up and it shows me. So I'm actually on the victim, and anything I want to do here, I can do it through the MetaPredator. Now this is how we gain access. This is one way we gain access, but it's also how we take over the machine and we gain access into the administrative areas of the machine, whether it's Windows XP, Windows 7, 2003 server, whatever it is. It makes no difference. So as we go through the course and we go through more of these labs, we will be looking a lot more at MetaPredator and all of the wonderful commands and things that we can do using a reverse shell. Okay, that's all I got for this short video presentation. And if you have any questions, don't hesitate to contact your instructor, and I hope to see you in my next video. Greetings, and in this short video presentation, we're going to see how we go about scanning our network for the Microsoft 17-010 SMB external blue vulnerability, or the WannaCry ransomware that was recently launched on May 12th of 2017. So in this short video presentation, we're going to see how we can use Nmap and a script that was created by an Nmap user to scan our devices on the network using the Nmap script engine to find machines that could be vulnerable to this ransomware attack. So the first thing we're going to do is begin by locating this script, and then we're going to copy it to a text file up inside of Cali, and then we're going to save it to the Nmap script folder. So inside the lab, you do have the URL for the download of the script, and I've gone there, and now I'm going to click on the download link for that particular script, and it's going to take me over to an HTML page. Now on this HTML page, we see everything that has to be loaded into the script. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to hold down the control key, then I'm going to hit the A key at the same time. Now if I hold down the control key and I hit the C key at the same time, that's going to copy everything. Now with all this information that the script needs copied to my clipboard, I'm going to go up inside of Cali, and I'm going to go to my application launcher, and I'm going to launch LeafPad. This is just a text editor, that's all it is. Now I'm just going to right click inside of the white area, the white text box, and I'm going to right click and I'm going to select paste. Now there's the contents of the script that I took from the web page. I'm now going to go to File, I'm going to do Save As, and now I'm going to save this script using a particular name. Now it's important that this name remain consistent, so make sure that you save this name correctly. And what I've done is I've gone into the lab and I have copied the name from the lab instructions, and I'm just going to paste that into this Save As for this particular script name. Now the next thing I have to do is save this script to the Nmap script folder so that we can call upon it and Nmap will know where to find it. So we're going to begin by going to the file system. We're next going to scroll on down to the USR folder. We're next going to go into the share folder. And from here, we're going to scroll on down to where we come to Nmap. We're going to open that up, and we're going to now open up the scripts folder. And this is as far as we have to go. All we have to do now is just click on the Save button, and Nmap will be able to find this particular script when we decide to run it up inside of the terminal and scan our network for a WannaCry ransomware vulnerability. So the next thing I want to do is I want to make sure that my Cali machine is on the same network as my other devices that need to be scanned for this vulnerability. To do this, I'm going to open up a terminal, and on this terminal all I'm going to do is type ifconfig, and what I'm looking for is the network portion of the IP address, and that's the first 3 octets that we see here. So these first 3 octets make up the network portion of my IP for the network. Now I'm going to go to my Windows XP and I'm going to do the same thing, and I'm going to go to the command prompt over here and I'm going to type in ipconfig. And what am I looking for? I'm looking to see that they both share the same 3 octets, 192.168.145. If it's anything other than the first 3 octets, and your IP address for your network will probably differ. This is the IP for my network. Yours could be 150, it could be 0 dot something. Regardless, they must both be on the same network for them to be able to see each other and have connectivity, and that's what we're doing here. So back at my Cali machine, I have now cleared my terminal, and now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go in here and I'm going to type in the following command, followed by the network IP and the subnet mask or the CIDR so that I can scan my entire network. So I'm going to type in 192.168.145.0 backslash or /24. Now this says I want you to scan all of the devices or all of the IPs that are available in this Class C network. That's what it means. Once I've done this, all I'm going to have to do is just hit enter, give it a second, and it's going to come back with the results. And if there's a machine on here with the particular problem of being vulnerable to the ransomware WannaCry, this is what's going to happen. It's going to come back and it's going to say that it found a machine that was vulnerable to the vulnerability entitled MS17-010, and it talks about why this particular machine is vulnerable because of its running the SMB version 1. And it tells me that the risk factor is high and the critical remote execution vulnerability exists in Microsoft SMB version 1, which we have running on our Windows XP machine. So I have one machine on my network with the host IP of 129, which for this demonstration is my Windows XP machine. But if I was doing this on an actual network, it could be 20 or 30 different machines. And it doesn't have to just be Windows XP. This vulnerability affects Windows 7, Windows 10, and other types of server operating systems as well. So it could be any number of devices that were discovered to have the vulnerability. So I've taken note of the IP address for the machine that was found to be vulnerable, and I'm going to need this when I go ahead and I'm going to try to exploit this machine with this vulnerability using Metasploit. Now, since this is a fairly new vulnerability, it hasn't been around very long, we want to make sure that our Cali has been updated and that we have the latest packages. And the same thing with Metasploit. So I'm going to go ahead and ensure that I update both Cali and Metasploit to ensure that I have all the latest and the greatest exploits and packages so that I don't run into a problem later on not finding this particular vulnerability. So the update has been completed successfully, and I have ensured that I have updated Cali and Metasploit so that we don't have a problem not finding this vulnerability. The next thing I want to do is just go ahead and launch the Metasploit console. So I'm just going to go ahead and hit enter. I've typed in MSF console at the terminal prompt, and in just a few moments I will have Metasploit up and running. Okay, so now my Metasploit framework console is up and running, and we're ready to go ahead and see about how we go about scanning the network and exploiting this vulnerability that is present on my Windows XP machine. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and just do a search for this particular exploit and see if it actually exists. So using the search feature that is built into Metasploit, I'm going to now search for this particular vulnerability to make sure that I actually have it so that I don't waste my time. And this is all part of the update process, and that's why we do this before we get into the actual scanning or trying to attempt to exploit our victim. So the database is going to be searched, and we're going to come back up, and hopefully we will have the SMB underscore MS17 underscore 010 exploit available for us. So the search has completed, and we do see that we have the SMB exploit available for us. Now the next thing we're going to do is actually run this exploit and ensure that we have machines that are vulnerable for this WannaCry ransomware. So we're going to be using this SMB exploit. What I like to do is just go ahead and highlight. I like to go ahead and just highlight the path, copy it, and then go back down here to my MSF prompt. And I just like to type in the word use like that. Now I'm going to right click and I'm just going to paste it. That's a lot easier than me having to type it in one line at a time. And that's another reason why I like to search for the exploit. I'm just going to go ahead and hit enter. Notice that the prompt changes to note that we are now using this particular exploit. Now the next thing we have to do is set the remote host. And to do this, I have typed in set space in capital letters our host, and I've gone and I've used a specific IP address. But if I'd wanted to scan the entire network as I did with Nmap, I can just back this off, type in 0/24 like that, and again I will scan the entire network for devices that are vulnerable to this particular exploit. I'm just going to go ahead and hit enter. Now it lets me know that our host, the remote host, has been set. So the next thing we have to do is set the threat level, and that's going to be 10. And once I have this typed in, I'm just going to hit enter. And the next thing we have to do is just type in run for the exploit to launch. So I'm going to type in run. I'm going to hit enter. Give it a second. It's going to go out and it's going to scan my network just as it did with Nmap. And it's going to come back and it's going to tell me what machine or what machines are vulnerable for this particular exploit. So after about 20 minutes, the scan that we launched to confirm that the vulnerability for the external blue and the WannaCry ransomware does exist, I see that I have identified my Windows XP machine 192.168.145.129 as being vulnerable on port 445. And it comes back and it says host is likely vulnerable to this exploit. So that concludes this lab, but the takeaway from all this should be that you learned how to import a script into the Nmap script folder, and that when something happens out there in the wild, you can be proactive and you can go out and you can get these scripts from someone who has written it and posted up on the Nmap repository, and you can be the one who says that, hey, we got a problem coming our way. It's a new ransomware attack, or it's a new network attack of some type, and you can be the one who can go up on the firewall and you can filter out port, in this case 445. All right, so that's all I got for you. If you have any questions, don't hesitate to contact your instructor, and I will see everybody up inside of the discussions. Thank you. Greetings and welcome to the short video presentation where we look at how we go about installing Nessus using the Docker program. In this lab we will install the Docker program onto our Cali machine. Once that has been completed, you will move on to the second part of the lab and download and install the Docker container for Nessus. Using Docker, we will be able to install Nessus and all of its dependencies without having to call on or use any dependencies on our Cali machine. For this lab, you'll need a currently updated and upgraded installation of your Cali Linux and a good internet connection. Once the update and the upgrade of your Cali Linux has completed, you want to go ahead and make a snapshot. To do that, I'm going to go up to the taskbar. I'm going to click on Machine. I'm going to scroll down to where it says Take Snapshot. I'm going to give it a user-friendly name. In this case, I called mine No Docker Install. I went ahead and I saved that snapshot. My machine restarted and now I'm back up. We're now ready to move on with the actual installation of the Docker program. Now to do this, we're going to build an automated script. The automated script is going to do all the heavy lifting for us, and all we have to do is run that script, and we can sit back and wait till it gets done, and our Docker program will be installed. The script that we need to use to install the Docker program can be found on the internet, up on GitHub, and it can also be found inside of the lab. I'm going to go ahead and take this URL on out to GitHub so we can see the actual script. Now this is the actual script, and if I go over here to the right and I click on raw, you'll see that I get everything that I need. And now if I select the entire text, just like this, and I can right click and I can go ahead and just select copy, like so. I can close this out, and now I can open up my terminal, and we're going to open up Nano, and we're going to create a bash script. This is going to help us build the script as quickly and as easily as possible. Now you're free to use any text editor you want. Again, I'm using Nano. Up inside my Cali terminal, I have typed in nano space docker underscore install.sh. I'm going to go ahead and hit enter, and you'll notice I now have a clean text file. I'm going to right click, and I'm just going to paste the contents of that script that I downloaded from the internet. And again, you can find this same script up inside of the lab file, and it's inside of a box, and all you have to do is copy and paste the contents that's in the lab, and you can do the same thing without having to go to the internet. Now I'm currently logged on as root, so when I save this file, it's going to go to my home directory for root, and that's where we're going to find it when we get ready to run it. So let's just go ahead and do the Control X. It's going to ask me, do I want to save the changes that are up inside of the buffer? I'm going to type in Y for yes, and I'm going to hit enter, and we're back to our prompt. To see the location of this script that we just created, I'm going to type in ls at my prompt, and that's going to show us everything that we currently have installed inside of my home directory as root. And you'll see that I do have a docker underscore install.sh file present. We're now going to create a executable using that docker underscore install.sh file that we just created. To do this, we're going to use the chmod command. So at my terminal prompt, I've typed in chmod space the plus sign small letter x space the name of the file that I want to make executable. In this case, it's the docker underscore install.sh file. I'm going to go ahead and hit enter. And now if I do another ls, you'll notice that the docker underscore install.sh file has changed its color from white to green. This means that the file is now an executable. I've gone ahead and cleared my terminal, and now we're ready to begin the actual installation of the Docker program using our newly created script. To do this, I'm going to type in sh space docker underscore install.sh, and I'm going to hit enter. It's important that we do not interrupt this installation process and let it complete, and when it's done, it'll come back to the Cali prompt. Once the Docker program has completed its installation, you will get the Hello Docker welcome message. This Hello Docker command can also be launched from the command line if you want to check the status of your Docker program. To help demonstrate how we go about checking to see if Docker is properly installed and if it's working, we can use the docker space run space hello-world command. I've gone ahead and typed this into my Cali terminal. I hit enter, and it comes back letting me know that my current installation of Docker is installed and working correctly. We're now ready to pull down the Nessus container that we need from the Docker site. I'm going to right click inside my terminal, and I'm going to paste in the following command, docker space pull, and I want it to pull down the container called physimat/nessus-7-ubuntu. I'm going to go ahead and hit enter, and you'll see that it pulls down the container without any issues. Now that we have the container for Nessus downloaded, we need to run it to create an image. The image will run inside of its own container inside of the Docker program. So I copy and paste in the following command, docker space run space -d space /name space Nessus -7 Ubuntu. Now that is going to be the name of the container, or the image in this case, that's going to be running inside of the container inside of Docker. Now we can follow that up with the -p, which stands for port, and we're going to tell Docker that this container needs to have access to port 8834. We follow that up with the name of the image we downloaded from the Docker site. And now I'm going to go ahead and hit enter. And we see that we have a container now that will run the image for Nessus up inside of Docker. To see what images are currently available up inside of my Docker program, I can type in docker space ps space -a. And regardless of their state, we'll be able to see whether or not the image is present. And now we can see that we have Nessus currently installed as an image up inside of Docker, running in a container. Now once I have the image running, as we do now, I can then go into the web page of Nessus and begin the registration process. And that's what we're going to talk about next. As soon as we launch Nessus, we're going to be prompted for creating a user account, which we'll do. And we're also going to be prompted for the registration key or the activation code. So we need to go out to the Tenable site and we need to register for that activation code. So what I've done is I've gone into Google and I've just typed in register Nessus. I'm going to go down here where it says obtain an activation code. Takes me over to the next page. Now here we have two different versions of Nessus. There's the free version and then there's the pro version. The free version only allows you to scan 16 IPs at a time, which is way more than enough for what we're doing here. And the updates only happen once every 7 days, whereas with the pro version you can scan unlimited IPs and you can get your updates for your plugins daily if you so desire. Next we click on the Register Now button and we're taken over to the register page where we only have to put in a small amount of information. Your first name, your last name, and then an email address. Now if you have problems with your email address, and some users will, depending on where their ISP is located and or the type of email they're using, they can have an issue where they will not get a key. If that happens, just go up to Google, create yourself a new email account, and create something that resembles a business address. Doesn't make any difference what it is. So for my registration, I used this address right here, information@cyberoffense.com. I'm going to go back out to my email and I'm going to get this activation key. So let's go ahead and do that. So I'm now up inside the inbox for my email and there's the activation key waiting for me. So I'm going to go ahead and open this up. And we're going to see that if we scroll down a little bit, we get the activation key. We're going to go ahead and copy that. And let's go back over to our Nessus. And now we're going to open up our browser. So I've got Firefox inside of Cali opened up. And I'm going to go up and I'm going to put in the URL for the web interface for my Nessus. So I'm going to use localhost :8834. Now notice that this is a secure site, so you got to include HTTPS. Now let's see what happens. So now it says that my connection is not secure. That would be normal because it doesn't understand the certificate and it doesn't recognize who created the certificate. So I'm going to go ahead and click on the Advanced button. And down here, I'm going to add an exception. And I'm going to say confirm the security exception. And there we go. Now we have to create the account. I'm just going to type in root. And for the password, I'm going to type in Tor. Keep things simple. It now wants the activation code that I received from Tenable. I'm going to go ahead and right click and paste that in there. I'm going to say continue. Now it's going to begin the updating of the plugins and the signature files that it needs. So this is going to take a while. So be patient with it. If you got a slow connection, I mean it can take a while. If you got a good connection, it won't take you very long. But if you're on a dial-up or you got 5 megabytes of bandwidth, be patient. So while Nessus is downloading its plugins, I'm going to go ahead and prepare for my next video, which is conducting a Nessus scan on your network. And after about an hour, I have my Nessus configured, it has downloaded all of its plugins, and we are given the management page for conducting a Nessus scan. So before we get out of here, I just want to go ahead and show you how to restart an image. And we're going to restart our Nessus image after we've rebooted, we've come back up, and we want to get back into that same Nessus image to continue on with our scanning. I'm going to show you how we do that next. So I'm now going to go ahead and close out the web interface for Nessus. Once the web interface closes out, I'm going to just type in reboot and hit enter. And in just a moment, my Cali is going to reboot, come back up, and then we'll see how we go about going back into it and restarting our Nessus image. So my Cali machine has rebooted. I'm back to the desktop. I've opened up a clean terminal, and I now need to see what images are currently present inside of Docker. So I'm going to type in docker space ps space dash small letter a, and now I'm going to hit enter. And in just a moment, it's going to show me all of the images I currently have available and what their container IDs are. So I'm going to go ahead and make this full screen. And I need to restart Nessus. You can see that it's been exited. So I need to go ahead and grab this container ID over here, just like that. I'm going to go ahead and copy that. And now I'm going to bring up a command. And you can see that the container ID is in there, but I'm going to go ahead and repaste it back in there so you can see what I'm doing. So I have docker space start space dash dash attach space the container ID. Now this restarting of a container or an image inside of Docker can be used for any image that is present. If I need to restart another container, I don't have to rebuild it. I can just restart it. Now this keeps the number of containers to a minimum, because if I don't do this, just like images for Virtualbox or Vmware, they can become out of control. So I want to keep my images inside of Docker to the bare minimum so I don't run out of space and resources. So now we're ready to restart. I'm going to go ahead and hit enter. And in just a moment, you'll see that it's starting Nessus. I'm pretty sure Nessus has restarted, so I'm going to go ahead and close this prompt. And I'm going to open up a new one. Again, I'm going to do the ps command to see exactly what images are currently running. And the status for my Nessus image has been updated, and it shows that it is up, and it has been up for approximately 1 minute. So in this short video presentation, we got to see how we go about downloading, bringing in a container off of the Docker repository site, and then creating an image by running that container up inside of Docker. We also got to see how we go about restarting Docker once we've closed out our Nessus or we've closed out Cali and we've come back into it. And that's going to conclude this short video presentation on how we go about creating an install of Nessus using Docker. Now, if you have any questions or you have any concerns about any of the material covered in this video or in the lab file, please don't hesitate to reach out and contact your instructor, and I'll see you in my next video. Greetings, and in this short video presentation we're going to see how we go about conducting a vulnerability scan using Nessus. We're going to pick up where our last lab left off, and that's where we installed Nessus as a container up inside of Docker. To clear out my cache and to get a fresh install of Cali, I have rebooted. So I'm going to have to go up inside of Docker, find that image for Nessus, and I'm going to have to reattach it so that we can get into the web interface. And we're going to do this by going up and we're going to type in docker space ps space dash small letter a. I'm going to go ahead and hit enter. And you're going to see in just a moment when I go full screen that we do have our Nessus image currently installed. And this is the container ID that it uses. So I'm going to go ahead and copy that. I'm going to go down here and I'm going to use my up arrow. And we're going to go ahead and find that previous command that we use, and there it is. So it's already got everything that we need, and that is docker space start space dash dash attach followed by the container ID. And you saw how I got that. I had to show the containers that were present inside of Docker, and then I was able to find that container ID. I'm going to go ahead and hit enter. I won't be able to see this terminal refresh, so I'm going to have to close out my terminal. I'm going to have to open up a fresh one, and we're going to have to go back in and use the Docker command to show currently what containers are up inside of Docker. So I've typed in again Docker space ps space dash small letter A. Now I'm going to go ahead and make this full screen again, and you'll see that it is now up and it is running and has been for 42 seconds. We can now close out the terminal, and I'm going to open up my browser. Our browser has opened up, and I've gone up into the address bar and I've typed in the URL to access the Nessus web interface. Now remember, this is HTTPS, so I've got to type that in along with the //localhost : the port number that Nessus needs to use, which is 8834. Now don't panic when you see that it's compiling plugins. This is what it's going to do before it allows us to go ahead and have access to begin our first scan. Took my machine about 5 to 7 minutes to compile those plugins, so do be patient when you log on to do your first scan. So I'm going to go ahead and type in my username and password. You can tell Firefox to go ahead and remember username and password. That'll log you in just a little bit quicker. So once we have logged into Nessus, we are presented with the My Scans page. Now to get started, we have to create a new scan. So we're going to go on over here to the right, and we're going to click on the New Scan button. From here, you'll see that there are a number of scanning templates that you can use. These are already pre-configured, and if you want to look for a particular type of scan, you'll probably find it in here. And now these are all configurable, and there are other Nessus templates that you can actually download from the internet for other things that you might have running on your network. So let's go ahead and click on the Advanced Scan. As I previously stated, these scanning templates are already pre-configured. They're actually a profile of the most common settings that you would find for that particular template. Now, in this case, we're using the Advanced Scan template. So all of the settings have already been configured for us. Now, what we have to do next is go down here to where it says Targets, and we have to type in the IP address for the range that we want Nessus to scan. We're going to need to get our network range. So to get this, I'm going to go ahead and minimize my Nessus window, and I'm going to open up a terminal. And at the terminal window, I'm going to type in ifconfig to check to see what the IP address is for this particular machine. So I'm going to type in ifconfig, and I'm going to scroll back up to the top, and I'm going to look for my Ethernet 0 adapter. My Ethernet 0 is configured for the network 192.168.0, and it has been assigned a host IP of 30. I'm going to go ahead and close this out. I'm going to go ahead and maximize my window here for Nessus, and I'm going to type in 192.168.0.1, and I'm going to scan the network range all the way up to 254. Now that's every possible IP address that is on this network. Scroll on down here to the bottom, and we're going to click on Save. I can give this scan a friendly name, and I'm going to call it Test. Scroll on back down, and I'm going to pull down this window here, and I'm going to select Launch. It's going to take a few minutes for Nessus to set itself up and go out and scan your local area network. And as it does, you're going to see that there's going to be some information that gets updated. You can click on the name of your scan anytime you want, and you can go look at the results. So I'm going to go ahead and launch over to the next page, and we're going to see that the test scan currently has no results, but let's give it some time. So as the scan results come in, you'll be able to see the IP address of the machine, and over to the right, you'll be able to get a breakout of exactly what vulnerabilities are currently present. So you can see that they are color-coded, so that red is critical, The orange is going to be high, yellow is medium, and then we have low and then info. Right now, all we have showing for this particular IP address are 2 informational messages. So you can click on the scan results and you can get more information about exactly what those informational messages are, or the critical or the high or whatever vulnerability has been discovered. So after 8 minutes, my Nessus scan has completed. And I want to remind everyone that when you type in that IP address for your networking range to scan, make sure that you don't have any spaces between the dash. So it identified the following machines on my network, and I can go in and I can look at the results. Let's look at the medium, see what's going on in here. Let's see, SMB signing not required, SSL certificate cannot be trusted, wrong host name, SSL self-signed certificate, it goes on and on. Then we get into the informational messages. So you can see that you can get a lot of information here, but if we click on any of these findings, for instance, I'm going to go in here, you can get all the information about this particular vulnerability, and then you can also find ways to mitigate it. All right. So you go over here, you can find all the information about when it was found and discovered and all that fun stuff. And you can scroll on down and you can get some information about the port that it runs on and how it was discovered. And you can also see all the different articles and the findings from Nessus, Samba.org, and Microsoft.com. You can see all these different organizations have something to say about this particular vulnerability. If you need to get back, just hit the back arrow and you're back to where you were. Now again, these results will vary, but this is actually a pretty cool thing. Now if you're on a real network where you've got routers and you've got firewalls and you've got all the servers and you've got all that fun stuff to scan, you're going to see a lot of interesting stuff in here. And that's going to tell you exactly where you can begin to do your vulnerability analysis. So if you happen to get lucky and find some criticals or highs on a client's network, not your own, then you're going to be able to actually do some actual pen testing. And again, when those results show up inside of the scan results, you just click on them. It's going to tell you exactly what you need to know to be able to exploit that particular vulnerability. So when we go into a client, we usually have a Pelican case, and inside that Pelican case we're going to have at least 5 or 6 different laptops, and each laptop is going to be configured with Ubuntu, and then Ubuntu is going to have all these different tools installed on it, such as Nessus. So you can see how we installed the container for Nessus using Cali. Well, we can do the same thing with Ubuntu. And I can have all those tools available to me on Ubuntu. Now that's because a lot of clients will get a little upset with you if you bring in Cali or some of these other hacking suites. So we normally build a clean install of Ubuntu, make sure it's updated, then we install our container for Nessus or Open Vpn or whatever it is we're creating a container for. That usually puts the client at ease, because when you walk into a bank or you walk into some place where the security is really tough, they're going to look at your laptops. So make sure that you've got everything dressed right, and don't think that you're going to bring your Apple machine or your Windows laptop onto somebody's work network, because that's not going to happen. Nobody's going to allow anybody to come in off of the street and just drop a laptop onto their network and begin scanning. That's because Windows is vulnerable. That's why it has a virus scanner. Same thing with Apple. We use Linux, and we use Linux exclusively for pen testing. So that's going to cover this short video presentation on how we go about conducting a Nessus scan on our network. So if you have any concerns or questions about any of the material that was covered in this short video presentation, don't hesitate to reach out and contact your instructor. And I'll see you in my next video. So in the second part of the Nessus vulnerability scan, we're going to see what we can do with the scan results. So I've scanned my network. I have found that I have a machine that is currently holding 5 severe, 1 critical, and a number of mediums. So what I want to do is I want to focus on those 5 criticals. Now normally in a pen testing situation, we don't go after everything. We identify the severes and the criticals. We put them in a list. We submit them to the CIO or whoever on the network can authorize us to go after those vulnerabilities. And then they pick the vulnerabilities they want us to go after. We go after those, and if we can confirm it, we put it in the report, and that's our justification. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go ahead and export this, the results. We're going to create a PDF. Now, I've already done this, so I'm going to go and I'm going to show you where the PDF is stored. So I'm going to go ahead and minimize this real quick. Go to my files, then I'm going to go to my downloads, and there's the report. I'll open this up, and it's kind of a nice executive summary. Some people wouldn't accept this to be as professional as it needs to be, but it's okay. It actually gives you a lot of information. Now, what we want here are the severe. We want the severe or the criticals so that we can look these up under Metasploit doing a search, and that's going to help us confirm our findings, and that's what we're going to do next. So for this demonstration, I'm going to use a well-known Microsoft security alert, which is the MS08-067. We kind of work on this in some other labs, but it's well known and I know that it's going to work. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this. What I'm going to do now is go ahead and close this out. I'm going to bring up a command prompt, and we're going to launch Metasploit. So at the prompt, I'm just going to type MSF console, and then I'm going to hit enter. And that begins the process of launching Metasploit. Metasploit is our go-to tool for all of our hacking and the exploitation of machines on our network. There are other machines or other tools that we can use, but we're mostly concerned with the MS console or Metasploit. This is the tool that's going to allow us to get the most bang for the buck. As always, before you conduct any pen test or you get out on the road and you start doing security auditing, make sure that your Cali and Metasploit and all your tools are always up to date. So once we have our scan results from Nessus, we want to take those and we want to look for Microsoft security bulletins up inside of Metasploit. These exploits are going to be using the same Microsoft security bulletin numbers with their title, and that's how we're going to find them up inside of Metasploit. So now I'm just going to go ahead and hit enter, and it's going to search the cache, and we'll see what it comes up with in just a moment. So your scan results can be for Server 2012, they can be for 2016, they can be for 2003, 2008, they can be for Linux. Now, regardless of what the scan results are for, if it comes with enough information about a Microsoft security bulletin, you can update your Metasploit, and then you can search to see if that Microsoft security bulletin has an exploit up inside of Metasploit available. Now we see that I was able to search the Microsoft security bulletin 08-067, and I came up with one. Now if I would like some information about this particular exploit, I can now type in the word info followed by the entire path of the exploit, and I'll get all the information I need. Let's go ahead and try that. So I type in info followed by the name of the actual exploit, and I'm going to go ahead and hit enter, and there it gives me some more information about the exploit that I can use in my report. So all this fun stuff that I'm seeing here is just stuff that I can add to my report. It gives me more ammo, you see. So it tells me all the targets that it's capable of exploiting. It gives me information about when it was founded, who the developer was, and the ranking. The ranking is very important. The ranking, it tells you whether or not the exploit works good, it works fine, it works great. You want great, okay? So we know that if this exploit has a great ranking, that we're going to have some success with it. And you can see that it goes all the way up to Server 2003, Windows 2000, besides XP. And so we can continue to exploit other machines with it, not just Windows XP. And it tells you the basic options. So we got to set the R host, which is the remote host, the remote machine. The port is already set for us. That is for SMB, which is port 445. And we also got to select the local host, okay? And we got to then select the payload. All right, we're going to do all that in just a moment. So you're going down your list of exploits, and now you want to see if you can actually get into the machine and compromise it or take it over using this wonderful exploit up inside of Metasploit. Well, that's fine. We're going to type in use, and now I'm going to right-click, and I'm going to paste the name again inside of the command prompt, and I'm going to hit enter. Notice that my prompt changes to show that I'm now using the exploit. Well, I want to know what the options are. If I want to look at the options again, I can use the show command. So I just type in show, I type in options, and I hit enter. And there they are. There's the remote host, there is the port, and that's just about all the information it's going to give us. But that's enough. Okay. So once we've done the show options, then we're going to do something else called show payloads, because we have to pick a payload for the exploit to deliver. In this case, we want to use the MetaPredator reverse shell. So we're going to scroll on down until we find the MetaPredator reverse shell payload. The payload we're going to use for this particular exploit is going to be the Windows MetaPredator reverse TCP payload. So I'm going to go ahead and highlight that. I want to go ahead and copy that because I'm going to paste that into the payload command. So I'm going to go back up here to my prompt, and you see we got the payloads. Let me go back down here to my prompt. Okay, now we're going to go ahead and set the remote host, and I'm going to use the set command. So we know we got some options to configure. The first one is the remote machine, so I'm going to go ahead and type in set, and I'm going to type in our host. Now, I'm also going to give it the IP address of this remote host. So I'm going to type in 192.168.145.135. Okay. Now I'm going to go ahead and hit enter, and the remote host is now set. Now I need to set for the local host. This is the IP address of my Cali machine. So as I've done with every pen test and with every exploit, and with every lab, I always confirm my network connectivity. And I know that my IP address for my local host is .132. So I'm going to type in set localhost, that is lhost. And now I'm going to follow that up with 192.168.145.132. That is the IP address of my Cali machine. The 135 is the target that I want to exploit. I'll go ahead and hit enter. Now I'm going to use the set payload command, and I'm going to type in or copy and paste the payload I want to use. Now once I've done that, I just go ahead and hit enter. Now all we got to do is type in exploit. And if everybody is where they need to be on the network, that is to say my target, and everything is configured correctly, we will get a MetaPredator prompt when this is over with. So I'm going to type in exploit, and I'm going to hit enter, and it starts up, and we'll see what happens here with this particular exploit. And it succeeded successfully. So now I am actually on the remote machine, and I can see this by just typing in shell to get a command prompt. Now, that is the command prompt of Windows XP, and that is not a Cali prompt, okay? and I can actually go in and I can use whatever commands I want at this point and exploit and take over this Windows XP machine. But what I've done here is I have done a proof of concept that yes, the machine actually is vulnerable for MS-08-067 Microsoft Bulletin. That's what we've done. And so what I would do is I would copy, or I would actually take a screenshot of this, and I would copy and paste this into my report so that the client would actually see that, yes, I do have a problem with a critical vulnerability up here on that Windows XP machine. And of course, if you go back into the results, you can click on that particular vulnerability and you can get a solution on how to fix it. This is also part of what we do for the client when we do a pen test, or we're the network administrator, or we're the office manager, or whatever it is what we are. If we click on the bulletin, it'll probably take us out and give us the link for the Microsoft download patch, or it'll tell us how to get to it. Okay, and that's what we need. And there are the patches right here. All right, so we can get down and we can download the update, the critical update that we need to fix that vulnerability. All right, so that's all the time I got for this short video presentation. But now you should know that if you do a Nessus scan, you can fire up Metasploit and you can search for those vulnerabilities. I only searched for one, but you're free to search for as many of those vulnerabilities that you want to find up inside of Metasploit, and that's how we do it. Greetings, and in this short video presentation we're going to see how we go about installing Open Vpn using a Docker's container. So the first thing we're going to need to do is to update our Cali installation. I've gone ahead and typed in app space get space update, and I get this warning about an invalid signature. Well, we can fix that real easy. From the lab file, I'm just going to right click and paste in the command. This is the wget command. And it's going to go out and it's going to get a new updated key. Let's go ahead and see how this works. And it comes back and it says OK. Now we can run that update one more time, and this time it should work. Once we've done the app-get update, we can go ahead and do the app-get upgrade. I'm going to go ahead and hit enter, and in just a moment it's going to come back and ask me, do I want to continue? I'll type in Y for yes, and I'll hit enter. And once it's done upgrading, we'll come back and continue on with the lab. Once we've completed the update and the upgrade, we can now move on to creating a snapshot of our current configuration. To do this, we just go to Machine, and we just select from the context menu, Take Snapshot. Give it a friendly name, and then just select OK. The option to take a snapshot is only available inside of the Virtualbox. If you need to take a snapshot inside of the VMware, you need the Workstation Pro version, not the free player. To install Docker, we're going to use a script, and we're going to build it using nano. So I've typed in nano space docker underscore install.sh, and that's the name of the file we're going to create. I hit enter. I now have a blank text file. I'm now going to copy and paste the contents of this script from my lab file into this blank text file. I'm now going to save the contents of this new sh file that we created by doing a Control X. Then when it asks me if I want to save the changes, I will type in Y and I will hit enter. I need to next make this script executable. To do this, I'm going to do the chmod command space the +, small letter X space docker underscore install.sh. Go ahead and hit enter. And it returns back to my prompt letting me know that the command completed successfully. If we type in ls at our prompt, we can see everything that's available inside of our root directory. You'll see that I have a docker underscore install.sh file that is colored green. This means that it is an executable. I'm going to go ahead and type in sh space docker underscore install.sh. I'm going to hit enter, and now I'm going to run this script. So we've completed the installation very quickly using that script file. Now we're going to go ahead and check our installation of Docker to make sure that it is working correctly. To check and see if our Docker installation is installed correctly, we can use the following command. We can use the docker space run space hello world command to check and see if it is properly working. And it comes back and it lets you know that from Docker it says hello. From Docker, this message shows that your installation appears to be working correctly. With our Docker program securely installed, we're now ready to install OpenVAS as a container. In my prompt, I've typed in the following command, docker space run space dash small letter D space dash letter P space 443:443 space dash dash name space OpenVAS space Mike Splain /OpenVAS. I'm going to go ahead and hit enter. Now this is a normal error message. It says it can't find it locally. It looks locally first to see if you downloaded the container, but if it doesn't find it, it just goes out to the Docker site or wherever the download is located, and it pulls it down from there. And with that one command, OpenVAS is installed. In this next part of the lab, we're going to see how we go about updating the NVT files that OpenVAS uses to scan your network for vulnerabilities. Now for us to update these NVT files for OpenVAS, we have to be inside the OpenVAS container. So I've typed in docker space exec space dash IT space OpenVAS space bash. We'll go ahead and hit enter. In just a moment, we'll have a different prompt. Now I'm up inside of the root of my OpenVAS using this terminal. We're next going to tell OpenVAS to go ahead and connect and update and sync its NVT files with the Greenboon server. So I'm going to go ahead and hit enter. Now you'll see that it's going to go out, and it does delete some files and it downloads others. The Greenboon server has a database of over 50,000 of these NVT files, and they get updated and replaced quite often. So from time to time, you will want to go ahead and update your NVT files for your installation of OpenVAS. The next command we're going to use is the OpenVAS MD, or the service for OpenVAS, and we're going to type in OpenVAS MD space dash dash rebuild space dash progress. Now this is going to take a little time, so do be patient with it. Now if you don't see nothing at the prompt, just be patient. I had to redo the command and add another dash to the last part of this command for progress. So I'm going to go ahead and hit enter one more time. Now again, as it rebuilds this NVT cache, it can take some time, but you just got to watch the prompt. From time to time, you'll see that it does this little turning of a stick, and after it gets done, it will come back to the prompt, but you have to be patient. This next command, greenbone-cert-data-sync, this command will update and sync the cert database. So I'm going to go ahead and hit enter, and in just a moment it's going to come back to the prompt, but until it does, do not interrupt it. I type in our next command, which is greenbone-scat-data-sync, and I'm going to go ahead and hit enter. And again, you have to be patient and wait for the return of the root prompt. We have another OpenVAS MD command to run. This time it's OpenVAS MD space dash dash update space dash dash verbose space dash dash progress. I'm going to go ahead and hit enter. And again, you're going to have to be patient and wait for this cache to. This next command is to restart the OpenVAS manager. So I've typed in /etc/init:/OpenVAS-manager space restart. This happens very quickly. Comes back letting me know that the manager was restarted. Now this next one that we have to run is pretty much the same command, only it's the scanner. So I'm going to go ahead and back this off, and I'm going to type in scanner, like so. Now I'm going to run this command one more time, and again it comes back letting me know that it restarted the scanner. Now that pretty much wraps up the installation using a Docker container for OpenVAS. Pretty slick, and you save a lot of time. This whole process probably took me just a little over 30 minutes. Even with the updating of Cali and all, it was still a much easier process than trying to manually install and update OpenVAS. If you're wondering, is there a container for Nessus? Yes, there is, but it's very convoluted, and that's because the good people at Tenable Security that make Nessus have not really came up with their own way of handling or working with containers yet. So the scripts and the updates and everything has to be changed all the time. So that makes it pretty unbearable. So that concludes this short video presentation on how we go about installing a VAS using a Docker container. In our next video, you're going to go ahead and use OpenVAS to perform a scan of your network devices. And I'll see you in my next video. Greetings. In a new short video presentation, we're going to see how we go about conducting a vulnerability scan of our network using OpenVAS. So there's a couple of things we have to do to get ready here. One of those is make sure that our machine is configured for bridge networking. So I'm going to go up to a machine, go into settings, look at my network, and make sure that I have a bridge adapter. That's if you want to scan your entire home network. If you're not worried about it, then don't change it from NAT to bridge. Just leave it alone. Next thing we have to do is find out our network IP for this network. Now I'm currently sitting on 192.168.0, and that is my network IP. The .30, that just represents the IP address assigned to my Cali machine. Alright, so now we can go ahead and get started. So the next thing we want to do is go ahead and open up a browser, and we're going to go on over to our OpenVAS user interface, which is actually a web page. And to get up in here, I'm going to type in https://192.168.0. Oh, I'm sorry. I can do that, but let's do it like this. I'm going to type in //. I'm going to use my loopback 127.0.0.1. And you'll notice that it says the connection is not secure. That's normal because it can't verify the certificate. So it doesn't know who actually created the certificate, and it doesn't care. It just says that the connection is not secured. So we're going to make an exception. To do this, we're going to click on the Advanced tab, and then we're going to go down here and we're going to click on where it says Add Exception. On this next page, we're going to confirm the security exception. And now we have our logon page for OpenVAS. Now the username and the password is in the lab, but I will tell you that for this container, when you use a container to install OpenVAS, the username and password is admin. So I've typed in that username and password, admin and admin. Now I'm going to log in. You can tell it to remember if you like, if you're going to use this quite a bit. And that brings us up to the dashboard. So I'm going to show you how to conduct a scan real quick of your network. And we begin by just going over here to scans, and we're going to go and create a new task. And then it tells us that we can go ahead and use the task wizard. So we're going to go ahead and close this out, and we're going to head on over here to the task wizard. And it's going to take us through the process of actually creating a task to scan our network. So I'm going to go ahead and get rid of that 172, and I'm going to type in 192.168.0.0/24. So again, I'm telling it that everything is filled up all the way through the first 3 octets. The only octet I want you to worry about is that last 8 bits, which is the .0 on the end. And I want you to find all the IP addresses that are assigned to devices on this network and scan them. So let's go ahead and start a scan. Just go ahead and click the Start Scan button. So the task has been requested, and it's going to take a little while for it to create it. Once the task is created, this is going to change the status. Once the status changes, then we'll actually start scanning. And when it does, we can go over to the actual results in real time and watch those scans come in. So you've just seen the status change to a percentage. Now this means that we can go ahead and go on over and we can see the scan results as they're coming in, but right now there's nothing there. So we're going to go ahead and be patient, and we're going to wait for it to scan my network and then come back and tell me what devices have certain vulnerabilities. Now be patient with this scan. The page for this dashboard is going to refresh automatically every so many seconds to let you know what changes are actually happening with your status. So if you don't see it changing, it's because it can take a while for it to get any good results. Remember now, it's scanning for 254 IP addresses. Your IP address may be somewhere in there, but it's going to take a while for it to get. Additionally, in our last video, you saw how we updated Open VAS. And we updated a lot of those network vulnerability test scripts. A lot. So all that is being looked at for every IP address that is alive on the network. So that can take a little while to go through. So my scan is now up to 61%. It doesn't look like there's a lot going on in here, but we'll go ahead and click it and see what's going on with our report. So we're going to get on over here to the actual status page, and you'll see that I've got some mediums, and it's my DCE RPC service, and there's also some lows, some TCP timestamps. That's not a big deal. This severity here, we can take a look at that real quick. If we click on this, it's more information about this particular vulnerability, and we can see exactly what it is. Now, the good thing about these reports is that if you are lucky enough, you may get an idea of how to solve it or how to fix it. So the solution, mitigation, filter incoming traffic to this port is the answer. That's what it says. But we have a port 49157, 155, and some other ports here that it's saying vulnerability detection results for this particular service, this MSRPC service, running on this host via the TCP protocol. So it says that I'm vulnerable to an attack with these particular ports available. So you can either use your browser back button, or you can just go to scans and go to task. Either one will take you back to the home page there. And if you want to see what's going on here with your scan, you'll see that we're looking at approximately 66% of it being completed. You have your host IP addresses over here, and you can click on these. Let's see what happens. We should get a report for this machine, and we do. So let's see, not a lot going on here, but the scan hasn't completed yet. So all the information won't be available to us until we get a complete scan. Again, I can go up here to scans, I can click on task, it'll take me back over, and I can look at the scan results as they come in. So my scan has completed, and I now have a status of done, and I also have a report. And over here you can see that I have one medium reported, a lot of informationals, and no severities, no high severity found. Now, to look at the actual results, I want to see the report. To see the report, I go over here, and underneath where it says report, I just click on the number. That's going to take me over to the next page in just a moment. There we go. Now, you'll see that we have this one medium over here, and we have it listed over here as well. So we can look at the scan results for the entire scan by clicking on the task, and you'll see that it comes up and it tells you everything you want to know about this particular scan, such as how long it took, 16 minutes, 29 seconds. It found 51 results. Any notes that you might have wanted to add, you could. Overrides, if there were any. And now we can return back on over to our previous page. As far as scans go, we're not having much luck here finding some good vulnerabilities to be able to attack or exploit. But that can be a good thing and that can be a bad thing depending on which hat you're wearing. Again, we're looking at the results of this scan, and it's pretty complete. With the scan results, we can go over here and click on the medium to see what this pops up. Not a lot of information here. We've got just this graph to look at, and that's about it. Now we have the IP addresses, and we're looking at those machines, and in particular the type of severity. On this page here, we can look at the IP addresses of the machines that were scanned and the severity of the vulnerabilities that were found. And again, if you'd like to have some more information about each one of these vulnerabilities that were discovered, just click on the vulnerability itself, and you'll take it on over to the next page where you'll find out all about it. Well, as you can see, OpenVAS is pretty intuitive. You can spend 5 or 10 minutes with it and you'd know all about it. There's not a lot that's going on in here. We have one scan as opposed to 50 different scans that Nessus offers us. But it's a good scanner. It does a good job. And the best part about it is it's open source and it's free. Okay, that concludes this short video presentation on how we go about conducting a vulnerability scan of our network using OpenVAS. And if you have any concerns or any questions about the content of this video or the lab, don't hesitate to reach out and contact your instructor. And I'll see you in my next video. Greetings, and in this short video presentation we're going to see how we go about using Metasploit to launch a DOS attack against a Windows XP machine. Metasploit is an all-around hacking suite of tools that comes with Cali Linux. It is used by Pentesters and hackers alike. Metasploit comes with various exploits and payloads, similar to commercial applications costing thousands of dollars, and an example of that would be Core Impact. So as with every lab, before we get too far along, let's make sure that we have network connectivity between our Cali machine and our target, which is our XP host. So I verified that I do have an IP address assigned to my Ethernet 0 adapter on my Cali machine. And that IP address is 192.168.145.133. Now this is my IP address, not yours. Your IP address will differ. Let's go on over to my Windows XP machine and let's check out the IP address assigned to it. The IP address assigned to my Windows XP machine is 192.168.145.131. Alright, so now let's go back over to Cali and we're going to ping that IP address. If both of these machines are on the same network, sharing the same network ID, they should be able to see each other and this ping should be successful. And I get back nothing but positive responses. So I can do a Control-C, break that sequence, and now we're ready to continue on with the lab. A couple of caveats that we have to take care of before we get too far along. One of those is make sure that your Windows firewall on the Windows XP machine is disabled. Secondly, make sure that RDP is enabled on the remote target. So mine says that no firewall is turned on, and if I click on my Start button, I right-click on my computer, I go to Properties, and I go to Remote, you'll see that the box is checked to allow users to connect remotely to this computer. We're good to go. On my Cali machine, I have typed in the command clear on my terminal, and that's going to give me a clean terminal to start work with. And we are now ready to begin the lab. So for grins and giggles, we can treat this as if this was the first time I've ever seen this network. And I need to find out what machines are running on this network and what their operating systems are. I also like to find out what services or ports are currently open on those machines. So I can type in 192.168.145.0/24 to scan the entire network. Or in this case, since I already know that my Windows XP has the host IP of 131, we can preclude all that. And we can just get to the lab itself and do the nmap space dash, small letter S, capital V, and the IP address of the host I want to scan, which is 131. So I'm going to go ahead and hit enter, and in just a moment the results of this scan will come back to me. So if I had done the network scan, every machine on the network that was available and connected to the same network, I would have got results back telling me what the operating system was, what the ports were, and what services were running, along with their IP address. Now in this case, we know that this is an XP machine, and we can confirm that because when I use this S capital V switch with Nmap, it looks for the OS. It tries to identify the OS, and it comes back and it tells you what it believes the operating system is. It doesn't always work, but a lot of times it does. Nmap also provides me with the ports and the services that are currently running on this remote target. This is going to allow me to determine what exploits I can run. So currently I have a couple of ports that I'm interested in. The first one is this SMB service that is running on port 445. The other one is RDP, which is using port 3389. Again, I've cleared my terminal screen so that I have a clean working area, and now I'm going to go ahead and launch the Metasploit. We're going to do that by typing in MSF console, and in just a moment Metasploit will start up. To see all the exploits that are currently available up inside of Metasploit, I can type in show exploits, and it'll bring up an entire list of all the exploits that are available to me. Notice that all of these exploits are also rated by how successful they are. You either get a normal, an average, or a great. But in this case, I have a particular exploit that I want to find. Now I can try to scroll through all of these hundreds of exploits looking for this particular one, but I can also use the search feature. So I can type in search and the information that describes the exploit. In this case, it's the Microsoft Security Bulletin 12-020. And if I hit enter, in just a moment, it's going to do a search and come up with this particular exploit. This module exploits the Microsoft 12-020 RDP vulnerability, which allows for remote code execution when an attacker sends a sequence of specifically crafted RDP packets to an affected system. By default, the Remote Desktop Protocol RDP is not enabled on any Windows operating system. So, systems that do not have RDP enabled are not at risk. So to see the effects of this denial of service attack on this Windows XP target, we need to have the Windows XP open because it's going to happen very quickly. So what I've done here is I have stacked my two operating systems, Cali and Windows XP, side by side. And I did this by going down to my taskbar and right-clicking, and then I said, Show Windows Stack. That brings both of them into the one monitor side by side. We're now ready to begin this denial of service attack. Now to do this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this particular exploit right here. I'm just going to say copy. I'm going to go down here and I'm going to type in use. And now I'm just going to right click and I'm going to paste. Once that's done, all I have to do is hit enter, and you'll notice that my prompt changes to let me know that I'm now using that exploit. This is a very simple exploit. So to see the options that I must configure, I can just type in show options. And you'll see that it says the remote host must be configured. Remote port 3389 is already set for us. So I'm going to go ahead and set the remote host IP address for this particular exploit. So this is a good time to confirm that this is the IP address of your target. There's nothing wrong with going over and finding the IP address for this particular machine, because we only want to do this once. We don't want to be banging our head on the keyboard 3 or 4 times because we typed in the wrong IP address. I'm ready now to hit enter, and it lets me know that the remote host IP address has been set. We're now ready to bring down our Windows XP machine using this denial of service attack. To do this, I'm just going to go ahead and run the exploit by using the exploit command. I'm going to go ahead and hit enter. Now you have to keep your eyes on the Windows XP target because this happens very quickly. and the Windows XP machine are rebooted. In this short video presentation, you got to see how easy it was to create a denial of service attack onto a Windows XP target using the Metasploit framework. That concludes this short video presentation, and if you have any questions or concerns about the contents of this video or the lab, please do not hesitate to reach out and contact your instructor, and I'll see you in my next video. Greetings, and in this short video presentation, we're going to see how we go about establishing a VNC shell using MetaPredator. For this lab, I'll be using one virtual install of Cali Linux, and I will have a victim or a target of Windows XP. As with every cyber offense lab, we want to make sure that we confirm that we have network connectivity before starting the lab. To do this, I'm going to go to each one of my machines. I'm going to find the IP address, and then I'm going to do a ping between one machine to the other. So I'm going to start with Cali, and up on my Cali machine I've opened up a terminal, I've typed in ifconfig, I have located the Ethernet 0 adapter and the IP address that is assigned to it. I then go on over to my Windows XP machine, I type in ipconfig at the command prompt, and I check and find what IP address it has been assigned to. Over here on my Windows XP machine, I want to ensure that my firewall is disabled, automatic updates are not going to happen, and there's no virus protection installed. Go ahead and close that out. Next thing we have to do is go over here and click on our Start button. Let's go to My Computer, right click, go to Properties, and we're going to go to Remote, and we're going to allow users to connect remotely to this computer. And we're going to say apply, say OK. I've now returned back over to my Cali machine where I'm going to run a ping from my Cali on over to my Windows XP machine to ensure that I have network connectivity. So I'm going to go ahead and hit enter, and you'll notice we start getting those good replies. To break the sequence, I'm just going to type in Control-C. Brings you back to my command prompt. I can now go ahead and just type in clear. That clears the terminal. And now we can conduct an end. So we're going to treat this Windows XP box as if we know nothing about it. And what we're going to do to help us discover what's going on with our XP target is we're going to run an nmap. And we're going to look for services and ports that are going to help us determine what is vulnerable. So I've typed in nmap space dash small letter S capital V space the IP address of the target, which in this case is my 131 or my Windows XP machine. I'm going to go ahead and hit enter, and in just a moment it's going to come back up with those good results. So I see a couple of things that I'm interested in. First thing is the SMB port that's open, that is for port 445. Then we have the 3389, which is for remote desktop. Now I can see both of these are available, and I know that both of these are pretty vulnerable. So we're going to go ahead and begin our exploitation of this machine. We can go ahead and clear the screen. Now what I need to establish here is a MetaPredator session between my Cali machine and the Windows XP target. To do this, I'm going to use a well-known exploit, which is the Microsoft Security Bulletin 08_067 Net API. Now this is located up inside of the MS console. So let's go ahead and get busy. We're going to start by launching Metasploit. So I've cleared my terminal, and we're back up to the terminal prompt where I've typed in MSF console, and this is going to launch a Metasploit for us. So let's go ahead and hit enter, and in just a moment Metasploit will open up. So Metasploit has completed loading up, and we're now at the Metasploit prompt, and we're now ready to begin using that wonderful exploit for establishing our reverse shell and getting a MetaPredator session going on with our Windows XP target. And for this, we're going to be using a well-known exploit, which is Microsoft 08_067_ Net API. This is a well-known exploit for exploiting a vulnerability with SMB on a Windows XP machine that has not been patched. So we're going to go ahead and type in the use command, and follow that up with the exploit that we want to use. This is a Windows exploit. It is for SMB, and this is the exploit that we want to use. So we're going to go ahead and hit enter, and notice that my prompt changes to let me know that we have loaded the correct exploit. So that the exploit knows where to attack or where it needs to go, we need to configure some options. To know what options that need to be configured for any exploit, we just type in show options, and we see that what is required is that the remote host has to be set up, the port 445 has to be established, and we need the SMB pipe browser. Now the only one we need to concern ourselves with is for the remote host. So let's go ahead and set up the target IP address for the remote host real quick. I've now set the remote host option using the IP address of my Windows XP target. Now this is why it's so important that we establish that we do have network connectivity before we start these labs. Because if it's going to fail, this is where it's going to happen. And normally it just fails because there's just a lack of connectivity between Cali and the target. So I'm going to go ahead and hit enter, and my remote host has been set. We're now ready to launch the payload for this exploit, which is the MetaPredator payload. And I'm at the prompt, I'm going to type in exploit. And if I hit enter, it's now going to try to establish that connection with our Windows XP machine. And we know we have a connection when it comes back and it gives us the MetaPredator prompt. Now that we have this reverse shell established between Cali and our Windows XP target, we can go ahead and run some checks. So first check we want to run is just a check for a virtual machine. And it goes over to our target machine and it wants to know if it's a virtual machine. Checking if target is a virtual machine, and this is a VMware virtual machine. So we now know that this is not a physical machine, it is a virtual machine. We can also check to see if there are any countermeasures in place. Now this is going to tell us if there's anything that could be blocking or in our way of stopping our attack onto this Windows XP machine. So we'll go ahead and run this, looking at the firewall configuration, and it tells us that everything's disabled, which is cool. So we're ready to move on to our next step here, which is run get local subnets. So we're going to take a look at that real quick. So there's a lot of fun you can have with these MetaPredator commands and get used to using them, because they will give you a wealth of information. And we see what subnet is available, and the only subnet that we have is the 145 subnet, so that came back correct. And now we can do a get applications list, and this is going to show us what applications are actually installed and running on our Windows XP target. So if there's some type of exploit that might be available for a certain application, this might be a way to detect it. So when you need to establish a reverse shell and you just need to have it right now, you can use this exploit if it is available on the target machine to establish that reverse shell using MetaPredator. We've had some fun with MetaPredator, but now it's time to move on. So at the MetaPredator prompt, I'm going to go ahead and type in quit, and that's going to take me back to my Metasploit console. We're going to run another payload, and this time we're going to try to establish a VNC connection. VNC is pretty much comparable to the remote desktop protocol. It's the same thing. It allows us to establish that remote desktop experience from our Cali machine. So we're going to go ahead and just type in here. I'm going to copy and paste this. Set the payload. Move this over here just a little bit to establish the VNC inject using reverse underscore TCP. So I'm going to go ahead and hit enter, and it lets us know that the payload has been loaded for us. We haven't exported it yet, but we're getting ready to. First thing we got to do again is do what? Show those options, right? So let's do some show options, find out what we have to configure. First thing we have to do is set the IP address for the VNC host, which is my Cali machine. So we're going to type in the word set, and we're going to follow that up with VNC host and the IP address of my Cali machine, which is 19, and we're going to hit enter. The local host is already set. but I do need to establish the remote host again. So I'm going to type in set our host and the IP address of my remote target, which is 192.168.145.131. And I'm going to hit enter. Now I've established that the remote host and its IP address is .131. So that we have full control of the remote session using VNC and not just the ability to view, we're going to set the view only option to false. So I've typed in set view only to false, hit enter. We're now ready to see if we can establish that VNC remote desktop. And to do this, at the prompt, I'm just going to type in exploit to launch the payload. Give it a second, and you'll see now that we do have access to the Windows XP desktop remotely from my Cali machine. So now you can have complete run of this Windows XP machine remotely. And to show you how this works is I'm just going to go click on the start button here on my Windows XP box. I'm doing this remotely from my Cali machine. Right click on my computer, go to manage, and that goes up into computer management. From here I can go to the local users and groups, and for instance I can right click on the administrator's password and I can set a new password if I so desire. Now it's up to you if you want to set the password. Just remember what you set it to, alright? And let's not forget that this is also great for troubleshooting if you're doing some type of help desk. So when you're all done playing around with your Windows XP in the remote desktop session using the VNC viewer, you can go up here to the top where it's your taskbar and you have the VNC viewer present. Just pull down that arrow and then you can click on the quit. That also closed out my Metasploit session, but that's not a big deal. I go back to the prompt and I relaunch Metasploit, and I'll be back up inside of this same exploit in just a moment. Now we're going to use our up arrows and pull up our history and show the exploit that we want to run here. We've got a lot of things to do here. So again, we're going to use the Windows SMB exploit. Give it a moment. It's going to load it. And we use our up arrow, set the remote host, and we're ready to go ahead and run the exploit one more time. Again, I'm just using my up arrows. And in just a moment, we'll have that MetaPredator session reestablished back with our Windows XP target, and there it is. So we can see what processes are running on our target machine just by typing in PS at the MetaPredator prompt. And it lets us know what those processes are and what their process IDs are. So now we've established what processes are running on our Windows XP target, we want to disguise, or we want to take over one of the processes that is running under the administrator account so that we get complete administrative access to the machine. To do this, we're going to migrate our MetaPredator session over to another process. We're going to swap processes. In this case, I'm going to swap processes with Windows Explorer.exe, and that process ID is 1576. So if I just type in enter or hit enter, in just a moment MetaPredator is going to change processes from 1012 over to 1576. So I was getting a timeout error when I tried to migrate from one process to the next for my MetaPredator. We know that the administrator account is needed to run the process Explorer.exe. I would like to migrate this process ID on over to MetaPredator so that it has full administrative access to Windows XP. So I have confirmed that it is a problem with the particular build that you're using for Cali. So I'm on a different build that has not been updated recently, and I'm running the migrate command and it works just fine. So we're going to go on and continue the lab from here. So we're now going to commence with launching a keylogger onto Windows XP, and we're going to capture anything that gets typed into any program up on that Windows XP target. We can monitor that from our Cali machine using this MetaPredator session. So I'm going to type in the command keyscan_start, hit enter, and it's starting the keystroke sniffer. Now I'm going to go to my Windows XP machine, and I'm just going to open up Notepad, and if I type in anything up here inside of Notepad, I can capture this on over on my Cali machine. So I'm going to type in my secret password, just like that. And now I can return on over to my Cali machine, and we can now capture this information. So at my MetaPredator prompt, I have typed in keyscan_dump. If I hit enter, it's going to come up and it's going to tell me or show me everything that was typed into Notepad. For this next step of the lab, I'm going to go to my Windows XP machine, close out this Notepad, and I'm going to log off, and then we're going to log on and capture my password that I used to log on with. So I'm now back over here onto my Cali machine, and this time we're going to do the same thing that we did before. If you got kicked out after you logged off of the Windows XP machine, just go back to your Metasploit prompt and type in exploit, and you'll reestablish that MetaPredator session one more time. So again, we're going to change processes, and we're looking for the WinLogin. So I'm going to scroll up here until I find WinLogin, and we're going to change our MetaPredator session over to the WinLogin process so that we can capture what's ever typed in for our password on our Windows XP machine. And we see that the process ID is 624. So I'm going to go down here. I'm going to type in migrate 624 and hit enter. So it comes back and it lets me know that that command completed successfully. So I'm going to use my up arrows and try to get to that key scan start again. So we're going to start the key scan one more time, and we're watching, we're listening, and we're waiting for somebody to try to log into that Windows XP machine. So I'm going to go over to my Windows XP machine. I'm now going to type in the password, and it's going to log me on. And I'm going to go back on over here to my XP box, and we're going to do the dump. And you'll see that the password that I used to log into that Windows XP machine was captured. So even though it is recommended that we always update Cali and make sure that we have the latest and the greatest files and fixes and patches for Metasploit, it's not always going to be that way. Sometimes the developers are going to skip over things, and they're not going to see that some of their commands get broke, as we witnessed with our MetaPredator prompt. So be aware of that. When that happens, you just got to go back to a previous version of Cali and see if it works with the older version. In this short video presentation, we got to see how we can use the Metasploit console to establish a MetaPredator session using a well-known exploit against an SMB vulnerability that has not been patched. Now, a lot of these exploits will work across multiple operating systems, not just Windows XP. SMB is SMB. If it hasn't been patched, then it'll work on Windows 2008, 2003. It may even work on a newer operating system. If you have any questions or concerns about the contents of this video and or the lab, please do not hesitate to reach out and contact your instructor. And I'll see you in my next video. Greetings, and in this short video presentation we're going to see how we go about using MetaPredator to backdoor a Windows XP target. So with every virtual lab that we do up here inside of this course, we need to first confirm network connectivity. So on my Cali machine, I have done an ifconfig. I have located my Ethernet 0 adapter, and I have confirmed that I have an IP address ending in 133. So I'm over here on my Windows XP machine, and I see that I'm on the same network, and I have an IP address of 131. Now I'm going to go back on over here, and I'm going to ping that 131 to see if I get a confirmation that these two machines are seeing each other. So at my terminal on my Cali machine, I have typed in ping, and I give it the IP address of my Windows XP target. I'm going to go ahead and hit enter, and it comes back with positive responses. I can go ahead and hit Control-C to break the sequence, and we're back to the root prompt. So at the prompt, I type in clear, and that cleans up my terminal so I get a nice clean working space. And now we're ready to proceed on with the lab. Now, if I was new to this network and I didn't know about my Windows XP machine, I would go ahead and just run Nmap, and I would scan the entire subnet and looking for targets or potential targets. You're free to go ahead and do an Nmap scan of your entire subnet. Nothing wrong with that. I'm going to go ahead and move forward and just do the Windows XP target machine. So I've typed in nmap space -A, the IP address of my Windows XP target. I'm going to go ahead and hit enter, and in just a moment it's going to come back with some good results. That was a long nmap scan, and we come back and we look at the results. Now what happened here was I got tired of waiting, so I thought maybe it was hung up, so I just hit enter. Well, when you do that with nmap, it comes up and it tells you what's going on in the background and how long it's going to take and how much time is remaining, all that fun stuff. So you can hit enter, you can get a status update on your nmap scan. So it tells me that the ports are currently open that I need, such as 445, 3389, comes up with the MAC address, lets me know that it's running the VMware virtual machine. We also got some other information down here, such as the type, which is what we're interested in. We need to know this. So the target machine in this case is XP, running SP2, and it is the professional version. So after I've got my results with that nmap scan, I'm pretty satisfied with the results. I'm going to go ahead and clear the terminal one more time. And at this new prompt, I'm just going to type in MSF console. I'm going to go ahead and hit enter. This is going to start Metasploit. I need to create a Metapredator session with this Windows XP target. So I'm going to use my old standby for creating a reverse shell. And that is the MS08_067_ net API. Now to do this, at the MSF prompt, I'm going to type in the use command followed by the exploit that I want to use, which is located in Windows, the SMB folder, and it's called MS08_067_ net API. I'm going to go ahead and hit enter with that. And in just a moment, my prompt's going to change, letting me know that I've now loaded the exploit. We can use the show options command to see what options need to be attended to before we can get into this Metapredator session. So I've done a show options, and it tells me that the remote host must be set. The port 445 is already up and running, and we already have an SM pipe coming over to our browser. So I'm going to go ahead and do a set remote host and type in the IP address for my Windows XP target. There's no shame in confirming anything, so if you're having any doubt or any trepidation about what is the IP address of your Windows XP machine, go check and come back and type it in correctly. You don't want to have to do this 3 or 4 times. I'm going to go ahead and hit enter, and my remote host has now been set to the IP address for my Windows XP target. With everything looking good, I'm now ready to establish that reverse shell that I need for my Metapredator session with my Windows XP target. I'm going to type in exploit and hit enter. And in just a moment, it's going to establish that session for me. And we know the session established correctly because I now have a Metapredator prompt. To run some DOS commands using the command prompt on the Windows XP remotely using my Metapredator session, I can type in shell, and I will establish a connection over to that Windows XP machine using a DOS prompt. We can use the netsh command along with some additional syntax to check out what operational mode our firewall is in on the remote target. So I've typed in netsh space firewall space show space op mode. And if I hit enter, in just a moment it's going to come up and show me the status of the firewall. Now currently it's disabled. But you can also use the netsh command to not only disable it, but if you're a Windows administrator, you can use this command on the command prompt of any Windows machine to turn on the Windows firewall. If we enable the firewall, it will disable our session, so we're not going to do that. So at the Windows prompt, I typed exit to get me back to the Metapredator prompt so that I could run my next command. This next command is going to allow me to look at all the options I have for setting the username and password for the remote desktop. So I'm going to go ahead and hit enter. Give it a second here. We can see that the -U sets the username and that the -P sets the password. So we're going to go ahead and finagle us a little bit of a command here. And you can use any username and password you want. Just remember what it is. So I'm going to right click in here. I'm going to go ahead and paste what's in the lab. And we're going to run the get GUI, and we're going to give it a space a -u, and the username I'm going to log on with is MadDog, and I'm going to give it another space, and the password I'm going to use is hacked. I'm going to go ahead and hit enter. Now it tells you a lot of information here on this terminal, and you've got to pay attention because we have a cleanup script that's going to remove this user MadDog and get rid of the password that we set for MadDog. So make sure that you type in the following when you're all done and you want to clean up your mess or your tracks. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to right click and I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to bring me up a text file. And on this text file here, I'm just going to go ahead and paste this, and now I'm just going to minimize it. And now when I'm all done and I want to clean up my tracks, I can use this helpful script that'll do all the work for me. We're all done with MetaPredator, and we're all done with Metasploit. So we can just type in exit twice, type it in one more time. That brings us back to a prompt, and you can type in clear, and now you'll have a clear terminal to work with. So I've cleared my terminal one more time, and we're now ready to establish that remote desktop session with my Windows XP target. So I've typed in R desktop space -u, my username MadDog space -p, my password of hack space the IP address of the target. Let's go ahead and see if we can now get some connectivity going here. And our remote desktop session pops up, and it lets me know that the administrator has disconnected from the computer. Do you want to continue? I say yes. Now you have to be patient because it's going to take a few minutes for it to acknowledge some messages that are popping up over there on the XP machine. But once that happens, you will get your remote desktop. So I'm now in to my Windows XP target using RDP from my Cali machine, and I pretty much have the run of this machine as an administrator, and I can do whatever I want. So I'm going to go up here to my taskbar, and I'm going to find the RD desktop. I'm going to go ahead and quit. That brings me back to my prompt. I'm now going to go back into my MetaPredator session, and we're now going to clean up my mess that we created over there on the Windows XP target using that script. So remember, I'm just using my up arrows as I'm going through here, and I'm finding the information that I need, such as I need to load the exploit, so I'm going to go ahead and do that first. Let that happen. Now I'm going to go ahead and set the remote host one more time. Now I'm going to go ahead and hit exploit, and in just a moment I'll have my MetaPredator session back up and running, and there it is. Now I'm ready to bring up the script or the text file that has the script. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this on over. Just going to right click in there and copy that. And now I'm just going to minimize this, and I'm going to take it on over here to my MetaPredator session, and I'm just going to paste that on in there like so, and I'm going to hit enter, and it's going to come back hopefully and tell me that everything's been cleaned up, and it says that it successfully deleted MadDog. Alright, well, very good. Yes, that was very good, but we're not quite done cleaning up our tracks yet. We have to get rid of all the event logs. Anybody with a little bit of knowledge could go in and locate and figure out that, yeah, this machine was hacked. But we don't want to give them that ammo, so we're going to do another command here called clear EV, or clear the events. And we're wiping out 75 records from application, 120 records from system, and 0 records from security. We're now ready to kill any jobs that may be left running, so I'm going to type in exit, and at my next prompt I'm going to type in jobs space dash capital K. I'm just going to copy and paste that right in from the lab, just like that. And that's going to stop all jobs. So by now you should be getting used to using Metasploit and figuring out how to get a real quick down and dirty MetaPredator session going on with your target machine. Now, a lot of these labs will work with newer operating systems, but I will tell you that if the firewall is enabled, Windows Defender is running, or McAfee is up and running and it has a firewall or a Symantec, then the lab will obviously fail. This type of an exploit, this type of lab is designed for machines that have their firewall turned off, they've not been patched, and they have weak passwords. In this short video presentation, we saw how to use MetaPredator to backdoor a Windows XP target So if you have any questions or you have any concerns about the lab or the video, please don't hesitate to reach out and contact your instructor, and I'll see you in my next video. Greetings, and in this short video presentation we're going to see how we go about conducting a buffer overflow on a Server 2008 install as described in Security Bulletin Microsoft 09-050. For this particular lab we'll be using an install of Server 2008 32-bit SP1, and the download for this particular install is available inside the lab. But regardless, you have to have the 32-bit edition for Server 2008 SP1. Once we have our installation package or the ISO image for Server 2008 32-bit downloaded, we can begin the creation for the virtual machine using VMware. And we begin by just going up to File and clicking on New Virtual Machine, or clicking on the tile that says Create a New Virtual Machine. Either one will launch the New Virtual Machine wizard. We click Next, and now we're going to select the installation disk image using an ISO, and we're going to browse on over to where we saved the download for our Server 2008 32-bit ISO image. Once we have selected the correct ISO image, the New Virtual Machine wizard will identify it, and in this case that is Windows Server 2008 was detected. We click Next, and now we don't have to worry about the product key because we're going to use the trial version. We're going to give it a user-friendly name, we're going to type in the password, and then we're going to select the box for logging on automatically. Once I'm assured that all the information is correct, I'm just going to click Next. And from here we can give the virtual machine a user-friendly name such as Server 2008, and we can also select the location for which we want to store the virtual machine. I like to keep mine off of my C partition. I like to put them onto an external partition so they don't take up as much room. So I've gone ahead and given my virtual machine a user-friendly name of Server 2008 Target. I have stored it onto my E drive inside of my directory for virtual machines inside of a new folder called Server 2008 Target, and then I click Next. We can leave the default for the 40 gig for the disk partition, and I'm going to store this virtual disk as a single file. I click Next, and this is my confirmation page. Now this is the last chance I will have to go back and to make any changes. I'm also going to check the box to power on this virtual machine after the creation, and I click Finish. From here, the Server 2008 installation process begins, and we only have one particular window that we're going to worry about, and when we get to it, we will restart the video at that point. So the installation process will stop, and it will ask you for a product key. But we do not have to have a product key, and we don't need to tell it to automatically activate when it logs on for the first time. We can uncheck that box, and we can just say Next, and that will start the trial period. And for this message that pops up asking you what do you want to do or when do you want to enter the product key, you can say No, and we can begin the installation process again. We're going to go ahead and select the standard. This is for the full installation, so we're going to select Windows Server 2008 Standard Full Installation, and we're going to click Next. Now we have to select the box that says I have selected the edition of Windows that I purchased, and we click Next, and this begins the copying process. From this point forward, the installation process will complete on its own, and it will restart a couple of times, and when it's done with the installation, it will automatically boot you to the desktop with an automatic logon. Once the installation has completed, the VMware tools will begin the installation process. Go ahead and allow that to complete, and then we'll move on with the rest of the video. Once the VMware tools have installed, the machine will need to reboot, and when it does, it will come back up and we'll have access to our USB devices, our clipboard from our host machine, and we'll be able to go full screen with our video. Now once we have a clear desktop, we can begin by going to Start, and we're going to click on Control Panel, and we're going to go into the Windows Firewall. And from here, we're going to click on Allow Program through the Windows Firewall. And where it comes up with the user account control, we're going to select Continue. And from here, we're going to go down and find File and Printer Sharing. Check that box and say Apply, say OK, and now we can close out the Firewall Management Console. Now, since this exploit is designed for a file server 2008, we have to create a file to share so that we can enable the SMB service. So we're going to go to Start, we're going to go into Computer, and underneath the C drive, we're going to right-click anywhere inside of the white window. We're going to go to New, select Folder, and we're going to call it Share. Once we have created the Share directory, we need to right-click on that particular directory and then select Share from the context menu. From here, we're just going to type in the Everyone group. We're going to search for that, and we're going to add it, and we're going to select Share. We're going to allow the access to the user account control by selecting Continue, and the share will be created in just a moment. If the share process seems to be taking too long, look for a hidden message that may have popped up behind the share being created window, and see if that is available for you to go ahead and click on where it says do not allow this network to be shared publicly, allow it to be only a private network. Alright, so now we have created the share, and we can tell that this is a share because we have a two-user icon. Once the share is completed, we can open it up just by double-clicking it, and we can right-click inside the white window anywhere, and we're going to go to New Rich Text Document, and we're going to type in Top Secret Plans as the title for this document. Pay particular attention how the name of the document is actually worded. I've actually used underscores between each of the words. This helps in the location of the file across the network with a Linux machine. Once the document inside of the share folder has been created, we're just going to go ahead and open it by double-clicking it. And we're just going to type in the phrase, "These are the plans." Once you have something typed inside of the document, you can go ahead and go to File and do a save, and then you can close it out. So the next thing we want to do is go ahead and confirm that we have network connectivity on our local network. And we're going to do this by going to Start, and in the search bar here, I'm going to type in CMD. It's going to bring up the command prompt. I'm going to type in ipconfig, check my IP address, and I have an IP address of 192.168.145.129. Now that I have discovered the correct IP address for my installation of Server 2008, I'm going to go to my Cali machine, I'm going to open up a terminal, and I'm going to attempt to ping this new Server 2008 installation to ensure that we have network connectivity. So from the terminal of my Cali machine, I have typed in ping 129.168.145.129, and that is the IP address assigned to my Server 2008 installation, and we're going to see or check and confirm that we have connectivity. And we do get a positive response back, and to break this sequence, I can just type in Control-C, and I'm back to the prompt. We're ready now to begin the lab, and the first thing we're going to do is discover the network using Nmap. So we begin by using Nmap to scan for all hosts that are currently on the 145 network, and I'm telling it that I want you to scan the last octet of the subnet mask for all 255 hosts. So I'm going to go ahead and hit enter, and in just a minute we will see the results of the scan. So we've discovered all the hosts that are currently on the 145 network, and you can see that by the results it's a pretty simple scan. So we're going to step it up with another nmap command to get some more interesting results. So from the previous scan results, I have chosen the IP address of 129 as my next scan target, and I'm going to use the nmap command -st to look for all TCP/IP ports that may be open on this particular target. And I'm now going to go ahead and hit enter, and in just a moment we'll get those scan results. So the scan has came back and we have the results, and we're looking at three particular ports of interest. First port is 135, 139, and in particular port 445, which we know is used when the SMB service is installed and running. One of the most useful nmap options that we have is the -O, which allows us to determine or identify the operating system. So I'm going to go ahead and use the 192 address again, and I'm going to use the -O option and hit enter, and we'll see what comes back. So the scan results do come back, and they are inconclusive because we don't have enough information to actually determine that this is a Server 2008 installation. But we do have other options that we can use to scan and further confirm our suspicion. In this next part of the lab, we're going to fire up the Metasploit console, and we're going to use one of the scanners that is available up inside of the MS console to check the machine further and confirm that it actually is a Server 2008 installation. To launch Metasploit, I'm just going to go to my terminal prompt and type in MSF console, and I'm going to hit enter. Give it a moment and it will load up the MS console for me. Once the Metasploit console has completed loading, we're going to go ahead and type in the use command, and we're going to use a scanner called the SMB_version. So I'm going to type in use space auxiliary /scanner/SMB/SMB_version. Then I'm just going to hit enter, and now we have to type in some option. So once we have told Metasploit the scanner that we want to use, notice that the prompt changes. Now we have to go in and configure the options. To figure out which options need to be configured, we use the show command followed by the word options. And I'm just going to go ahead and hit enter. And we see what options have to be configured. Going across from the top underneath a name, we see that there is the R host that must be configured. And if you look underneath the required, it will tell you yes or no. We also see what the description for that particular option is. So we're going to type in set so that we can set the option for the remote host, and we're going to type in the IP address that we want to check for an SMB version. The command is set space R host for remote host space the IP address of the target. In this case, that's 192.168.145.129. Now I'm going to hit enter and give it a moment, and it will come back with another prompt asking me to go ahead and run or launch this particular scanner. To launch the scanner, all we have to do is type in the run command and hit enter. And in just a moment, it'll come back with the results. And here we see that the host is running Windows Server 2008 Standard SP1, which is what we wanted to know. We can confirm that this is the correct version just by going back to our target, and at the search window we can just type in WinVer for Windows version, and we can hit enter, and we'll get a pop-up window letting us know that this is Windows Server 2008 SP1. So now that we have discovered that we are attacking, or we have a target that is Server 2008, we need to find an exploit. So I'm going to type in the command back, and that's going to take us back one level, and now we're going to do a search for 2008, and I'm going to type in search 2008, and we'll see what pops up. From the results, and you see there's quite a few, we have to scroll down, and everything is in alphabetical order, by the way. We have to scroll down and find the exploit for the Windows SMB MS09_050_SMB2_negotiate_function_index. That's the actual exploit we're going to be using. Once I highlight that, I'm going to go ahead and copy it, and we're going to move back down here to the prompt, and I'm going to type in use, and now I'm going to paste what I copied, and we'll see that the prompt changes. If you would like some more information about this particular exploit, you can back off one level and just change the word use with info, and you'll get all the information you ever wanted to know about this particular exploit. Again, we have options to configure, so we're going to use the show options command. Once I've typed in the show options command, I'm going to go ahead and hit enter, and we see that we have to configure three things: the remote host, the port, which is already done for us, but we've also got to configure the local host, which we'll also do, and we have to select a payload. So for my remote host, I'm going to go in and type in the IP address along with the set rhost command, and now I'm going to hit enter, and that's complete. The local host is the Cali machine, and I know mine to be having an IP address ending in 132, so I'm going to go ahead and hit enter for that. For this particular lab, we're going to want to create a reverse host with our victim so that we can run some commands and exploit it to its full potential. And for that, we're going to use a MetaPredator. So I'm going to go ahead and use a MetaPredator reverse shell payload. I'm going to go ahead and type in set payload to Windows MetaPredator reverse_TCP and hit enter. Now, the first time you run this particular exploit, it may go ahead and blue screen or cause your server 2008 to reboot, which is part of the characteristics of a buffer overflow. So we get that denial of service. But once it comes back up, you should be able to run the command again and establish a MetaPredator prompt. So we're going to go ahead and type in exploit, and now we hit enter. The MetaPredator prompt is the signal that you have successfully delivered the payload, and that brings us to the conclusion for this short video presentation. But do continue on with the lab, as there's a lot of good post-exploitation left to do. And I want to thank you for watching, and I hope to see you in my next online video. Thank you. Greetings, and in this short video presentation, we're going to see how we go about importing a Metasploitable 2 appliance into a Virtualbox. Metasploitable 2 is an intentionally left vulnerable version of Ubuntu Linux, and is designed for testing security tools and demonstrating common vulnerabilities. In our case, we're going to be using it to practice hacking into a Linux and or a Unix platform. Metasploitable comes with numerous vulnerabilities, and we'll be hitting on many of those as we go through the course. So even though we're going to be just doing the install here in the first section of the course, later on as we go through the course, we'll be doing a lot more work with Metasploitable. The first thing we're going to have to do is download the image for Metasploitable 2, and we're going to do that by using the link that is available inside of the lab. So I'm going to hold down my control key. I'm just going to click on the link. That's going to take me out to the internet, to the download site. As we've done in the past, I want to download this as quickly and as efficiently as I possibly can. So I'm going to use a download manager. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and click on the download, and that's going to take me to the download page. I'm then going to right click on the direct link, and I'm going to say copy link location. As we've done in our previous download labs, I'm going to use the download manager, in this case the free download manager, and I'm going to open and click on the plus sign, and from there you'll see that the link that we copied from the direct download is now available inside of my download manager. I'm just going to say OK to that, and it's now going to associate, and it should begin the actual download. And we can confirm that by looking at the amount of disks that we're going to be downloading. In this case, it's 832 megabytes, which would be correct. So I'm going to go ahead and say download, and in just a moment we'll have the download completed. So as we start this download, we see that the time starts to drop dramatically. So I'm all the way down to 2 minutes and 57 seconds for this large download of 832 megs. So once the download is complete, I'm now going to browse over to the download location, find the downloaded zip container, and I'm going to extract it. Now I currently have 7-zip installed, which is an archive utility, which can also extract archives. And what I'm going to do now is find my download. Here it is. I'm going to right click, I'm going to go to 7-zip, and I'm going to say extract here. But I'm also going to tell it to go ahead and build me a folder. I want it to extract to the Metasploitable Linux 2.0.0 folder. I'm going to go ahead and click on that, and now the extraction process begins. Up inside of the Virtualbox Management Console, we're going to go to New, and we're now going to start the Create Virtual Machine wizard. From here, we're going to pull down the type, and we're going to select Linux. And from the version, we're going to select Ubuntu 64-bit. Here, we give it a user-friendly name. I'm going to call it Metasploitable 2. On the next page, we can allocate the size of the RAM we want to use for this virtual machine. I'm going to increase mine to 1024 megabytes. I'm going to click Next. And now we're going to use an existing virtual hard disk. We now need to browse on over to the extracted folder for Metasploitable 2, and I'm going to do this by clicking onto the icon. I'm going to scroll on down to where I saved the extracted folder, which is my data storage. From here, I'm going to go to my ISO images, and then from there to my downloads, and from here, I'm going to open up the Metasploitable Linux 2.0.0 folder, and I'm going to open up the next folder. Now, VirtualBox will only associate with the one image that is suitable for this hard disk. It will not look at any others. In this case, it is the VM DK file. And I'm now going to select it, and I'm going to say Open, and say Create, and the importation is complete. With the virtual machine appliance imported into VirtualBox, we're now ready to launch Metasploitable 2 and begin exploring some of its features. So I'm just going to make sure that it's highlighted, and I'm going to go up to the taskbar and click on the green Start button. Metasploitable will quickly launch, and it'll quickly install and come up to a command prompt. Just give it a moment. So once Metasploitable 2 has completed its installation, we now have to read what is written so that we can establish what is the username and password for this installation. And if we look down here, you'll see that the password and the username is msfadmin for both. So I've typed in msfadmin for the username. I'm going to hit enter. Now I'm going to type in the password, which is the same as the username. Now you won't be able to see the password being typed. This is the default behavior for Linux. So once I have the password typed in, I'm just going to hit enter, and notice that my command prompt changes to let me know that I am now logged on to Metasploitable 2. So now that we've logged on, the next thing we need to do is go ahead and set the root password. And we do this by typing in the command sudo space passwd space root. I'm going to go ahead and do that for you. So for this to work, we have to type in the existing password for the administrator. So I'm going to type that in real quick. Now it wants the new root password. So I'm going to type that in. Type it in one more time. And now the password was updated successfully. Since just about everything we do in Linux requires root access, I'm going to go ahead and type in SU. I'm going to type in my root password that I just created. And you'll notice now that I am logged on as root. So the next thing we want to do is go ahead and check our current TCP/IP configuration. And to do this, I'm going to use the ifconfig command. And you can see that we currently have an IP address of 10.0.2.15 assigned to us. And that is currently assigned to our Ethernet 0 network adapter. And we're picking up this address courtesy of the DHCP server that comes with Virtualbox. So the next thing I want to show you is how we go about shutting down or restarting Metasploitable gracefully. And to do this, we're going to use the shutdown command. So I'm going to type in shutdown. I'm logged on as root, by the way. If you're not logged on as root, this command will not work. Okay, so I'm going to type in shutdown space -R. Now I have to give it a time. So I'm just going to type in 1. Now the 1 means 1 minute. So I'm going to shut down, or I'm going to restart this machine in exactly 1 minute. And if I hit enter, it tells you that the system's going down for reboot in 1 minute. So Metasploitable has come back up, and now I'm going to log on as root. Type in that root password that we created earlier. And now if I decide that I want to shut down, I can also use the shutdown command. And if you want to know what variables or what options you have with the shutdown command, you can type in --help. And that will bring up all the different switches that you can use with the shutdown command. But for us, all I just have to do is just give it a time. And I'm going to type in shutdown and the number 1 again for shutdown in 1 minute. So the system is going down for maintenance in 1 minute. In this short video, you saw how easy it was to import an appliance inside of Virtualbox using the downloadable image for Metasploitable 2. And we can do the same thing for Cali. And there's other images that we can also import as appliances into a Virtualbox and or VMware. And you also saw how to shut down and to reboot Metasploitable 2 using the command prompt. So that's all I got for you right now, and I hope to see you in my next video. Greetings and welcome to the short video presentation on how we go about installing Metasploitable 2 using Vmware Player. Metasploitable is an intentionally vulnerable Linux virtual machine. This VM can be used to conduct security training, test security tools, and practice common penetration testing techniques. To begin this lab, the first thing we need to do is download an image of Metasploitable 2. And we can do that using the direct link that's in the lab. This takes you right out to SourceForge, and this is where they store this image for Metasploitable 2. If you hold down the control key, put your mouse on the link, it'll take you right out. When you get out there, you're going to see something like this, and this is the download site for Metasploitable 2. All you have to do is just click on the link, and that's going to take you to the next page, and in just a moment, the download or the save file option will be presented to you. So you don't want to try to open it. You want to go ahead and save the file. Now make sure you remember where you saved it. This file is a compressed archive, and it contains more than just one image. There's not just an image for VMware in here, there's also an image for Virtualbox. So what we're going to do is save this compressed archived file to a location onto our machine so that we can find it later and extract it. Let's go ahead and do that now. So I have saved my download for this Metasploitable archive to my ISO images folder. We can extract the contents a number of different ways. We can just double click it and we can use File Explorer and to extract the contents, or we can use a third-party archiver such as 7-Zip or Zip itself. If I double click the downloaded archive, you'll see that we have the option inside of the File Explorer to go ahead and extract those files. So I can go ahead and just click on this, and it shows me the path to where it wants to save the extracted files, or I can change that by clicking on the Browse button. By default, it's going to select the location to where the archive is currently located, and it will extract all the contents into another folder called Metasploitable-Linux-2.0.0. If you want to change that, you can click on the Browse button and you can save the extraction to someplace else. I'm going to go ahead and extract, and in just a moment we'll have access to our image that we need for creating an image of Metasploitable up inside of VMware. The files have been extracted, and I now have a folder up inside of my ISO images subfolder that contains all of the images for Metasploitable 2. I've opened this up. You can see all these different images. Some of these are for VMware, some of these are for Virtualbox. No need to worry about which file you're going to be using for this creation of the image. VMware is going to take care of that for you. Now that we have our Metasploitable 2 image downloaded and extracted, we can begin the actual creation process for this image. We're going to be using Workstation Pro version 14. I also have the player ready to go as well. Now both of these have the same indicator on how to create this virtual machine image. We have open a virtual machine, open a virtual machine. They're both exactly the same thing. But I'm going to be using my installation of the Workstation Pro. Go ahead and close this out. So I'm just going to go ahead and start the wizard. They both use exactly the same wizard. There's no difference. So now I'm going to browse on over to my extracted folder for Metasploitable 2. This is my extracted folder. I'm going to go ahead and double click it. Notice that out of all those images, only one of them is suitable for what we need to do here. So I'm going to go ahead and double click that, and the image importation process begins. The image imports very quickly, and once it does, we can go ahead and begin the power on process. So I'm going to go ahead and click power on this virtual machine, and it's going to ask you, have I moved it, did I copy it, or cancel? We can say I copied it. Go ahead, and now Metasploitable is going to begin the process of booting. Metasploitable has completed the boot process, and we are now ready to go ahead and log in. We can just type in msadmin for the username and the password, and it will take us to a root prompt. To shut down our installation of Metasploitable 2, we have to be logged on as root. To get to root, we have to type in sudo space su. Now we're going to be prompted for that same password for msfadmin. So I'm going to go ahead and type that in. And now I'm logged on as root. Now to shut down this machine gracefully, I have to type in shutdown followed by a time. So I can type in the number 1 and it will look at that as being 1 minute. So the system is going down in just 1 minute. In this short video presentation, we saw how we go about importing an image using VMware. And we also saw how we go about logging on to Metasploitable 2, becoming the root, and then gracefully shutting down the machine. That concludes the short video presentation on how we go about creating an image of Metasploitable 2 using VMware. And I hope you found it interesting and helpful. If you have any questions or concerns about this video or this lab, please do not hesitate to reach out and contact your instructor. And I'll see you in my next video. Greetings, and in this short video presentation we're going to see how we go about using Sparta to enumerate potential targets on our network. For this lab I'll be running Cali, Metasploitable 2, and an install of Windows XP. Metasploitable 2 and Windows XP will be the targets. The first thing we want to do is locate our network range. So I've typed in ifconfig at the terminal. I'm going to hit enter, and it pops back up and tells me that my Ethernet 0 is operating on 192.168.145. Now, those first three octets are the network portion of my IP. The last octet is the host IP assigned to this machine. So what we're concerned with is the network portion, 192.168.145, because this is the network we're going to be scanning with Sparta. This is my network range. Yours will probably differ. So make sure that you do not confuse the two. Once we've established the network portion of our IP address, we can go to Applications, we can go to Information Gathering, and we can scroll on down to Sparta. We got this error message here, so we're going to need to install or update Sparta. We're going to do that using the app-get install Sparta command. We're going to go ahead and hit enter, and it's going to ask us if we want to continue. We're going to say yes, and this can take just a few minutes, so give it time and be patient. Sparta has completed its install, and that was about 40 minutes of being patient, but that's the nature of Linux. We can't get away from it. Anything we need, anything we want, has to be downloaded and installed. We're now ready to run Sparta one more time. So we're going to go up to Applications, and we're going to go to Information Gathering, and we're going to go on down to Sparta. That opens up the command prompt. Now we have to leave the command prompt open, and Sparta's text or its GUI is now going to open for us, but leave the CLI open. So in case you want to see what's actually going on in the background, you can bring up that terminal and you can actually see what Sparta is doing. We'll begin by doing a quick overview of the tabs and the features of Sparta, and we begin by going up to File and clicking on File. And you see that we have a typical file context menu of New, Open, Save, Save As, Add Host to a Scope, Import Nmap. So these are a couple of features that you don't normally see in a context menu, but you see that we can add host to a scope, and we can import Nmap, and we also have exit. Don't worry about the help, that doesn't work, but if you want to know something more about Sparta, you can go online, and there's plenty of documentation that will answer any of your questions. So under the Scan tab, we have a number of additional tabs that we can look around. Host, that is for adding host or an IP range to the scope. Services, shows or discovers services for your target. And Tools, shows output for each of the tools as the scan runs. The Brute tab allows you to perform brute force password attacks against the different services you have discovered. Give it the host IP, port to use, the service to attack, and configure the other options. There are also different configurations you can use for the username and passwords. You can manually give it a username and password that you already know, give it a username and password list to use, or let it use any accounts it knows about from running the tools. You can also do a combination. So for example, if you know a username, you can specify it. Then let it use a password list to attack that one account. It uses Hydra for this functionality, and you can look at the Sparta config file to see how it's set up. Before we launch our first scope and begin our first enumeration of our potential victims, we're going to go ahead and open up the Sparta config file and make some changes. Because once we actually start to scan, it's going to launch all the tools, and that becomes a little overwhelming. So we can go into the Sparta config file, and we can tell it which tools we want to use and which ones we don't. So we've closed out Sparta, and back at our terminal, we're going to type in the following, or as I did, copy and paste it from the lab, nano, which is just a text editor, space, the path to the file we want to edit or open up inside of nano, and that is the sparta.config. I'm going to go ahead and hit enter, and this opens up the sparta.config up inside of our nano editor. We're going to begin by finding the enable scheduler comment, and we're going to change that to false. So we're just going to use our up arrows and down arrows to get over to this line inside of the config file, and I'm just going to arrow on over, and I'm going to back off to true. I'm going to type in false. Once I'm done editing this sparta.config file, I can do a Control X, and it's going to ask me if I want to save the changes, and I'm going to say yes by typing in Y, and then I'm going to hit enter. That closes out the editor. I've closed out that terminal, and again I'm going to go to applications, and I'm going to go down to information gathering, and I'm going to launch Sparta one more time. We're now ready to conduct our first scan of our network, and so I'm going to go to the host tab. I'm just going to click in the middle here, and that brings up the add host dialog box, and I'm going to type in my IP range. We will leave the defaults checked, and then we're going to click on the add scope button, and the scan is now in progress. As services are discovered on our potential targets, they will appear up here inside of the Services tab. You'll know when the scan is complete by looking under the status column. Right now it says running. When the status is complete, it will say completed. Again, you have to be patient with these tools, and by the time Nmap reaches stage 2, you'll start seeing the results pop up underneath the host tab. You'll also see the services popping up underneath the Services tab. You'll also see that stage 1 has completed, and we have a status of finished. So as Sparta goes through the scanning process and it's able to identify the operating system on those targets, it will change the icons that are available underneath the OS. Now the machine that we're interested in is my Linux Metasploitable 2 machine, because this is the machine that's going to have the greatest number of vulnerabilities. So now I'm going to click on the 128 host, and we'll see that we have this large number of vulnerabilities that we're going to be able to attack. And this is all present onto that Metasploitable 2 Linux machine. So you can see that as a pen tester or as a hacker, this tool Sparta can be very useful in discovery. And we can now begin the enumeration process. And we can do this by going up and finding port 80. Now port 80 tells us that there is an Apache web server running on that Linux server. And if we right click on the port 80, we can go up and we can select to run Nikto. I'm going to run Nikto. Now watch what happens. A new tab pops up, and we can now click on that, and we can get some information or more information about what's actually going on with this web server. So we find the target IP address, the host name, the target port. We find out the version of Apache. Now this is enumerating this machine so that we can find exploits. We want to know as much about this machine as we possibly can find out, so we can figure out how we're going to exploit it to its full potential. We can go back over to the services. We can right click on port 80 again, and this time we can say grab the banner. Now on a lot of machines that are running web servers, we can get a lot of information about that banner page. We'll go ahead and do that. Now we may or may not get the information we seek. This doesn't always work, but for the most part it can be helpful. And here we get an unknown, so don't be surprised if it doesn't work. There's a lot of other things that we can do in here underneath the ports column. We can go to Telnet. We can right click and we can say open up with Telnet. And there you go. We open it up. There's my Metasploitable, and it wants me to go ahead and log in. So there's a lot of different things that we can do here with this tool Sparta. If you want to use FTP or SMTP and exploit that, you have the option just by right clicking on the port, and it'll tell you exactly what you can do and what you can't do. So don't be worried about what happens if you click on something. It's either going to work or it's not. So if you right click on a port and you tell it to open it up, then it's either going to work or it's not. If it works, great. If it doesn't, well, then that exploit doesn't work on this particular version of the operating system and or this version of Sparta. So what we can do now is we can actually go over here to port 21, which is FTP. We can right click on that, and we can say send to brute. When we tell Sparta to send something to brute, we have to open up the brute tab. I'm going to change the root username to anonymous, and we're going to provide a password list. And to do this, we're going to click on the Browse button. Underneath the Files selection, we're going to go to Sparta here, go up inside of that directory. Then we're going to go up into the word list directory. And here we're going to choose a word list. In this case, I'm going to go ahead and use the FTP-default-user password text. I'm going to go ahead and just double click that. When everything is in place, we're going to go ahead and just click on the Run button. We have the results from our password attack on this Linux box using FTP. We find out that the login is anonymous and the password also is anonymous. That was a very simple attack on how to crack a password. If that password had been a lot more complicated, it wouldn't have been that easy. To see these results, we can also use the Scan tab. We can go to Scan, and now we can go to Tools, and underneath Tools we can find Hydra. If we click on Hydra over here in the right window pane, we can also see the results of that scan. We can save the results of this Sparta scan by going up to File and doing a Save As. And now I can go and I can save this anywhere I want to. I'm going to go ahead and save it to my desktop. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a folder up here. I'm just going to call this particular directory that we're saving the information to Sparta. And I'll now click on the Save button. And my information will be saved once I type in a file name. So I'm just going to call this Sparta Metasploitable. And I'm going to go ahead and click on the Save button. And that information has now been saved into my Sparta folder. Later on, if I decide that I want to review and or continue on with the scan process for Metasploitable, I can go to File, I can go to Open, I can find the saved file, just double click it, and I'm back right where I left off. I'm going to go ahead and close out Sparta, close out the command prompt, brings me back to my desktop, and now we're going to see how we go about adding additional tools up inside of Sparta. Once again, we're going to launch a terminal, and this time we're going to again edit the sparta.config file using the nano editor. So I copied and pasted this command from my lab. I'm going to hit enter, and there's the file. To navigate up and down and across in nano, we're going to use our up and down and across arrows. So I need to get down to the tools section, so I'm going to go ahead and just start tabbing on down with my arrow key until I come to the tools section. And there's the tools section. So now we're going to add another tool to our arsenal of tools that we have already available for us up inside of Sparta. I'm going to go down to the last line underneath the tool settings, and here I'm going to take my mouse and I'm going to copy that last line, and where my cursor is, I'm going to right click and I'm going to paste. I'm now going to hit enter one time. I'm now going to use my up arrow and I'm going to go up to where it says text editor, and I'm going to replace that with the word xprobe2. We know what tool it is. Now I have to tell the sparta.config file where the tool is located, and it's located in the same directory as the rest of the tools up inside of the bin folder. So again, I'm going to replace that tool name with the word xprobe2. We can add just about any tool we want to Sparta, but the caveat is this. That tool must not be interactive. That is to say, it must be able to run on its own without any interference from you as the user. I now have to use my down arrow and go underneath the host actions section of this sparta.config, and here I have to copy and paste the following line from the lab, which I've already copied it. Now I'm going to paste it. That has to go there. I'm going to hit enter one time to give me a space. I'm now ready to save the changes to my sparta.config file. To do so, I'm going to hit Control X. I'm going to answer Y to the question, and I'm going to hit enter. I'm going to close out this prompt. I'm going to go back over to Applications, Information Gathering, and I'm going to scroll on down and launch Sparta one more time. Now what I can do is I can go to File and I can go to Open, and I'm going to bring in that folder or that saved file from my previous scan, and there are the results. Now when I right click on any of these saved hosts, we see that the xprobe option is now available underneath the context menu when I right-click. So Xprobe is exactly what it says it is. It is an OS fingerprinting tool that we can also use to assess victims on our network to find out what operating systems they are running. So in this video, we learned that Sparta is a great tool for the pen testing arsenal. Not every tool works for the same for every situation, so we need options. Here we have the most sought after Nmap scripts automated to run for us. We have Nmap. We also have other tools at our disposal. All Nmap information in the terminal is now given to us using a GUI. Right-click on the different ports and services to see what tools are available under each context menu. We also used Hydra to crack the FTP username and password. So you see you have a lot of different options with Sparta. It's actually like a Swiss Army knife that we can use for an all-in-one situation. We got tabs, we can click on things, and we can get results immediately. And for a pen tester, when you're sitting up there and you've got 1,200 or 2,000 client machines, this is really a great way to save time. That concludes this short video presentation on how we go about using Sparta to enumerate our clients on the network. If you have any questions or you have any concerns about the information covered in this video, please do not hesitate to reach out and contact your instructor, and I'll see you in my next video. Greetings, and in this short video presentation we're going to take a look at how we go about using the Social Engineering Toolkit, or SET. The Social Engineering Toolkit, SET, is specifically designed to perform advanced attacks against the human element. I have updated and upgraded my Cali installation, and I have confirmed that I have connectivity between my Cali machine and my Windows XP victim. I confirmed the connectivity by doing a ping from my Cali over to my Windows XP machine. To begin this lab, we're going to open up a terminal, and at the terminal prompt, we're going to type in set toolkit. And I'm going to go ahead and just hit enter, and in just a moment, it's going to start up. And here is where we have to agree to the terms of service. So I'm going to type in a Y, and that brings us up to our first menu screen. On our first menu screen, we're going to type in the number 1 for social engineering attacks. Type in number 1, I hit enter. And on the second screen, we're going to type in the number 2 for website attack vectors. We're going to hit enter. On this next screen, we're going to type in the number 3 for credential harvester attack method. We're going to hit enter. On this next screen, we're going to type in number 2 for site cloner. Hit enter. Notice that it captures the IP address of your Cali, because Cali is going to act as the web server. And when the individual types in their credentials onto this cloned web page, that information is going to be sent back over here to Cali. To get to the next step, we have to hit enter. Now it wants the URL to be cloned. For this lab, we're going to create a fake web page for Facebook. We're going to clone the website, and then we need to trick the end user into visiting our cloned website and giving us their logon. Once I've typed in the URL, I'm going to go ahead and hit enter. In just a moment, the website for Facebook will be cloned. So it's important that we read everything that's on this page. It's giving you a lot of good information, and it's telling you that the information will be displayed to you as it arrives below, when it arrives from the victim machine. So as the victim types in their username and password into the fake Facebook logon page, that information is going to be sent over to our Cali machine and harvested. So we're now ready to play the victim in this harvesting attack. So how we get the user to partake in this scam is up to us. Normally we would build a carefully crafted email, and we would make it look as if it was a problem with their account and they need to log in. And here's the link that you can use to log into your Facebook account or your bank account or your LinkedIn account, whatever the account is. And when they do that, they're going to get a page cannot be found, but that information that they inputted into the username and password field, that's being sent over to your Cali server. It's being gathered up over there. So let's just see what happens. So here's the Facebook page. So I'm just going to type in a username here. I'll just type in Cyber Offense, and then I'm just going to type in the word password, and then I'm just going to say log in. Now notice that it says the page cannot be displayed, but if we go back over to our Cali, we see that the username and the password were harvested over onto our Cali machine. So we know that we got this information, and here are the attempts that were made. And there's my username, and there's my password. So you can see that this is a viable attack, and it is a way to gather usernames and passwords. It just depends on how we go about doing it, but it must work because cyber criminals and criminal organizations around the world use it to gain access to people's mail and their banking accounts. So once you're ready to generate your report, take note of where the report is going to be stored, because this is where we're going to have to go find the report. The report is saved as an HTML document, and we're going to open it up in Firefox, but I'm going to show you a different way to access it. So we're now ready to go ahead and hit enter, and that brings us back to the main menu. On this screen, we can just type in 99 and hit enter, and we hit 99 one more time and hit enter, and we hit 99 one more time and hit enter. We're back to the prompt. I'm going to type in clear. It's going to give me a nice clean terminal to demonstrate how we go about accessing our harvested report. At the prompt, we're going to type in the cd command to change directory on over to the /root/.set directory. Now once we're up inside of the .set folder, we can go ahead and type in ls, and that's going to list all the contents. Notice that we have another directory called reports. So we're going to cd over to reports. Hit enter. Now I'm inside of the reports directory. I'll do another ls, and here you can see the reports themselves. So what we need to do now is open up the HTML report using Firefox. So I'm going to type in Firefox, and I'm just going to copy and paste all of this here to include the single quotes. Give it a minute, and in just a second, Firefox is going to open up, and it's going to give us the report. And there's our report. And you can go down and through this report, you can see the information presented to you in such a way that you can use it as part of a official report or some other use such as record keeping. That concludes this short video presentation on how we go about using the social engineering toolkit to harvest credentials. In this short video presentation, you were shown how to use the set tool to clone a website, in this case Facebook, and to trick users into giving us their username and password, and how easy it was for Cali using the set tool to harvest those same credentials. If you have any questions or concerns about this lab, please do not hesitate to reach out and contact your instructor, and I will see you in my next video. Greetings, and in this short video presentation we're going to do an introduction to bash scripting. Linux is known for two things. It's great for running web servers, and it's also an excellent platform for scripting. Simply put, bash, the born-again shell, is the default shell we are provided with in Linux distributions. It is the command line interpreter. So what does a shell do? A shell is a program that provides the command line. So when we're using the command line in Cali or Ubuntu, we are using the bash shell. When we type any syntax into a terminal window, it is the job of the bash shell to interpret and execute the command. The bash shell is located in the bin folder, which is located at the root of the operating system. And we're going to see how we go about bringing this all together so that you understand exactly how the bash works with the command line. So when you type in a command inside of the terminal, it is the job of the bash to interpret and execute what it is that you want. And we'll see how it goes about doing this. So from my desktop of Cali, I'm just going to go to Places. Now I'm going to open up Computer. This is the root of our Cali machine. We can now open up the bin folder, and inside the bin folder we will find the bash. Since bash is also located in the same folder with all of the default utilities that are used by Cali, it's very easy for it to launch and execute any command that we type in, such as nano editor. If I want to launch the nano editor and I tell bash that, hey, launch the nano editor for me, it doesn't have to look for it. It's in the same folder where it's located, the bin folder. So now if I open up the nano text editor and I create a script and I save it, it makes it very easy for bash to be able to find and launch that script because it will be located in the same directory. So far we have talked about how the command line uses the bash shell as its interpreter. So when I type in something into the CLI, a command, and if that command is correct, bash will know how to execute it. But if that command is not in the bin folder where the bash interpreter is located, it will not know what to do, and that's why it returns some type of error message saying that the bash command was not found, because it was not inside of the bin folder. So let's see how this works. So if I type in echo, and echo is a built-in command in the bash shell that writes its arguments to standard output. So whatever it is I write that follows the word echo or the command echo will be repeated onto the screen. Let's see how this works. At the command prompt, I've typed in the word or the command echo, followed that by a space, and in quotes, I've typed in hello world. Now when I hit enter, notice that whatever it is I type inside of the quotes that follows the command echo is repeated to me or shown to me on the screen. The bash shell knows how to handle the command echo because it's in the same folder where it's located, the bin folder. We're now ready to proceed on with writing our first script, and to do this we're going to use the nano text editor. I don't have to type in the path to the nano text editor because the bash shell will see it in the same folder where it resides, the bin folder. So if I type in nano, followed by the name of the script, we're going to call this test.sh. sh is the extension used for all bash scripts. So now when I hit enter, I get a clean text file opened up inside of nano. This is my nano text editor, and this is a file called test.sh. It is blank right now, but we're going to type in some commands and we're going to make our first script. Every script begins with a shebang, and that is this beginning right here. The # exclamation mark is the shebang, and this tells the script what shell interpreter to use, and it's telling it that, hey, your command line interpreter is located inside of the bin directory, and it is the bash shell interpreter. We're now ready to type in our first script, so we're going to start off with that shebang at the top to tell it which command line interpreter to use, and we want it to use bash, and we told it it's located in the bin folder at the root of this computer. On the next line, we're going to type in echo space, in quotes, hello world, close the quote, and on the next line, we're going to type in sleep space 5, and that means wait 5 seconds to respond. On the next line, we're going to type in echo space, and in quotes, how is the lab so far, question mark, close the quote. And now we're going to save this script, and then we'll launch it. To save the script, we're just going to type in Control X, and we're going to type in Y for yes, and then we're going to hit enter, and we're back to our command prompt. A script, or a text, is just that until we make it an executable. To do that, we have to change the permission. So we use the change mod space +X command to make the test.sh file an executable. We do this with any script file that we create. Go ahead and hit enter. Notice that it comes right back to the prompt, letting us know that our command completed successfully. By default, the test.sh script was saved to the root of our computer where the bash shell and the nano editor are also located. So we're going to type in /test.sh, and now we just have to hit enter, and it says hello world. It's going to wait 5 seconds, and it's going to ask us a question. How is the lab so far? Another useful command is the clear command, and if I type that in, it clears the screen. So we can add this word to our script, or this command to our script, and when the script runs, before it does anything else, it will clear the screen. So let's go ahead and bring up our command that launches nano so that we can edit our test.sh. So I'm using my up arrow. I'm going to find that command, and there it is. I'm going to hit enter. Now, you'll notice that my command prompt is at the beginning of the shebang. To bring it down one line, I just use my down arrow, and I can hit enter. Now I have a space right between it and the next command. So I'm going to type in the word clear, and that's going to launch that clear command when the script runs. Now we can change the hello world to hello your name. So I'm going to use my down arrow one more time, use my right arrow all the way over to that parentheses, and I'm going to change this to my name. And I'm now going to use the down arrow one more time. Let's change the sleep number from 5 to 2. I'm going to come down one more line and then one more line. Now I'm going to type in read, and I want the script to read my response to the question, how is the lab so far? So whatever the response is, and I have to type in the word response here, I can say good or bad or whatever, and the command will then take that response of mine and feed it into the script and come back to a prompt. So we're ready to go ahead and save the script one more time. I'm going to do a Control X. I'm going to type in Y. I'm going to hit enter. Now we're ready to launch the script. Let's see what happens. So I come back up with my up arrows, and I'm going to find that command that launches the script, and there it is. And it says, hello, Professor K. But right before it does that, it goes ahead and it clears the screen for me. It says, how is the lab so far? And here it's waiting for a response. And I can type in good. And if I hit enter, it just brings me back to the prompt. Let's get back into our script file using the nano editor one more time. So let's use our up arrow. And I've got the command. I'm going to hit enter. Now we're back into the editor, and we can add some more context to our bash script. So again, my prompt is all the way at the top, and to get it down, I'm going to use my down arrow, bring it all the way down, one more line, hit enter one more time, and now we're going to type in the word clear, or the command clear, one more time. We're going to hit enter. We're going to echo my response, so in quotes, we're going to type in, you responded with, and we're going to use a system variable. So whatever the response is, this is what's going to get repeated. It doesn't make any difference. It doesn't have to be good, bad, or whatever. It can be whatever it is, and the variable that we're going to use will recognize that and echo that back to the screen. So we're going to type in $response. We're going to close that off with quotes. So there you go. Now we're ready to go ahead and save this. So we're going to type in Control X. We're going to type in Y. And we're going to hit enter, and we're back to our screen. Using our up arrow, let's go ahead and launch the script one more time. And it clears the screen. It says, hello, Professor K. How is the lab so far? And I'll say good. I'll hit enter. And it says, you responded with good. If we follow the echo command, for instance, echo space, hello, Professor K, with the greater than sign, and we follow that up with the name for a text file, we can output our response to a text file, and that text file then can be opened, and we'll see how we do that next. So to send the results of the echo to a temp file or a text file, I can type echo, and in quotes, I type in whatever it is I want it to say. So in this case, I said, hello, Professor K, close off that parentheses, give it a space, use the greater than sign, give it a space, now give it a file name. And if I hit enter, it comes back to the prompt letting me know that it completed successfully. Using the nano editor, I can type in nano, and I can follow that up with the name of the text file where the output was saved to. In this case, it was temp.text. And we should be able to see what was sent over to the text file using the echo command. And you'll see that inside of this temp file that we created is the output of Hello Professor K. If I change the output from Hello Professor K to Goodbye Professor K, and I send it to the same text file, the previous command of Hello Professor K will be overwritten. We can go ahead and see how this works. So I'm going to go down here to the end. I'm going to hit enter. And now I'm going to bring up my nano editor one more time, and we'll look inside the file. And it says now, Goodbye Professor K. If I would like to save both of these echo outputs to the same file, I can do so by adding one more greater than sign before the temp.text. Let's see how we do that. So I'm going to go ahead and echo out Hello Professor K over to the temp.text file. I'll hit enter one time. Now I'll use my up arrow, and we're going to use the Goodbye Professor K. And this time I'm going to go over here and I'm going to add one more greater than sign. There we go. So now I have the two greater than signs, so there should be two entries inside of the temp.text file. So let's go down here to the end. I'm going to hit enter, and I'm going to bring up the nano editor one more time so we can look inside of here. And now you'll see that I have both entries. To see the contents or to look inside of a file without using a text editor, I can use the cat command. So to look inside of the test.sh script to see what the contents are, I can type in cat space the name of the script. I'm going to go ahead and hit enter, and notice that the contents of that script are now present on the terminal. Using our nano editor, let's open up our test.sh script one more time. We're going to add some more content. So let's bring our prompt down to the last line of the script. And to do this, I'm going to use my down arrow, and I'm going to come all the way across to the end of my last command. And we're going to type in, whoops, and we're going to type in, hit my space, and what we're going to type in is save the file, or save both commands to the temp.text file. So we're going to type in greater than, and we're going to give it a space, temp.text, just like that. Now we're going to go ahead and save it, do a Control X, let's do a Y, and hit enter. Now we can go ahead and look at the input. Now, we can go ahead and run the script using my up arrow. Get used to using those up arrows. I mean, they save you so much time. I'm going to go ahead and hit enter. Notice that the script starts to run. And it wants a response. I'm going to go ahead and type in the word bad. And now I can go ahead and I can use the cat command to go ahead and view. And this is going to be the temp.text. It's like so. And I hit enter. And it comes back. And it displays the contents of the temp.text file. When I launch that cat command, it goes finds that temp file that was saved using that script, and it brings out and shows me the input up onto the terminal screen. That concludes this short video presentation on our introduction to bash scripting. And in this video, we learned how to create a bash script, where the bash shell was located, and how the bash shell actually works with the command line as an interpreter to interpret whatever commands we type into it. And as long as those commands can be found inside of the same Vim folder with the bash shell, it will know how to handle your command. So if you have any questions or you have any concerns, please don't hesitate to contact your instructor, and I'll see you in my next video. Greetings, and in this short video presentation, we're going to see how we go about creating a bash script for scanning vulnerable ports. For this lab, we'll be using one virtual install of Cali Linux that has been updated. Prior to attempting this lab, everyone should have completed the first lab, which was the introduction to bash scripting. We're going to begin the lab by opening up a new terminal, and I have my terminal open up here on the screen. And the first thing we're going to do is open up a text editor. Now for this lab, I'll be using Nano. And what we're going to do is create a bash script that is going to scan for vulnerable IPs, and then later on in the lab we'll be able to filter the results based on just those particular ports that we're looking for. I'm using the Nano editor, but you're free to use any editor of your choice. So I'm going to create a new bash script, and I'm going to call it portscan.sh. And I'm going to open this blank script file using my Nano text editor. So up inside of my Cali terminal, I have typed nano space portscan.sh. I'm going to hit enter, and you'll see that we have a blank palette to work with. So in our script, the first thing we have to do is identify the command interpreter that we want the script to use and where this command interpreter is located. This goes to the front or the beginning of every script that you create inside of Kali Linux or any other Linux installation. For this demonstration, we'll be using Nmap to scan the subnet of Google, and I'm looking for a particular port to be open, and that port is 5505. What I'm saying to the script here is I want you to scan this subnet range. I want you to find any IP address that has the port 5505 open, and then I want you to output that to a text file called Aloha. What I'm doing here is I'm just copy and pasting these lines for the script from the lab into my text editor up in Cali. And I'm trying to explain them as I go along here. Now this next line inside the script says opens the file Aloha and filters using the grep command for lines that say open and stores those lines in a file called Aloha open. That means that any port that is open for 5505 will be put into a grep filter and then put into another file called Aloha open. This next command opens the file Aloha open and cuts it at the second field, F2, defined by the delimiter -D, semicolon. Then pipes that to a second cut command that cuts the file at the first field, that is -F1, defined by the delimiter -D in parentheses, and saves it into a file named Aloha vulnerable. Finally, we're going to get the results of what we're looking for here, and we're going to use the cat command to print to the screen exactly what is inside of the Aloha VULN. I'm calling that vulnerable, but you can call it anything you want. So I'm calling it Aloha vulnerable, and I want to see the contents, and that's what that last command is going to do for us. Once the file has been built, we can cat the contents of that file to our terminal screen, and we can read the contents. Now what we should be able to see when we're all done is any IP address of any system with port 5505 open and a service running. I don't expect to find any because this is not a common service port. So now I need to go ahead and save this new script that we just created. To do this, I'm just going to hit Control X, and it asks me, do you want to save the modified buffer? And I say yes, and then I hit enter. Our script gets saved to our home directory along with any of the files that were outputted from the results. So everybody's located in the same location, so there's not going to be any problem finding our new script called portscan.sh. We're now ready to go ahead and run the script using the sh command. So I've typed in sh space portscan.sh. I'm going to go ahead and hit enter, and you'll notice that Nmap immediately starts up. Now give it a few minutes. It's going to go out and it's going to scan that Google subnet, come back with those results, and they will be presented to us up inside of the terminal. And here's our output, just as we described inside of our script that we wanted it outputted to us. So we see the different fields. We have 3 fields: the port, the state, the service, and it's telling us whether the port is available or whether it's being filtered. And you're not going to be able to find anything that's going to be open up here on this Google subnet. Of course, everything's going to be filtered except what is absolutely needed. We see that none of the IP addresses have the port 5505 available to us. So that part of the script worked very nicely, And now I'm going to go ahead and clear my terminal, and we're going to move on to the next part of how we modify the script to add in text boxes and other variables. For this next part of the lab, I've opened up the portscan.sh and I've deleted all the contents. We're going to start off with a clean portscan.sh file, and we're going to add in some new variables. As with all script files up inside of Linux and using the bash shell, we have to use a shebang that is commented out that tells it where the command line interpreter is located. In this case, we're using the bash shell, and it is located up inside of the bin folder. Once we have our shebang in place, let's just go ahead and hit enter one time. And I'm going to copy and paste this right directly from the lab. And we're going to use an echo command. And what this is saying is we want the screen to prompt us to enter the starting IP address. Now make sure that you get the syntax correctly copied over into this text file. That is to say, the quotes on the end and everything has to be in place or your script will error out. This next line of the script is saying whatever you input for the starting IP address, treat it as the first IP. That becomes a variable that the nmap is going to use to begin its scan and know what range of IP addresses to scan for. So we have an echo for the starting IP address, so we're going to need an echo to tell us or to prompt us to type in the last IP address of the range. And again, we want this to be treated as a variable that nmap can use, and it's going to be called last IP. Next, we create a variable called last IP octet, which is equal to the value after the third period in the last IP address. When a user enters the IP address into the last IP octet is equal to 255. We then follow that up with an echo command that's going to be commented out, but it's just as important as any of the other echo commands, so make sure that you get this syntax correct. We next need to be prompted for the port that we want to scan for. To do this, we're going to type in another echo command, and it's echo space, and it's going to be in quotes, enter the port to scan for. And again, we want the script to read this information as a variable called port. And now you can see with this nmap command that we have added to the script exactly how those variables are going to be read. So anything that we input as a first IP, a last IP, or the last IP octet, and or the port number is going to be looked at as a variable, and nmap is then going to input that information regardless of what the numbers are into its script so that it can run the scan. On a side note, when nmap is done performing this scan, we want it to go ahead and output the results to a web file or a text file called web. And we're going to go ahead and do some more cat stuff here now. So if I type in cat space web, I'm telling it that I want you to output the contents of the web file, but first I want you to use the grep command to filter it, and I only want to see the contents of IP addresses that have the port open that we scan for. And I want that input or that output sent over to another text file called web1. Now, just as we did with our previous script, we can go ahead and get cat to format that output so that it's much more readable. And that's what we're doing here. And we're telling cat, I want you to format the contents that you were given for web1, and I want that information sent over to another file called web2 and sent to the screen. And now that input or that information that was formatted and put into the web2 file can now be read when we type in cat web2. So we're now ready to run this script. So make sure your syntax is correct. You got no errors. Everybody's got double quotes. Everything's good to go. And now you can hit Control X. You can type in Y for yes and hit enter. You can use your up arrow to find the command that will run the portscan.sh and hit enter. And now it asks you for the starting IP address. You can do an ifconfig and you can find out what your network IP is, and then you can get the correct IP information for your script. This is the IP address for my network, or the network IP of it for my network. So I'm typing in 192.168.145.1, which is the starting IP, and when I hit enter, it's going to ask me for the last IP address. So I've typed in 192.168.145.254 because I don't really care about the broadcast for this network, which is 255. I'm going to go ahead and hit enter. Now it wants to know what port I want to scan for. Now you can scan for any port. For instance, if you want to know if FTP is running on your network, well then you can scan for port 21. If you want to know if somebody's got a web server running on your network, well then you can scan for port 80. I'll go ahead and just scan for port 80 just for grins and giggles, and we'll see what happens. And now it starts to scan. In just a few moments it comes back up and it tells me that it found 4 hosts and that it scanned the entire range of the IP addresses in 2.46 seconds. And it tells me that port 80 is closed in just about everywhere, so I don't see a problem with port 80 running on my network. So the takeaway for this lab is to appreciate how useful bash scripting can be for pen testing and for hacking. We can use these scripts to help reduce our administrative burden of having to scan a large number of IP addresses and then filter them for specific outputs such as what ports were open on what IP address. So we know that our script, our portscan.sh, generated some text files. Let's go find them. So if I go up here to my files folder and I go in to the contents of my home directory, you'll see that I have those 3 files that were generated by the cat and the crep. Now, this first file is going to have some output. This has got some information about the status of ports and all that good stuff. And I can go ahead and close it out. Now remember, we told it to output any of these IP addresses that had port 80 running on them. If you didn't have port 80 running, then there's pretty much nothing to send over to the next text file, which was Web 1 and Web 2. So when you open these up, yes, they're going to be empty because there was no IP addresses that were running port 80. So just for grins and giggles, let's go back into the script, and this time we'll run it again. And this time I'm going to run it across Metasploitable 2, which is on my network. Now, I don't know that Metasploitable 2 is on the network. I'm going to scan that same range of IP addresses, and we're going to scan for port 80, and we'll see what happens. So to make sure that I get a clean input, I'm going to go up in here inside of my home directory. I'm going to delete these 3 output files. Go ahead and just delete those and send those over to the trash. And now we're going to go back over here to my terminal. Just go ahead and clear it. And now use my up arrow, and let's go ahead and run this script one more time. So again, it wants the starting IP address. I'll type that in. I'll hit enter. Now it wants the last IP address. I'm going to go ahead and hit enter to that. Then it wants the port. So I can type in port 80. I'll hit enter, and let's see what Nmap comes up with this time. So this time we've got a port 80 that is actually open up on the machine 1.30, which is my Metasploitable, just for grins and giggles. And let's go see what those results look like now. So again, here's the first output file. We got that done. And then we're going to have that sent over to Web 1. And there's that information. Now we're going to have it filtered one more time, sent over to Web 2. And there you go. So I know that the machine with the IP address of 130 has a port 80 running on it. So imagine that I had tens of thousands of IP addresses to scan through and look for port 80. That last text file that we created, the Web 2, would have just the IP addresses of the machines that were running port 80. And I could do the same thing for port 21. Now, let's say that I've heard that there is a new piece of malware that is exploiting a certain port. I want to know if my network is vulnerable. Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to use this script, and I'm going to scan all my IP addresses for that specific port that that malware is looking for. That concludes this short video presentation on how we go about using bash scripting to help reduce the administrative burden of having to pen test a large number of IP ranges. If you have any questions or concerns about the video or its content or the lab, please do not hesitate to reach out and contact your instructor. Thank you, and I will see you in my next video. Greetings. In this short video presentation, we're going to see how we go about using Medusa, a password cracking utility, to perform a VNC brute force attack on a remote target that is running the VNC as a service. The Medusa password cracking utility is a speedy, massively parallel, modular login brute forcer for networking services. For this video demonstration, I'll be using Cali as my attack platform, and I have a target of Metasploitable 2 that I will be exploiting with the Medusa. So the first thing I've done is I've gone over to my Metasploitable 2, I've done an IF config, and I have confirmed that I know the address of this Metasploitable install. They're both on the same network, and to confirm this, I can go back over to my Cali and I will ping the known address for my Metasploitable 2. Go ahead and hit Control-C, break that sequence. So I know that these two machines can now see each other. If you are unsure what services are actually running on Metasploitable, you can use nmap from your Cali machine and just type in nmap space dash s capital letter V followed by the IP address of the target. In this case, my IP address is 192.168.145.128, and now if I hit enter in just a moment, nmap's going to come back and tell me exactly what services are running on my target machine of Metasploitable 2. The nmap's service scan has completed successfully, and I see that I do have an install of a VNC running, protocol version 3.3, running on port 5900. Medusa comes pre-installed on my Cali, so I have nothing to do as far as downloading or installing the package. We're now ready to launch Medusa and attack or go after my Metasploitable 2 machine and exploit this VNC service that is currently running. So I've typed in Medusa space dash H followed by the IP address of the target. Then I give it a space dash U, and this is for the user word list that I want to provide. So I'm providing Medusa with a word list, and I'll also provide Medusa with a password list that it's going to use. And we're telling it that the module we want to use, the -m, what module I want to assign for this particular exploit is the VNC module. Now once everything is configured correctly, I'm just going to go ahead and hit enter, and in just a moment it's going to come back and it's going to start going through a list of 1,009 usernames and trying to figure out the passwords. Now you'll see that as the results pull up here that there are some successes. Once you have a number of successes, you can go ahead and break the sequence by just typing in Control-C. I stopped the sequence at about 64. So as I scan through the results of my scan for this VNC vulnerability and looking at the passwords that are being successfully determined, I can see that the number one password is actually password by itself. So we're going to use that password to allow us to have access remotely using a version of VNC that comes pre-installed on my Cali machine. So I'm going to go ahead and hit Control-C, break the sequence. If you need to restart the scan, you can look at the bottom where we broke the sequence, and it tells you exactly how to restart your scan and again start looking for those usernames and passwords. I'm going to go ahead and type in clear at the prompt, which brings up my terminal and gives me a clean screen. Now we're going to attempt to connect using a version of VNC that comes pre-installed on my Cali machine. So I'll continue on here with this password cracking of the VNC service that is running on my Metasploitable 2. I'm going to use the X-Type VNC viewer. So I've typed in X-Type VNC viewer, and I followed that up with the password of the target machine. That's all you got to do. I'm now going to go ahead and hit enter. And in just a moment, it's going to pop up and ask me for the password. Now, we know that the password that is most commonly found with Medusa on this particular exploit was password. So I'm just going to type in password. I'm going to hit enter. And you see that I now have remote access using VNC over to Metasploitable 2 using that password that we cracked off of the VNC service that was running. This access provided me with total root control or administrator access of the target machine, and I can type in any command and take over my Metasploitable 2 machine. And I can type in such as uname --a to get the version information, all about what's running on that particular target. I can also type in ls to see what's available at the root directory, and I can just keep on typing in commands, and I won't have any problem because I do have full root access. In this short video presentation, we got to see how I used Medusa and one of its modules, the VNC module, to crack, using brute force, a username and password that is used to have access to the machine remotely using VNC. If you have any questions or concerns about this video, please don't hesitate to reach out and contact your instructor, and I'll see you in my next video. Greetings, and in this short video presentation, we're going to take a look at how we go about cracking passwords using Mimikatz. For this lab demonstration, we'll be using my full install of Cali Linux, and my victim will be a Windows XP Professional SP2. So let's go ahead and get started. To begin the lab, we're going to open up our terminal, and we're going to launch Metasploit. We're going to launch Metasploit by typing in msf console at the terminal, and we're going to hit enter. And in just a moment, Metasploit will start to come up. In the next step of the lab, we're going to use the Nmap scripting engine to scan my network for machines that may have vulnerabilities on any of their first 1,000 ports. So I'm going to assume that I don't know where my victim is, but I do know that the network IP, which is the first 3 octets of the network, or the IP address of any machine on the network, is 192.168.145, and I'm going to tell Nmap to use the scripting engine and scan that last octet for any of the 255 hosts that may be present on the network. I'm going to go ahead and hit enter. Now this is my network IP address. Yours will differ. So make sure that you run an ifconfig or an ipconfig on one of your Windows machines to get those first 3 octets. So my scan has completed. Now, from my network scan results, I find that I have a machine with the IP address of 192.168.145.129 that is vulnerable for a certain exploit. This is the MS08-067 SMB exploitation exploit. So that's good because we are familiar with this exploit. So we're going to use this to establish that backdoor that we need with MetaPredator. So let's go ahead and see how we do that. So we got a target machine and an IP address of 129, but we need to find out some more information, so we're going to dig just a little bit deeper with another Nmap script. So I'm going to go ahead and paste in the command from my lab, and this is a SMB OS discovery script. And I want to find out exactly how vulnerable this 129 target actually is. This Nmap script is going to tell me all the information I need to know about the OS, the service pack, all the good information that we want to know before we launch our attack. I'm going to go ahead and hit enter, and in just a moment, those scan results are going to be returned. My second scan has completed against my potential target, and we see that the results come back, and it tells us that this is a Windows XP machine. Tells us the name of the machine, tells us that it's a member of a work group, but we're mostly interested in the fact that it's a Windows XP machine. So we're going to go ahead and continue on with trying to exploit this. Metasploit is already up and running inside of the terminal, and we know that it does have a exploit for this particular vulnerability, so we're going to search for it. So at the command prompt, I'm just going to type in search for MS08_067. Let's see what results we get with this. And now it's looking for this particular exploit, and then it's going to give us some results such as what type of machines we can run it against. Exploit has come back with its results, and it found a matching module. So what we're going to do now is we're just going to copy the name of the exploit, just like that. And we're going to right click, copy that. Now we're going to go back down to the MSF prompt, and we're going to type in use. Now I'm going to right click, and I'm going to paste the name of that exploit, and I'm going to hit enter. And it comes back letting me know that it has loaded the exploit for me. To find out what options have to be set for this exploit, I can now type in the word options and hit enter, and it tells us that the remote host must be set, that it's going to use port 445, that's the SMP service port. That also tells us that the pipe name to use is browser service SVS, and so we're going to set the IP address for the remote host. That is a requirement. So let's see how we go about doing that. We start off with the set command, and then we type in the name of the option that we want to set. In this case, I want to set the IP address for the R host or the remote host. And we know that my victim from the scan results has a host IP of 129 on the 145 network. So we're going to go ahead and type all that in. So it's set space R host, the IP address or of the target. Now this is my target. Yours will differ. I'm going to go ahead and hit enter. And it comes back letting me know that the remote host IP address has been set. Now you can go ahead and type in options again if you like and look at those results. And you'll see that the current setting reflects what we've just configured for the remote host. Now that we have a target identified to launch the exploit to, we can go ahead and launch the exploit up inside of Metasploit by just typing in the exploit command at the prompt. So I'm going to go ahead and hit enter, and in just a moment it'll reach over and it will find the remote host and come back and get us a Metapredator prompt. If you don't see the prompt, then the exploit did not complete successfully, and that's probably going to be 99% of the time a connectivity issue. So make sure that both of these machines can see each other. The Metapredator prompt tells me that we have connected to the target machine. So what I'm going to do now is load the Mimikatz onto the target machine so that we can try to capture some passwords. So I've used the command load Mimikatz, and this is going to load this onto the remote target. And it comes back letting me know that that did succeed successfully. If you would like to see what version of Mimikatz you are running, you can use the following command, Mimikatz_command space -f space version. We'll go ahead and run that, and we're going to hit enter, and it comes back letting me know that the following version is. To find out what options are available for password cracking in Mimikatz, we can use the help command in conjunction with its name. So it's help space Mimikatz. I'm going to go ahead and hit enter. It comes back letting me know that the following options are available. To see what commands are available with Mimikatz, we can type in the following at the prompt. Mimikatz_command space -f space FU : Now you can see that this is all in French, but you get an idea of what commands we're going to be wanting to use here. For instance, the SAM dump, that's going to be one, and the other one is going to be that secure LSA. So those are a couple of the commands that we're going to be utilizing for this lab. So we know that all passwords that are stored on any Windows machine are stored in a hash. But Mimikatz is powerful enough to find that hash password and decrypt it. So let's see how it does that. So the first thing we have to do is locate and see those hash passwords on the Windows machine. And to do this, we're going to use the MSV command at the prompt. So I'm going to go ahead and hit enter, and Mimikatz brings up the hash passwords that it found on the target machine. Now we know that Windows likes to use Kerberos as its algorithm for hashing passwords. So we're going to tell Mimikatz to decrypt these passwords or to decrypt the hash using the Kerberos command. So I'm now going to go ahead and hit enter, and it comes back up and it has cracked those passwords. Notice that the administrator password is password. We know that from the previous labs. And so that's how easy it was for Mimikatz to do this. Now, of course, this is just an example. If it had been a very complicated password, it could have taken longer. So we used Mimikatz in this example to pull passwords out of memory, and it was then able to decrypt those hash passwords that were in memory and bring them to us in clear text. Our next command is going to find the SAM file, and it's going to dump the hash passwords for us onto our string. So I'm going to type in Mimikatz _command space -f space SAM dump : hashes. I'm going to go ahead and hit enter, and there are the hashed passwords from the SAM file. Now that Mimikatz has located the SAM file and pulled down the hashed passwords, we need to decrypt them. To do that, we're going to use the Mimikatz command space -f space secure LSA : search passwords. Again, remember that everything here is case sensitive. I'm going to go ahead and hit enter. In just a moment, it comes back to the prompt letting me know that the command completed successfully, and it brings me the passwords decrypt from the SAM file. That concludes this short video presentation on how we go about cracking passwords using Mimikatz. In this short video presentation, we got to look at how we go about capturing passwords that were stored up inside of the memory, and how we break that encryption using Mimikatz, and also how we locate the SAM file, how we pull those passwords out of the SAM file with their hash, and then decrypt them using another command up inside of Mimikatz. So if you have any questions or you have any concerns about what we just saw in this lab, please do not hesitate to contact your instructor, and I'll see you in my next video. Greetings, and in this short video presentation we're going to see how we go about installing the W3AF scanner in Cali Linux using Docker. Using Docker, we will be able to install the W3AF scanner and all of its dependencies without having to install any of the dependencies onto our Cali machine. Docker is a computer program that performs operating system level virtualization, also known as containerization. It was first released in 2013 and is developed by Docker Incorporated. Docker is used to run software packages called containers. In a typical example use case, one container runs a web server and web applications, while a second container runs a database server that is used by the web applications. Containers are isolated from each other and use their own set of tools and libraries. They can communicate through well-defined channels. All containers use the same kernel and are therefore more lightweight than virtual machines. Containers are created from images, which specify their precise contents. Images are often created by combining and modifying standard images downloaded from repositories. This lab requires one virtual install of Kali Linux that has been fully updated and a good internet connection. Before we begin the actual lab, let's go ahead and ensure that our Kali has been fully updated. To do this, I'm going to use the app command, app space get space update. I'm going to hit enter. If you get an error stating you have an invalid signature, go ahead and run the following command from the lab. That's the wget space -q space capital O, and we're going to go ahead and get ourselves a new signature key. Go ahead and hit enter. Give it a second. Comes back and it says it's okay. Once you've updated your signature key, go ahead and run the update one more time. While Cali is updating, we can go ahead and open up a new terminal, and we're going to prepare a script file that's going to do all the heavy lifting for us. Using Nano, we're going to create a new docker_install.sh script that's going to run through the installation of Docker for us. So I've typed in Nano, and I'm going to open up a blank file, and this file is going to be named docker_install.sh. There's my blank file. Now I'm going to go back over to my lab file, and I'm going to copy and paste from the lab file the text that is in between the lines for this particular script. Come back over to my blank text file, and I'm just going to paste this in. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to save this, and it's going to be saved to my root folder so that I will know where to find it. So I'm going to go ahead and hit Control X. I'm going to say Y, or type in Y for yes, and then I'm going to hit Enter. We can now do an ls, and we'll find that the file has been saved to my root folder. I'm now going to make this docker_install.sh file executable. Under the chmod command, I've typed in chmod space the plus sign plus a small letter X space docker_install.sh. I'm going to go ahead and hit Enter. And it comes back to the prompt letting me know that the command completed successfully. This command has now made this file, this text file, executable. And if we do another ls, we'll be able to see that the color of the file has changed from white to green, indicating that it is now executable. Cali has completed updating. I'm going to go ahead and close out that terminal, return to my second terminal where I created this docker_install.sh script. We're now ready to run the script. Now I'm going to type in sh, and what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy from the ls results the name of the file, name of the script, and I'm just going to copy and paste that into the terminal prompt. I'm now going to hit Enter, and it's going to run through the script, and part of that script is to run an update, but we've already done that. We're now installing the Docker program and all of the files that it needs. And when we're done here, we'll be able to download the container that contains the W3AF scanner. The script will install all the dependencies and everything that the Docker program needs to run on this Cali installation. Once the script does complete, the Docker program has been installed. Now, if you look up just a little bit inside of the results, inside of the terminal, you'll see that there is a hello from Docker. This was done inside of the script, and what it does is it goes out and it confirms that the Docker program is working. So the command that we would normally run if we were doing this manually would be docker space run hello world. And we can run that command right here from the terminal. I'm going to go ahead and copy and paste that in from the lab. So it's docker space run hello world, and this is going to go out and it's going to communicate with the Docker site. And I'm going to go ahead and type that in, and it comes back and it says hello from Docker. This message shows that your installation appears to be working correctly. We next need to download the W3AF package from GitHub. So I've typed in git space clone, and I've copied this command over from the lab file. Now once the W3AF package has completed installing from the GitHub, we can then look inside of our root folder to see if it is present. So I've typed in ls at the prompt, and we see that the W3AF directory is in place. We're now ready to change directory over to the W3AF folder, and we're going to be working inside there modifying a couple of items. But first we have to get there. To do this, we're going to type in cd space w3af/extras/docker/scripts. And there's a script that we're going to be using to install the WAF container at this location. So I'm going to go ahead and change on over to my new location, and we're going to begin working inside of here. Up inside of this scripts directory, up inside of the W3AF directory, we're going to run a script that's going to begin the installation of the actual container for W3AF that we can run inside of the Docker program. To do this, I've typed in sudo, which was not needed because I'm already root, but I've gotten used to just typing in sudo space period / W3AF underscore console underscore Docker. Now let's see what happens. I'm going to go ahead and hit enter. So we're now downloading everything we need for the W3AF container that's going to be working inside of the Docker program. So this is where we run into a problem with this Docker script that's present up inside of the W3AF directory. It wants a password for this address. We're going to have to go in, we're going to have to modify the docker underscore helpers.py script file. And what we're going to do is just change the permissions so that we don't get prompted for a password. So let's see how we do that. First thing I'm going to do is just hit enter a couple times here. Then it's going to come back over to the prompt. Now we're going to go ahead and we're going to go find this docker underscore helpers.ph script. And now to do this, we're going to have to change directory over to the common directory that's also located inside the W3AF folder. So I'm going to type in ls, and let's see what's present up inside of here. And you'll see that there is a common directory that is present. So I'm going to change directory on over to this location. Now I'm going to go ahead and get a hold of this docker underscore helpers.py script file. So I'm going to do another ls, and we see that there is a dockers underscore helpers.py file that is present. Now we're going to open this up with a text editor, and we're going to modify the change mod permissions. And what it is, there is an error in the way that they put in the permissions. They should have used an octal, but instead they used a decimal. So we're going to go ahead and take a look at this. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to get up inside of here using nano, and I'm going to modify the script real quick. So I'm going to type in nano space docker underscore helpers.py, and now we're inside of the file that needs to be modified. This is a rather large file, and I don't want to spend a lot of time looking at 164 different lines looking for this particular line that I have to modify. So I'm going to use this W switch in here, and I'm just going to press the control key plus W, and using the search feature I'm just going to copy and paste the variable that I'm looking for inside of this script. Now I copied this from the lab, and that's where you're going to find it as well. And it comes right up and it shows me exactly where the line is that I need to modify. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a 0 in front of this 6, and that's going to make it octal as opposed to being decimal. So let me just go ahead and scoot on over here using my arrow, and I'm going to add in that 0. And I'm going to go over one more to the right, and I'm going to push that back to the left using my arrow keys, and now we have the correct set of permissions. We can go ahead and save our changes by typing in Control X. If it asks you if you want to save the modified buffer, type in Y for yes, and then hit enter. I now have to return back to my scripts folder so that I can run that docker underscore command one more time. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to type in cd space period. That's going to take me back one level. Now I'm back to the scripts folder. Now I'm going to use my up arrow, and I'm going to bring back that command, that sudo command, to run this script one more time, and we should not be prompted for any password. Let's go ahead and see if that works. And with the modification of our dockers underscore helpers.py script, we are now able to launch the W3AF scanner. So I'm going to go ahead and type in Y to accept the terms and the conditions of using this scanner. I'm going to hit enter. And you'll notice that we do now have the prompt for the W3AF vulnerability scanner for websites. So in conclusion, for this particular video tutorial, you got to see how we can get around the issue of not having all the dependencies available when we want to install something as simple as the W3AF vulnerability scanner. what we can do is we can get a package either from the software creator or from GitHub that somebody else has created. And using the Docker container that we downloaded, we were able to install this W3AF scanner without having to worry about installing or finding or locating or having the required dependencies. They're all inside of the container, and Cali could care less. Okay, well, that's going to conclude this short video presentation on how we go about installing the W3AF scanner using Docker. Now, if you have any questions or you have any concerns, please don't hesitate to reach out and contact your instructor. And I'll see you in my next video. Greetings, and in this short video presentation, we're going to see how we go about conducting a website vulnerability scan using the Web Application Attack and Audit Framework, or W3AF. Now, for this lab, I'll be using one virtual install of Kali Linux with the W3AF freshly installed. I'll also be using a installation of Metasploitable 2 as my victim, and we'll also be going out to the internet, and we'll be using a website called AccuArt that is left intentionally vulnerable for pen testing purposes. To begin the lab, I've opened up a terminal and I've typed in cd space W3AF because I need to get over to the directory where the executable to launch the program is located. I'm going to go ahead and hit enter. Notice that my prompt changes to let me know that I'm in the correct directory. I'm now going to go ahead and type in /W3AF _console. This is the executable that launches the application. So when I hit enter, notice that my prompt is going to change to let me know that we are now inside of that application. There's only but a few commands we have to remember to use this application effectively. So we start off by using the target command. So we'll type in target, hit enter. Notice that my prompt changes. Now I can type in the command. Using the set command, I can now set the path to the target. In this case, I'm going to use my Matilde website that is part of my Metasploitable 2 installation. So if I was to open up a browser and I was just type in the address bar, the address of my Metasploitable 2 / with the address of the web server, it would be the same thing. So I'm saying set the target to my Metasploitable machine / my web server. I'm going to go ahead and hit enter, and the target has been set. Now I'm going to use the back command. This is going to take me back, and notice that my configuration has been saved. I now need to assign a plugin or plugins to this target. So I've typed in the command plugins, and that's going to take me to the plugins container. And here I'm going to select a plugin. So I'm going to type in audit. That's going to be my plugin. And if I hit enter, I get all of the options to use with this particular plugin. So now if I type in audit space all, I get all of these options. So I'm going to go ahead and hit enter. And this time I'm going to hit back one more time. And now I'm ready to launch. To launch, all I have to do is type in the word start. And in just a moment, the results for our scan over to my Metasploitable web server, Matilde, will come back to us. And there are the results. You'll notice that the results are actually in blue. These are the vulnerabilities that it found. And this is how you can tell what vulnerabilities are present on whatever web server you decide to scan. Now, the next website we're going to go after is called AccuArt. And we're going to see how we scan an actual website on the internet. So again, I'm going to type in the word target. So at the target prompt, I just type in the name of the website, set space target, name of the website. Now I'm going to go ahead and hit enter. And again, we're going to do a back. Notice that the information was also saved again this time. And now I'm going to type in plugins. And now we're going to choose the plugins we want. Again, I'm going to use audit. And if I type in, or if I hit enter, you'll notice that I get all those options again. So I'm going to type in audit space all, hit enter. Now I'm going to type in back. And just as before, if I type in the word start, the scan begins. And in just a moment, we'll have the results. Now this website that we're using is a testing website for pen testers or hackers, and so it's actually legal to go ahead and scan it. If you use this utility to conduct an unauthorized scan, you do so at your own risk. So let's go ahead and let this thing roll on here just for a second. So we have a number of DAV methods that we can actually exploit on this server, but this is just an example of how powerful this web scanner actually is. And we've only touched the surface on it. It actually does a lot more, but this is enough to get you started. In this short video presentation, we demonstrated how to conduct a website vulnerability scan using the Web Application Attack and Audit Framework, W3AF. We also saw how easy it was to conduct a testing of this tool using Metasploitable and using an actual website on the internet. If you have any questions or you have any concerns about what was shown to you in this video, please don't hesitate to reach out and contact your instructor. And I'll see you in my next video. Greetings, and in this short video presentation we're going to see how we go about performing a couple of different browser-based attacks. In this demonstration we'll be performing a manual SQL injection, and later in the lab we'll be doing a local file inclusion and a directory traversal attack. As with every lab, I want to confirm that I have good network connectivity, so I've done an ifconfig on my Cali machine, and I see that I have an IP address of 192.168.145.177. And on my Metasploitable 2 machine, I have an IP address of 192.168.145.128. Now all I want to do is ping from my Cali over to the Metasploitable using the 128 address. So at the command prompt on my Cali machine, I have typed in ping 192.168.145.128, which is the IP address of my Metasploitable 2 victim. I'm going to go ahead and hit enter, and we see that the response comes back positive. I can break that sequence by using Control+C. I'm going to go ahead and clear the screen. Type in clear. Now we're ready to begin the lab. So SQL injection is a technique that exploits a security vulnerability within a specific application. This type of attack is often used against applications that are data-driven, such as SQL databases. This attack is performed by including specific portions of SQL statements within the field for the website to pass a malicious SQL command to the database to reveal the contents of the database to the attacker. Now by default, SQL out of the box comes with about 1,500 default settings, and most of those make SQL vulnerable. So you can understand how hard it is for any SQL administrator to go in and harden a SQL server and still expect it to work. That's why Microsoft sets up those default settings, and there's 1,500 of them. And so if you go in there and you start setting up your SQL server to be hardened, there's a high probability that you can turn that SQL server into a doorstop very quickly just by setting the wrong checkbox or setting the wrong registry entry. Metasploitable 2 has a version of Matilde, which is a vulnerable web application that we're going to be attacking. The problem is the new version of Metasploitable 2 does not have the right database configured for Matilde. So what we're going to have to do is go over to our Metasploitable 2 and make some modifications to our config.inc file. So at the terminal prompt for my Metasploitable 2, I have typed in sudo, because we're going to have to be doing this as the root. So I've typed in sudo space nano, which is going to be the editor that we're going to use to modify the config.inc file. And I've typed in the path, /var/www/Matilde/config.inc. Now once I've got everything typed in, and I have double checked it because I don't want to be doing this 3 or 4 times, I'm going to go ahead and hit enter. And it comes up and it wants to know what the root password is, and that's the same as the login password for your Metasploitable 2, so it's msfadmin. and now we're inside of the file. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use my down arrow, and I'm going to come to that last line where it says $DB name equals, and I'm going to go across here. Now normally this doesn't say OWASP10, it says Metasploitable, but that's the wrong database. We need to be pointing this database to OWASP10. So make sure that you replace the Metasploitable inside of those single quotes with OWASP10. When you're done, just go ahead and hit Control X, say Y, or type in Y for yes, and then just hit Enter. I'm not going to make any changes to this file, so I'm just going to do a Control X, and this brings me back to my prompt. We learned previously by doing an ifconfig on our Metasploitable 2 exactly what the IP address was for that victim. It was 192.168.145.128. Now your IP address for your victim will differ. So make sure that you do an ifconfig and find out what the IP address is for your installation of Metasploitable 2. In this next step of the lab, we're going to open up Firefox. I'm going to go up here to my quick launch. I'm going to double click Firefox, and in just a minute, Firefox ESR, which stands for Extended Service Release, will open up in just a moment. Up in the address bar of your Firefox, you want to type in http:// the IP address of your Metasploitable 2 machine, /Matilda. Make sure you spell everything correctly, and then you just hit Enter, and if you did it correctly, and if everything's working like it should be, you'll be brought up to the Matilda vulnerable web page. Okay, and it tells you that this is a deliberately vulnerable PHP script of OWASP top 10. So what we're going to do now, we're going to go over here to the top 10, OWASP space top 10. We're going to go to injection, and we're going to go to SQL I extract data user info. Go ahead and click on that. And we're now going to type in some information into this name box here that's going to allow us to pull off some credit card information by just using some tricky SQL expressions. So Matilda is a vulnerable web application that is designed to allow you as either a pen tester or a hacker to practice your craft. So everything in here is going to work for the most part, and it's not going to give us any grief. Out in the real world, you're going to have to do a little bit more research and a lot more recon to be able to find something that's going to allow you to pull this off. But in this context, it works just fine. So the first thing we want to do is want to go to the name field, right click. We're going to go down to inspect element. Now here inside of the element, we have this line here that says size is 20. Change that 20 to a 100. And now when I hit enter to the field, notice that the name box expands to show the increase in size. We can go ahead and close out the element box now. We're now going to use the name field to allow us to inject some SQL expressions to exploit the back end. In this example, we're using the union command to join two separate SQL queries as one. And it says union, and I want you to join all this, and I want you to select the following bits of information for me: the CCID, the CC number, credit card number, the CCV, the expiration, null, and that means that if there's anything else that I forgot, go ahead and put it in here for me. From credit cards. Credit cards is a table of information that is inside of this particular vulnerable database, and we know that that is the case. So what we're going to do now is we've got this expression at the end of this piece of syntax, and notice there's a space, then there's two dashes, and at the end of this dash there has to be another space. So make sure you do that. Alright, so now we're just going to go ahead, we're going to hit enter, and what we pulled up here from that table called credit cards using that name field is the credit card number, the CCV number, and we pulled in the expiration date for the credit cards. And that's how easy that was. So all we did was just use the name field, which allows us to use this front end of the database to communicate with the back end of the database. And because SQL, in this sense, is vulnerable, we were able to exploit the database using these simple SQL expressions. In this next portion of the lab, we're going to use directory traversal in our browser to access files that were not properly sanitized and were not properly configured to prevent us from pulling them up just using a browser. So what I've done is I've gone up here to my address bar and I've typed in the IP address of my victim, the web application Matilde, /index.php page equals / it's up inside the etc directory, and I want the password file. Now when I hit enter, if this page has not been properly sanitized, then it's going to allow me to have access to it. And this is just about any page that you want on the server. If it hasn't been properly protected and we haven't done our due diligence to protect that file, then we can use a web browser, just like I've done here, to pull it up. And we see that I pulled up the password file here, and we see all of the information that's inside of this password file. And we can use this to help gather more information about how to further exploit this installation of MySQL Server. Now another file that would be of interest to us would be the SSH/authorize_keys file located up inside of the root directory. So when I go ahead and I load this into the address bar, and this is all taken from the lab. I just copy and pasted this from the lab into here, into my browser's address bar. We hit enter, and we see that I bring up those SSH keys. Now, of course, now this is all hashed, but I can run this through a decrypting utility of some type, and I can probably, over time, crack these keys. So that's of interest to us if we want to be able to connect remotely using SSH. So in this short video presentation, you got to see how easy it was to conduct a manual SQL injection and a local file inclusion and directory traversal attack using just a browser when a SQL database is vulnerable from the front end. Later on, we're going to see another lab where I'm going to use an application called SQL Map, and it's going to do all of this for us, and you're going to be amazed how easy it is to access and hack a vulnerable SQL database. That concludes the short video presentation, and if you have any questions or concerns about this lab or this video, please do not hesitate to reach out and contact your instructor, and I'll see you in my next video. Greetings, and in this short video presentation, we're going to see how we go about conducting a SQL injection attack using SQL Map. In a nutshell, SQL Map is an open source penetration testing tool that automates the process of detecting and exploiting SQL injection flaws and taking over of database servers. The hardware requirement for this particular lab is a updated install of Cali and a good internet connection. To see how easy SQL Map is to use, we can go into the terminal, we can type in SQL Map /H to bring up the help menu, and this will show us all the different commands and switches that are available. It's important that you read and understand all these different switches so that it will make sense to you as we go through the lab. So take a couple of moments to scroll through the help menu and look at all the different options that you have for running SQL Map. So at my prompt, I've typed in SQL Map /H. I'm going to go ahead and hit enter. In just a moment, SQL Map will start up, and we have the full menu of options that are available to us. The first thing we want to do is we want to load up our SQL Map using the -U, which is the switch that tells it to use the following URL. Now what we're looking for here is some information about what version of SQL they were using and some other information that we can gather so that we can check to see if we can figure out what exploits can be run against this target. So let's go ahead and hit enter, and in just a moment it's going to come back and give me some information. And it says the back end for this database is MySQL, and it's version 5. The web application technology is NGINX PHP 5.3.10. So we now know that the back end for their database is MySQL and that it's being programmed using PHP. So we got some information here that we can use to go out and look for further exploits. As we go through the lab, you may be queried by the SQL map to answer some questions. When this happens and you are in doubt how best to answer those questions, always answer with yes or Y in this case. In our next SQL command here, we're going to add another switch, and that is a --DVS. We want to know what databases are available on this target server. So we're querying the server, and we want it to return the information that lists all the different databases to see if there's anything we might be interested in. So I'm going to go ahead and just type in at the end of this --DVS. Make sure you got that space there between that first dash and the 1. I'm going to go ahead and hit enter, and in just a moment it pulls up the database information off of this target. And there are two databases. One is AccuArt and the other one is information_schema. The one that we are going to be interested in is the AccuArt. So we're now ready to explore the database AccuArt. Now you see that I have removed the --DVS, and now I want to look at the database. So I'm going to use the --D switch with the name of the database. We're going to follow that up with, I want to know what tables this database contains. So to do this, I've given it a space after AccuArt, and I've typed in --tables. We're going to go ahead and hit enter, and in just a moment it comes back and it tells us here are the tables that are listed in this database. As we look through the different tables, we see that there is one that might be of interest to us, and that is the users table. And that's the one we're going to look at next. So we've told SQL map to tell us, or to show us, the AccuArt database. I want to see the table -T for users. And now inside of the users table, I want you to show me the columns. So it's database, tables, columns. That is the path we need to get the information that we need to be able to hack into this particular database. I'm going to go ahead and hit enter, and in just a moment it's going to come up and it's going to show me some information about what is available inside of that users table, inside of these columns. We can see that there is a column for the user's name, their password, their name, and their email address, some other information in here as well. Now you can pull all this information down, or you can pull down just what it is that you want to have from this particular table and its columns. So we're to the point to where we're going to get some really good information from the AccuArt database by way of the users table, and what we want to see is the information that's inside of the columns. So -C, show me the email, the name, and the pass, and we're going to use that --dump switch to get us that information. So I'm now ready to go ahead and hit enter, and let's see what's in here. Okay, so we have an email address, we have the name, and we have the password. So we have the email address for this user called Anonymous Brazil, and the password is test. So just using SQL map and using that -U with the URL, along with the switches we have used in this demonstration, you can go out and you can find the information from a vulnerable SQL server just as easy as we did with this demonstration. Now there are lots and lots of SQL servers out there that are vulnerable. But how do you find them? What if you're not a pen tester? What if you're actually looking for a target so that you can gather some information such as credit cards and such? Well, to do that, we use a little thing called Google Dorks. And I'm now going to show you in a short demonstration how to use Google Dorks to gather information about vulnerable web applications. In this next part of the lab, we're going to see how we can use Google Dorks to go out and find potential targets. So we can all agree on a couple of things. One, Google is probably the #1 search engine in the world. And two, Google is nothing more than a large database itself. So when we bring up Google, and it's no different than me going on to any e-commerce site, and if I type something into the search field that is that of a SQL expression, as we have here, we can pull up information from the SQL database just like we do from any e-commerce site or any site that has a SQL backend that is vulnerable. So what I'm asking Google here is, in the URL, show me URLs that contain the following information, in quotes, products.php, product ID equals. Now, I keep it in quotes because this is exactly what I want. I don't want you to have to make any guesses or anything else. This is all I want. Right? That's why we wrap the search in quotes. So I'm going to go ahead and hit enter. And in just a moment, Google's going to pop back up here. And it's going to show me 10,300 results of different websites that have that information. And you can see it in the URL here. So now we have a bunch of potential targets, over 10,000 of them. Now, not every target on here is going to be vulnerable. So you've got to hunt and peck. You've got to look for those vulnerable sites. That's the recon part. Now, if you're a pen tester, of course, you can go out and you can get this information from your client and you can test that client site. But if you're just wanting to explore and practice your skill set using SQL map or just SQL injection in general, then you're going to have to do the recon. Now, we can also use SQL map to do the query for us. SQL map will also take this SQL expression that we have typed into Google here, and it will also use it to go out and find a potential target for us. I'm back at my command prompt, and I'm using the same query that we did up inside of Google, only I'm looking for a number 1. But I could change that number to a 14, a 12, whatever number I want to use. In this case, I'm just looking for a URL with a product ID that equals 1. And anything that follows would be inside of those 2 double quotes. Now if I hit enter, SQL map is going to do the legwork for me and go out and try to find a site. So let's see what it comes up with. So it says that kingcommodities.com products fits the criteria. Do you want to test this URL? At this point, you can go ahead and try to test it to see if it's vulnerable, or you can say no or quit. Now, I know for a fact that this site is not vulnerable, but that's just one example of how you can use SQL map to do that legwork for you. Make sure you take the time to read everything that comes back from your SQL map query. It's very important because you're going to get a lot of information that you're going to skip that's going to give you the answers to what you're looking for, and it's probably going to be in the results, but you just have to look for it. In this case, we have SQL map got 23 results for your search dork expression. 22 of them are testable targets. All right, so we got a total of 22 possible targets here that we can test to see if their website is vulnerable to a SQL injection attack. All right, so what does the word dork have to do with any of this? Well, the word dork is just something that describes an individual that did not take the time to protect the back end of their SQL server, and they allow it to be vulnerable to a SQL injection attack. That's where the word dork comes from. Now, where can we get all of these Google dork expressions from? Well, we can go to the Google Hacking Database, which is online, and we can find new expressions, we can get old expressions, we can find specific expressions when we're searching for something very specific. It might be a specific application, it might be a specific type of a page that we want to locate on a back end of a SQL server. So if you go to the Google Hacking Database, you can go through there and look for whatever it is you want, and hopefully you'll be able to find it. But you can see that this is nothing more than being able to use SQL expressions. So if that's the case, then knowing something about SQL is of a great advantage to a pen tester and or a hacker. In the lab, I've also listed a number of Google dorks. These are some of the more popular SQL expressions that you can use to go up and find additional targets using the Google search engine. So in this short video presentation, we got to see how SQL map can be used to automate a SQL injection attack against a vulnerable web application. We also got to see how we can locate potential targets using Google dorks. So if you have any questions or you have any concerns about this short video presentation, please do not hesitate to reach out and contact your instructor. And I'll see you in my next video. Greetings, and in this short video presentation we're going to see how we go about conducting an attack across the WAN or the internet. The biggest question I get asked most often is, how do we attack a machine remotely that is not on our local area network? How do I get my exploit to go over across the internet and find the machine and exploit it and have that information come back to my machine halfway around the world? And that's what we're going to do in this short video presentation. I can appreciate everybody wanting to be a pen tester or a hacker, white hat, black hat, gray hat, and that's all good and well. The problem is we put the cart before the horse and we forget about our basic networking fundamentals, such as IP addressing, such as how do we configure port forwarding, and how do we communicate across a network, regardless whether it's our local area network or if it's the WAN. So this applies to any type of exploit you want to conduct, whether it's through Metasploit, whether it's through Beef, whether it's through some type of other exploitation application. It doesn't make any difference. It's the fundamentals. They remain the same. How do I connect, or how do I attack a remote host from my local area network? Now, the problem with exploiting modern operating systems such as Windows 8, 10, or even Windows 7 is that they're much more secure than Windows XP ever was. But it can be done. But the problem is we have to do a little social networking, and we have to use applications where we interject a website or we interject some type of program that the end user, regardless of where they're at, has to initiate. So if I send them an email with a hook, and that's what we're going to call it. We're going to call it the hook because I'm actually going to incorporate this presentation inside of a Beef presentation that I'm going to do later on. Alright, so Beef is the browser exploit framework that is used up inside of Cali. Alright, it's a great program. We can use it to configure an attack on a browser, and a user can initiate that attack, and that information comes back to us, and we get what's called a reverse shell. In that vein, it doesn't make any difference if I'm using Beef or I'm using Metasploit or some other type of hacking suite. It doesn't make any difference. The fundamentals remain the same. So let's go over this real quick. So one, you got to find out what your public IP address is. Now, this doesn't mean that you're going to use your public IP. It means you have to know how to discover it. I got to warn you that if you're attacking a remote host, let's say it's a bank, let's say that you're going after the NSA website, let's say that you're going after ISIS, let's say that you're just going after some organization out there and you want to bring them down and you want to attack them, and you're going to do this by getting them to participate in the attack by launching through a web browser the infection or the malware. Well, the problem with that is that you're going to leave little pieces of breadcrumbs all across the internet, letting them trace that attack right back to you if you use your default IP address. Now, in previous modules, we talked about AnuServe, we talked about Tor and Proxy Chains, we talked about using the VPN, And this is where that comes into play. You want to make sure that you are as anonymous as you possibly can be before you start initiating this attack across the WAN, or somebody's going to come knocking on your door. So we're going to find out what our public IP address is once we have a VPN or AnonSurf or Tor and Proxychange enabled. Once I've done that, I have to go over to my modem. Now my modem is from the ISP, and it could be a cable modem, it could be a DSL modem. However it is that your internet provider provides you with internet access, that is the device. All ISPs and internet providers do a little thing called TCP/IP port forwarding. From the internet, from the WAN interface through their modem, whether it be DSL or if it's a cable modem, or it might be a router if it's an organization, that device is configured to forward all 65,535 ports or services over to the next hop. Now what you do with it after that is completely up to you. But this is also called your DMARC. And this is where the responsibility of the ISP or the internet provider ends. So we have no trouble sending out a web mail or some type of package and having it come back to our IP address. The problem is the machine, the device, whether it's the modem or whatever it is, does not know what to do with it. It has to have directions. It has to be told that, hey, if I get an HTTP request from the internet, send it over to my Cali machine. We've discovered our IP address. Now we have to enable or forward all of the HTTP and www requests over to our Apache web server using the outside or the WAN IP address that we discovered. Now everybody's got a different access router. I don't care if it's a Linksys, a Netgear, or whatever it is. It's a combination of 3 different devices. Usually it's got a firewall, it's got a built-in switch, it's got routing capability. Usually it's all done through some type of management console or interface. This device, this wireless access point, or this router or whatever we have where we plug in our laptop or our desktop, whether we connect through a wire or we connect through wireless, it makes no difference. When we connect, it's all the same. TCP/IP does not change just because you're using a wireless or a wire to connect. This device is usually referred to as a layer 3 switch. Now what is that? Well, a layer 3 switch is nothing more than a router with a switch built into it. And if you look on the back of your Cisco, Linksys, or your Netgear access point, your wireless router, you will see ports that you can plug in an RJ45 adapter. That's the switch portion. We refer to this as a layer 3 switch, and it's basically just a combination of a switch and a router combined together. Every home router, layer 3 switch, whatever you want to call it, comes with a CD or a DVD that contains some software. Because you're going to access this device one of 2 ways to enable port forwarding. You're either going to use the software to access it, or you're going to use a browser to access it. They both work pretty much the same way. So this device that we call a layer 3 switch, or this access point, your wireless router, also has a web page built into it that you can access via a browser. So I'm going to bring up my browser here real quick, and you'll see that I'm going to show you how to get on board of a very common, very popular commercial Linksys WRT610N router. All right, and it tells you here just exactly how to do it. It tells you that the default address or the default gateway is 192.168.1.1. Now this changes from every manufacturer. Some of them are going to use 192.168.0.1. Some of them will use a different IP address. It might be 0.254. They all use a different IP address, but it's all the same method for connecting to the web interface of the device. So how can you find it? Well, if you open up a command prompt onto your host machine, You can then do ipconfig, and you can look for the default gateway. That's going to be the address for that web interface on your default router, your layer 3 switch, your wireless access point, whatever it is you have put onto your network to allow multiple devices to connect to the internet. So I've opened up a fresh tab, and I've just gone up to my address bar, and I've typed in the IP address from my default gateway. I hit enter, and it comes back and it gives me the logon page. Every device has a default username and password, and you can find yours if you don't have it by just going to the internet and doing a search for it. So by default, just like your modem, a access point, a wireless router, or whatever it is that you're using to allow connectivity to your internet provider, allows port forwarding as well. So if you want HTTP or you want www traffic to go to your Cali machine, you've got to tell it. You're saying basically this: if I get a request to access my web server on Cali, send that request to this internal IP address, whether it be 192.168.1.135, 145, whatever it is. That's all you're doing. And you can go over here. Now, we're back up inside of the links list here, and they make it pretty darn easy for you. You can go over here and get the application names such as www or HTTP, and you can go in and you can add and have it done for you automatically. Just check the box. That's all you got to do. Just check the box. And then any request that comes from the internet over to your outside IP address that is for accessing a web server will be sent over to your Cali machine. Let's take a look at it. Now, the next configuration change we have to make is we have to make sure that our Cali machine is on the same network as our default gateway. So if our default gateway is using a network IP of 192.168.0, then we have to make sure that Cali is assigned to that same network of 192.168.0, and you can assign any available IP address from that block. So if you want to assign an IP address, that is to say the host portion of 3233, as long as it's not being used by any other device on the network, you won't have a conflict. Now you do this so that when the request comes back to that access point where you have port forwarding enabled, that request will be able to be sent over to the correct IP address of the machine that is hosting your Apache web server. Now, to get your Virtualbox or your VMware onto the same network as your access point or your host machine, you have to go into the services. So you just go to Start, you type in Services in the search bar, and that brings up the services. Here you're going to scroll on down till you find either Virtualbox or the VMware DHCP service. Just double click it, and then you're going to stop it. So once you've got your emulator's DHCP service disabled, you're probably going to want to use the DHCP service that is being used by your host machine so that you can pick up another IP address. To do this, just go on up to your settings, whether it's Virtualbox or VMware, it makes no difference. Go into the network adapter and change it over to Bridge. This puts you on the same network as your host machine. Just say OK, you're done. Now you're going to be picking up an IP address from the DHCP server that is running on that access point, whether it be your Linksys router or whatever it is. And you'll be able to find out what that IP address is by typing in ifconfig inside of your terminal prompt, and that will bring back the current IP address you are receiving from your new DHCP server. And then you can go ahead and statically configure it to your network adapter. Why do we statically configure the IP address that was assigned to us using DHCP? So that our local area IP does not change. Because once we configure the port forwarding, we don't want to have to go back in there every time the IP might change because we got a new IP address from our DHCP service. So just take that IP address and assign it statically to your interface. So I've enabled the port forwarding onto my access point, my wireless router. I've done all the fun stuff. So when this gentleman over here, my target victim, when he opens up that malware or that fake web page and he clicks on that link and he launches that hook, that's going to travel over to the internet. It's going to come down here. It's going to hit my access point. It's going to be forwarded over to my Cali, over to my Apache server. And I will be notified up inside of the Beef Management Console that we are now connected. So that's no different than doing it on the LAN. It's just a little bit more convolution that you're going to have to go through to make it work. So the first thing you're going to do is you're going to make sure that you turn on AnonServe or Tor with Proxy Chains or VPN. It doesn't make any difference how you do it. Just make sure you use anonymity to hide yourself. Don't use your real IP address. Right now, I don't have a VPN enabled. I'm not there yet. So if I open up a web browser, and in this web browser, I'm just going to type in whatismyip.com, it's going to come back and it's going to tell me what my ISP's IP address is. Now, I'm currently living in the Philippines. So this is the IP address that is assigned to me by my provider. I'm going to go ahead and use AnonServe. I'm going to go ahead and start the service. And in just a moment, the service will start. So what is my IP works great as long as you're not using a VPN or some type of anonymity service. So I'm going to go ahead and use my good old standby DuckDuckGo, and I'm going to type in test DNS leak. In just a moment, we'll come back up and we'll take the first option that's given to us in the results that are returned. So this is my new outside IP address, and I'm being seen from Russia. So when I go inside of Beef or Metasploit or whatever it is, and I have to tell it what the IP address is for my Cali server or my web server or my Apache or where to send that return information to, this is the IP address I'm going to use. Now, if you change your IP address, then you must go inside of the application and reconfigure the information for your IP address that is pointing to your outside WAN link. So in this short video presentation, we got to see about how we go and configure our local area network devices to allow WAN traffic and allow us to attack a target across the internet. If you have any questions or you have any concerns, please don't hesitate to reach out and contact your instructor, and I'll see you in my next video. Greetings, and in this short video presentation, we're going to take a look at how we go about conducting a client-side attack using the browser exploitation framework, commonly referred to as BEEF. BEEF is short for Browser Exploitation Framework. It is a penetration tool that focuses on the web browser. And unlike other security frameworks, BEEF looks past the hardened network perimeter and client system and examines exploitability within the context of the one true open door, the web browser. BEEF will hook one or more web browsers and use them as a beachhead for launching directed command modules and further attacks against the system from within the browser context. For this lab demonstration, I'll be using one virtual install of Cali 2.0 that's been updated and upgraded to the latest and the greatest, running Apache web server, and one Windows operating system with a fresh install of Firefox ESR browser. Now, you are free to use any version of Windows and browser that you choose fit, but your results will differ depending on the security and how new and updated both are. Since BEEF comes pre-installed with the latest version of Cali, there's nothing for us to download and install. We can launch the application BEEF a number of ways, but the most common two are using the applications, and we can go up to exploitation tools and we can launch BEEF from within here, or we can use the Cali quick launch and we can launch it using the BEEF icon, and that will open up the BEEF exploitation framework. For this demonstration, I'm just going to use the shortcut that's in place inside of the quick launch bar. I'm going to go ahead and just click it. This is going to open up the BEEF services inside of the terminal. Give it a chance to open up, and when it comes back to the prompt, that means that the services for BEEF have been started. It is important that we read and understand everything that pops up inside of a terminal when we launch a service, because this is going to be our indicator whether or not the actual service started correctly and everything is working as it should. And the same applies to beef. So we know that beef services have started, and now we have a couple of lines in here that we need to pay particular attention to. The first line we want to pay attention to is where it says UI URL. Now this is the web page for the login to access the beef management console. So we can go ahead and take another look at this. So it's telling you that to get to the beef logon page, you would use the loopback address and port 3000 /UI/panel. And if we open up our browser, we see that this is the case. The term hooking is used throughout this tutorial. Hooking is the process of convincing our victim to click on a link that contains the JavaScript hook file. This JavaScript file will be processed by the victim's browser, tying the remote browser back to the beef server. This is what is meant by the hooking process. And if we look at our terminal, we see that the hook, the script that is going to allow the remote browser to hook back to our beef server, is given to us here. And we have a couple of things here we're going to have to modify, and one of those is going to be the IP address. This is the IP address of our beef server, or our Cali server, or our Apache web server. They're all the same, the three address. But we have to modify this address in here. This little item here that has the IP between the brackets has to be replaced with the actual IP address of the machine. So the next thing we want to do is discover what our actual IP address is for the beef server. So to do this, we're just going to go up to our terminal, we're going to right click, and we're going to say open new window. Inside this new window, we're going to type in ifconfig. I am concerned with the IP address that is currently assigned to my Ethernet 0, and this is listed under the iNet. And we can see that I'm currently assigned the IP address of 192.168.145.148. Now I need to remember this because I'm going to use this later on to modify the path to the script, and that's the IP address that's going to go in here. If you launch the beef user interface and you do not see this logon screen, that means that your Firefox browser needs to be updated, and you're going to use the app-get upgrade Firefox-ESR command to go ahead and get the latest version of Firefox ESR. Now that we have the IP address, we can go ahead and take the next step, which is starting the Apache web server. To do this, using the same terminal where we launched our beef framework, I have typed service Apache2 start. I'm going to go ahead and just hit enter. And if it comes back to the command prompt, we know that the service started successfully. Beef ties itself in with the Apache web service on our Cali machine, and it uses the default index.html file. So we're going to have to go find this index.html file, and we're going to modify it, and we're going to change some text, and we're going to put in the path for the hook, and we're going to try to entice our victim to visit this website so that they complete the hooking process and connect their browser back to our beef server. To get to the index.html file, we begin by going to the Files icon inside of our Quick Launch. Once this opens up, we're going to go down to Other Locations. Next, we're going to click on Computer. And underneath Computer, we're going to click on the var directory. We're then going to click on the www directory. And finally, we're presented with the HTML directory. We open this up, and you'll see that we have an index.html file. Now we have to open up this index.html file, and we're going to edit it using a text editor. To do this, I'm just going to right click, and I'm going to say open with other application. Now you'll see that I have the LeafPad text editor available to me, but you may not. If you don't see a text editor, just go down where it says View All Applications and choose yourself a text editor. I'm going to go ahead and say Select, and this opens up the index.html file. Now, you're going to see it a lot different than what we see it here. What you can do here is modify the HTML inside of the document, leaving this part, the HTML tag at the top, the open head, and the title, and you can modify it with what you see here on the screen. This text, all of it, is also available inside of the lab file, and you can just copy it and paste it into this index.html file from the lab file. Now you'll notice that script, we're going to modify this here just a little bit. I'm going to make this small, bring up my terminal screen over here, and so you can see what I've done here. So this is the script that I need to put between the two header tags for the HTML. The opening and the closing tags need to have this script in between. So I'm going to go back over here, and we're going to open this up again. And you'll see where inside the script I took the IP in the brackets and I modified it with the IP address of my server. This is the IP address that I discovered. Now your IP address is going to be different, so do not use this IP address. You have to discover your own IP address for your Apache web server so that the client will know where to send the request for this JavaScript code. Now once you have the HTML correct inside of this index.html file, you can just go up to File, and then you can just select a Save, and it'll close. We're now ready to proceed with the actual hooking of the client's browser back to our Beef server. For this next step, we're going to need to log on to the Beef Management Console, so I'm going to bring that back up real quick. And we're going to log on with the username of Beef and the password of Beef, all lowercase. Again, the username and the password for the Beef Management Console login, or the authentication, is the same. Beef, all lowercase. I'm going to go ahead and log in. Now, it's very important that you read this Getting Started page. There's a lot of good information in here, and it's going to explain a lot of good stuff to you. So as you see, I've already been playing around with the Beef, and I already have one machine that I have hooked into my Beef Management Console. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to go ahead and just open this up real quick, and we're going to look at the commands, and I'm going to go down and I'm going to remove the hook element, or I'm going to say unhook. And to do this, I'm going to say execute, and now my Beef Management Console is going to go out and find my Windows 7 machine, and it should remove the hook that it established earlier with the Firefox browser. So we're going to go ahead and open up my browser here, and we're going to go ahead and begin launching this Beef hooking process and see how it actually works. So we're now back at my Beef Management Console, and what we have here is a completely clean interface with no hook browsers. So I'm going to go back to my Windows 7 machine here, and we'll see if I can pull this down and get over to the address. Yes, there it is. How I get the client to launch the web page where this JavaScript is posted is up to my creativity. Normally it would be some type of social engineering attempt, a phishing email, or whatever the process is. If you watch the video on how to exploit using Cali across the WAN, then you'll see that for us to make this actually work, we would have to have port forwarding enabled on our network. Now, port forwarding is explained into that first video, so make sure you watch that so you understand better how this actually works in the real world. For this demonstration, we're just doing this on my local area network with my two machines seeing each other. So I'm going to go ahead and select the web server that is hosting my Beef service, and it comes back, and remember the HTML file that we modified? That index.html file is now present here inside of the remote user's browser. We injected the JavaScript code inside of the index.html document between the two head tags, the beginning and the closing, which is where the JavaScript has to be present. This machine is now infected. That's all the user had to do. All he had to do was just open up the web page. Again, how we entice the individual to get to the web page is up to our creativity. It could be a phishing email. It could say something that, hey, look at all the great pictures I took on my vacation. It's posted up here on this website. Once the individual clicks on that URL for that website and we have embedded that JavaScript hook, then their web browser becomes infected and we have access to their machine. So now let's go back over and look at our Cali machine. And now we see that I do have the browser hooked back over here to my beef. So now I can communicate just by clicking on the IP address of that browser where it's located underneath hooked browsers, and we see that's an online browser. It's currently available to me. And if I click on it, I get the first tab that's available to me, which is the details. It's very important that you understand what kind of a browser you're working with. So just keep looking at and understanding all the different aspects of what's going on with this browser, because this is going to determine exactly what exploits you can launch against the browser. Not every exploit is going to work because every browser is different, and every browser's update is going to block some certain exploits from not working. Once we understand what browser it is we're playing around with, we've hooked to, we can then go into the Commands tab and we can begin the exploitation process. Now, these exploitations that you're seeing here don't pertain directly to the Mozilla Firefox ESR. These are all the exploits that are available up inside of Beef. Now, if you'll remember, on the Getting Started page, we had some information about which of these exploits are deemed as feasible and which aren't. And the ones that are given the green light are most likely to work, but they may not. There may be something that's not being detected correctly that's stopping the exploit from working. So don't take it as the absolute truth that the exploit will work. It may work. And the same thing down here. The command module does not work against the target, or the command module works against the target but may be visible to the user. There's a lot of things going on here that you want to understand with these different go lights. All right, so make sure you understand that. Again, by just clicking on the IP address of our victim's browser, we can get into the tabs that allow us to have the ability to exploit. So we're going to click on the Commands tab now. And again, we're going to start off up here with the browser. So these are all the different exploits that we can take a look at. There's not a whole lot in here that's of interest to us. The webcam is not going to work because we don't have Flash installed. We can still play around with it. So I can click on this. And over here, I can change the social engineering title, because this is what the user is going to see. This is what's going to pop up inside the browser. So I can say something like, "You've been hacked." Now, we got to make sure that we spell everything correctly, because we don't want to look totally illiterate. So I'm going to type in the whole word here. You have been hacked. All right. And then we can change this down here into something catchy like, "Don't be a sore loser. Go ahead and launch your webcam. Give us some webcam action." Whatever you want to type in there. We'll just go ahead and fill it in with some text. So I'm trying to convince the opposite end of this hook, whoever it is who's ever reading this, to go ahead and play along and give me access to their webcam. Pretty hard to do. Not everybody's as gullible as you think they are, but I'm just playing around with it here. So you've been hacked. How about some webcam action, blah, blah, blah. Now down here, you can go ahead and launch the webcam exploit by just saying execute. We say execute. We go back on over to my Windows 7 machine, and there's what we typed in. So this could be something catchy like a free ride or a free ticket, a free airplane ticket, whatever it is. And I got to go back and check my spelling. But you get the idea. So you can be creative with this, and if you can convince the individual to go ahead and play along, then you can get access to their webcam or whatever it is you're trying to get access to. As you can see, there's a lot of different exploits available up inside of the Beef Management Console. Another one that we can use as a pen tester is get the visited URLs. So if we're wondering if the user has been visiting some type of inappropriate sites, I don't know, porn, gaming, gambling, whatever they might be, we can check for those sites up here inside of this particular exploit, and then we just launch it. So I can just leave the beefproject.com there, and we'll see if our browser has any record of this particular URL. So I'll go ahead and say execute. Now all I have to do is come back over here to the module results history, and if I click on it, it comes back and it tells me that there is no record of a URL being visited called beefproject.com. If you would like to know if the browser is susceptible to cross-site scripting, you can go ahead and launch this tab here for the cross-site scripting arrays. If you'd like to know more about the network, how we're actually connected, you can do that by going to the network tab. It'll show you the path back to the victim. There's also the logs that are great for troubleshooting, but mostly you're getting the idea that this is very intuitive. So using the Beef framework to exploit someone's browser, it's great because this is the one open door that's available to us by way of the end user. So when the end user opens up their browser, the machine looks at it and says, hey, you're the end user. We're not going to deny you. If you want to go visit this website, great. We're going to go there for you. So if the end user clicks on that infected URL and they come back over to our Beef server, they're going to pull down that JavaScript code that's going to complete the hook. So in conclusion, it's important that you understand not only what the Beef framework is capable of doing, but its limitations. That concludes a short video presentation on how we go about creating a hook back to a remote browser using the Beef exploitation framework. If you have any questions or you have any concerns about the contents of this video, please don't hesitate to reach out and contact your instructor, and I'll see you in my next video. Greetings and welcome to the step-by-step walkthrough for the Capture the Flag exercise known as Mr. Robot. In this lab, you will attempt to capture 3 hidden flags using the hacking methodology. This CTF exercise has 3 hidden keys in different locations. Your goal is to find all 3. Each key becomes progressively more difficult to find. The level of expertise for this CTF is considered somewhere between beginner to intermediate. There isn't any advanced exploitation or any reverse engineering. The lab requirements for this particular CTF are 1 virtual install of Cali Linux and 1 virtual install of the VM Mr. Robot. The CTF uses a custom VM OVA file that can be imported as an appliance in either Virtualbox or Vmware. The Mr. Robot OVA file is approximately 704 megabytes and it downloads very quickly. The site is well maintained and the links for the downloads are in the lab file. For this demonstration, I'll be using VMware Workstation, and I have both my Cali and Mr. Robot VMs up and running inside of the terminal. Now, if you click on the Cali Linux and you look at the settings for your network adapter, make sure that you use the same settings for your Mr. Robot virtual machine. So they both got to match up. If you don't do that, you're not going to have connectivity and you will experience epic failure. The first thing we have to do is to discover what network IP addressing we are using for this particular scenario. So we got to treat this CTF as if we've never been on the network before. To discover our network range, we're going to use the utility netdiscover. Just go ahead and type in netdiscover and hit enter. Give it a few minutes and it's going to come up and it's going to run through all the different possibilities for networking, IP addressing, and then it's going to give you the results. My network discovery has completed and I'm looking at 192.168.145.134 as my target. That's the machine where Mr. Robot is currently installed upon. Alright, so that's going to be our target. So make sure that you understand that this is my target, not your target. You have to discover your own IP address. Now that we have discovered our potential target, we need to go ahead and do an Nmap scan so that we can determine what ports and what services are currently running on the target. These are going to be looked at as possible areas that we might want to exploit. So I've typed in the nmap and I've typed in the long command. Now this is available up inside the lab, and yes, there are different nmap switches you could have used. Go ahead and hit enter, and we'll wait for this scan to complete. Our nmap scan has completed, and we look at the results here in my terminal, and we see that SSH is closed using port 22, so that's not going to be of any use to us. But port 80 is running, and it's running in an Apache HTTPD server, so we know that this is actually a web server, and it's running the Linux kernel. So we know enough about this machine now that we can proceed on with doing some more discovery. To find out what vulnerabilities and what possible venues that we can attack up on side of this Apache web server, we're going to use the nicto -a command along with the IP address to scan that machine for any vulnerabilities. So I've gone ahead and typed in the command. I'm going to hit enter, and in just a few moments we'll get back the results of what vulnerabilities are currently present. Well, we found a number of interesting vulnerabilities and some interesting facts about this particular machine. First off, it is running WordPress, and so we're going to have some fun with that. But right now we're looking at some of the vulnerabilities we discovered, and we're going to start off with the server leaks. So we see that the server is leaking inodes via the E tags in the header of the robots.txt. This relates to the CVE-2003-1418 vulnerability. These entity tags are an HTTP header which is used for the web cache validation and conditional requests from browsers for resources. The Apache mod negotiation is enabled with multi-views, which will allow us to use a brute force attack in order to discover existing files on the server which use mod negotiation. We have a number of alternatives for the index, such as the index.html and the index.php file, and these can be used to provide us with more information about what's on the website. We have some WordPress pages that are going to be of interest to us, such as the WP links, WP-login, and the WP-admin. We also have a license.txt file that may provide some identity to what type of software is actually running on the site. This can help us get some version information sometimes, not all the time, but it might help us with identifying what version of WordPress is actually running. That concludes our initial footprint of the Mr. Robot web server, and we got some really good information, so we can go ahead and get started by accessing as much as we can of the Mr. Robot site. Now, the only way we're going to be able to access the Mr. Robot site or the VM is using a web browser. So go ahead and open up Cali, and what you're going to do is you're just going to type in the IP address of your web server, or in this case the target, Mr. Robot. So remember that this is my IP address for my target, not yours. Your IP address will differ. I'm going to go ahead and hit enter. And this is a pretty interesting website. This is well coded. You'll see that as it starts up, it becomes interactive. Now this is all from the show, Mr. Robot, and I'm not familiar with the show, so if you are, then you have actually seen this before. Now you have some commands that you can actually type in to this website. For instance, if you want to join, you can just type in join, and it comes up with some more script asking you to go ahead and input your email address, which of course we won't do. You won't find much useful out of this particular web page, but you're free to go ahead and explore, type in the commands, and see what other type of interactivity you can get into. From our previous web vulnerability scan, we looked and we found that we had some inodes that were leaking via the E tags on the robot.txt file. So that should be our next stop. So I'm going to go ahead and place that into my web browser up here, and we're going to go ahead and get on over there and take a look at that. And here is your first key. So the robot.txt has a couple of files that are of interest. First is the fsociety.dict, which is dictionary, and we have our first key, which is key 1 of 3. The next thing we have to do is go ahead and make a folder on our desktop, and we're going to start moving some of these files that we need or that we have discovered over to that folder for use later on in this particular lab. So we're going to be saving the fsociety.dictionary file along with the key-1 of 3.txt. Let's go ahead and minimize our browser, and we're going to close this one out. Now I'm going to open up a terminal, and we're going to go ahead and clear this. Let's begin by going ahead and changing the location over to our desktop using the cd command. Once you have that typed in, go ahead and hit enter. Notice that your prompt changes to let you know that you are now inside of the desktop directory. The next thing we need to do is create a directory on the desktop. And now you're free to call this anything you want. I'm calling this directory Mr. Robot. So I'm going to use the mkdir command to create the directory. And I'm already on the desktop, so that's where it's going to be saved. If I hit enter, you'll notice that the directory, the new directory, pops up onto my desktop. So we're going to use the wget command to pull this fsociety.dictionary file off of the target and bring it on over here to my desktop. So I've typed in wget space the actual path to my target and what file or what directory I want to capture. I'm going to go ahead and hit enter, and you'll see that it did capture it, and here it is right here. And I'm now going to just push this on up into the folder that I want it to be in, just like that. We're now ready to copy over the key-1 of 3.txt file off of the target machine and bring it on over here to my new directory that's sitting on my desktop. So I've gone ahead and typed in the command. I'm going to go ahead and hit enter. And now it appears on my desktop, and I'm just going to push that up inside of the Mr. Robot folder. Now you can open up your Mr. Robot folder, and you can open up either one of these. The fsociety.dictionary is just a very long Word file. Contains a lot of different words, a lot of duplicates, and we're going to work on trying to fix that in just a moment. Now the key that we have to have is inside of this key-1 of -3.txt file. If you open it up, you'll see that there's your key. Now this is just a hash, and it doesn't mean anything. You can go out and you can try to break this hash, but it doesn't resolve into anything. So it's just a key that is used to represent the first flag. So our dictionary file is way too big, and it contains a lot of duplicates. And so what we're going to do is we're going to shorten this down from the 850,000 words to approximately 11,000. So let's change directory on over to the Mr. Robot folder. Notice that my prompt changes to let me know that's where I'm at now. You can do an ls to check the contents of what's inside of the folder, and we see we have our two files that we downloaded. We can look at the word count inside of the fsociety.dictionary file just by typing in wc space -L followed by the name of the file. In just a moment it comes back and it tells us that it contains 858,160 words. So we're now going to make this file much smaller by using the following command. We're going to say cat space fsociety.dictionary or .dic space pipe space sort space -u, which stands for unique. We want to sort all the words inside of this dictionary, make them unique, and then we're going to look at what the new count is by using the wc space -L command. So let's see what happens. So it comes back up, and we've gotten it down from over 800,000 words to just 11,451 unique words. So the next thing we want to do is just go ahead and save this smaller file using a new name. So I've typed in basically the same command, and this time I want it saved as a unique file, and I want to call it something different, so I'm going to call it new fsociety.dic, and I'm going to hit enter, and it comes back to the prompt letting me know that command completed successfully. Now if I do an ls, you'll see that I have 3 files inside of my Mr. Robot folder. So now we have key 1 in the bag, and we're ready to move on to the next part of the CTF, which is looking for keys number 2 and key number 3. Well, that was our first key for this particular CTF, and going forward we're going to find that the next 2 keys aren't going to be as easy. To recap, we were able to do a vulnerability scan using the netcode vulnerability scanner, and we came up with some interesting information about this robot.txt file. And that's what led us in this direction. That concludes part 1 of this series on the CTF Mr. Robot. Now there's going to be 2 more short videos, and each one of those is going to be broken down for the remaining 2 keys. See you in part 2. Greetings and welcome to our second walkthrough video on how we go about acquiring the second key for this Mr. Robot Capture the Flag exercise. We're going to continue on with our discovery by looking at some more of the different pages that are available up on the Mr. Robot site. You'll recall from our NICTO vulnerability scan that we found a number of different web pages up on the WordPress site for Mr. Robot. We're now going to examine these different web pages to see if they offer us anything of usefulness. So I'm going to bring up my browser here, and for brevity's sake, I've gone ahead and loaded up all the different pages. And we're going to start off with the home page, which we already know about. Now, I know that we talked about viewing the source, and this is something that's often overlooked by even professionals, but you can right-click on the page and you can view the page source, and this gives you the code. And oftentimes developers will leave little hints of something up inside of the page code, but in this case we're not getting any help, so we can go ahead and close that one out. Now over here is the index.html, and all this does is just keep trying to reload, so we can close that out. That's no use to us either. And then we have the PHP. Now this was the index.php page, and all this does is redirect you back to the main page. So that's not going to be much help to us either. You can go ahead and close that one out. Now normally the license.txt file would give you some information about the version number of WordPress and some other things, but we're not getting anything from this. So we can go ahead and close that one out. That brings us up to the wp-login.php page. Now we can sit here using the fsociety.dictionary file that we created, and we can start typing in usernames that we find in the list of words, but it's going to take us a long time. That's what we call the long way home, and what we're going to do is use some of the tools that we have available to us up inside of Cali, and we're going to go ahead and figure out what the username is, because once we get the username, we can then find out what the password is. So that Burp can actually intercept what we're doing over here on this WordPress login page, we've got to set up a proxy that directs all of the input back over to the Burp suite. And the way we do this, we go on over here to the menu and we click on Preferences. Under Preferences, we click on the Advanced option, and then we're going to click on Network, and then we're going to click on Settings. Underneath Settings, we're going to select the radio button for Manual Proxy Configuration. And where it says HTTP proxy, we're going to type in the loopback address, which is 127.0.0.1, and we're going to be using port 8080. Go ahead and say OK to that. Now, go ahead and leave everything open as it is, and just minimize your browser. Now you can open up the Burp suite. And in just a moment, this is going to start up, and we're going to see how we go about using it. So we're not going to update. We can close that out. This is going to be a temporary project. Say Next. And we're going to use the Burp defaults. We're going to start Burp. Burp is going to start up in just a moment. Now, once Burp starts up, we're going to select the Proxy tab. Underneath the Proxy tab, we want to make sure that Intercept is on. We're now going to bring up our browser one more time. And this time we're going to go back on over to this Word page logon, and we're just going to type in any username, and we're going to type in any password, and we're going to say login. Now, this should have all been captured by the Burp suite, so we're going to minimize this. We're going to check it out, and here it is right here. So we see that we have all the information we need for the logon fields. Now, or I should say the fields that were present on the logon page. So the user is being referenced as log, and the password is being referenced as &WP. So we're now able to tell Hydra, which is going to be our next tool, what fields to fill in with the brute force that it's going to use using the F-Society dictionary file that we created. And using the word list that we created, it should be able to figure out a username. Now that we have the information we need for Hydra, we can go back over to our browser and we can remove that proxy. So I'm going to go back on over to the menu. I'm going to open up Preferences. I'm going to go to the Advanced option, Network, Settings, and I'm going to go back up and select the radio button that says No Proxy. I'm going to say OK to that, and now we can minimize this one more time. We need to be working with Hydra inside of our Mr. Robot folder, because this is where the F-Society or the new F-Society.dictionary file is actually located. So Hydra is going to be looking inside of this Mr. Robot folder, and if it's not there, then it's just going to error out. So let's go ahead and see how we format this command for Hydra to be able to use it to brute force the username for the WP logon site using the new F-Society.dictionary file. So now that I have the information about the form fields that I need to input into this Hydra command, I can close out the burp suite. I've opened up a terminal, and now I have configured this long command syntax to use Hydra to figure out what the username is for the logon for that WordPress site. So I've typed in Hydra space -L, which is list, and I'm telling it to use the new F-Society.dictionary file. And I give it a space -P, which is for the password. Now we can type in anything for the password because we don't care. So in this case, we're just using who cares. Give it a space, give it the IP address of the page, and then we come on down and we say that look inside of the HTTP-form post, and we're telling it to look for certain things such as the log field, which is the user, and the password, which is represented as $.pwd. That equals password. Now it needs to know this because that's the code that's inside the page, and we don't see that. We see username and we see password, but the code that is used to represent this to the machine is something different. That's why Hydra has to know it. We're going to go ahead and just hit enter here. Now this is going to take a while. Now imagine how long it would take if we used the 860,000 word dictionary file that we were given originally. We knocked that down to 11,000 words, and that's going to take still about 5 or 10 minutes. So be patient with this. So I'm going to go ahead and hit enter, and it's going to start working. Make sure you're running this Hydra program inside of the Mr. Robot directory so that it knows where to find this new F-Society.dictionary file. Again, we're not interested in finding the password. We're only interested in finding a legitimate user account that will allow us to find the password using another utility. Hydra has given me a username by the name of Elliot. So Elliot is going to be the username we're going to use to get us to the next step here. So we're going to use Elliot with the WP scan utility to figure out what the password is for this particular account. We're still inside the Mr. Robot directory, and this is where we need to be because this is where the word list that WP scan needs to see if it can find a password for the Elliot account. So we've typed in WP scan space --URL, and that's the URL of our target, space --word list, and that word list is located at /root/desktop up inside the Mr. Robot directory, and the file name is new F-Society.dic or dictionary space --, and the username is Elliot. Now we're telling this WP scan that, hey, we have a username, but see if you can brute force and find us the password for this particular user. So we're going to go ahead and hit enter, and in just a moment it should come back and give us some information. After about 4 minutes, the WP scan comes back and it gives us the password for the username Elliot. Turns out that Elliot is the main character for the Mr. Robot TV show, and his password turns out to be his badge number, ER28-0652. Let's go ahead and minimize our terminal, and let's bring up our browser, and let's get onto that logon page. Alright, so we're going to type in Elliot and his password. I'm going to go ahead and hit enter, and that gets us to the main dashboard of the WordPress site. We start with the plugins, and we start going down and we start investigating the plugins to see which ones might be vulnerable. In this case, we didn't have any luck. None of these are actually vulnerable, and the ones that were vulnerable have been updated to a newer version, making them more secure. So whatever vulnerability did exist in the past is no longer valid. Since we have gained access to this WordPress site and we have access to the plugins, what comes to mind is uploading a PHP package or plugin that's going to give us a reverse shell. Now this is pretty easy to do, but you got to follow the steps exactly as they're shown to you here. First thing you want to do is go on out to the internet, and you want to go to Pentest Monkey, and here we can get a PHP-reverse shell. You're going to download this package and save it to your Mr. Robot folder. Okay, we get that done, and then we're going to do some extraction, and we're going to do a couple of other things to get this package ready to upload as a plugin to this WordPress site. So go ahead and download. We're going to start the download here in just a second, and we're going to go ahead and do a save the file. This is going to save it to the default download folder. Once this is downloaded, we can go ahead and open up the folder where it is contained, and now we see that it's here, and we can go ahead and move it. So I'm going to right click on it. I'm going to say move to, and I want to move it on over to my desktop to the Mr. Robot, and I'm going to go ahead and just select and move it on in there. Close this out, minimize my browser, and let's go on over to Mr. Robot. So once we have the file moved on over to our Mr. Robot folder, we can go ahead and right click on the download, and we can say extract here. That creates another folder, and inside that folder we have another folder, and inside here we have the PHP reverse shell.php file that we need to edit. Now to edit this, I'm just going to right click, and I'm going to say open with other applications. So I'm going to select LeafPad because I like using it. Now this is what you're going to have to input into this file for this to work. This is part of it. There's actually two areas that we have to modify. This is the first part. We have to add the WordPress header information. So you can go out, I'll take you to the site, and this information is also available inside of the lab file. But you can also go out to the internet, and you can go over here to this basedpin.com, and you can get the information for that header. But as I said, the URL and the actual information is posted inside of the lab file. Alright, so we can minimize this. We come back on over here to our file, and once we've actually done this, where we've gone in and we've added the header information, we have one more thing to edit, and we have to go down here, and we have to change this IP address to the IP address of your Cali machine, because it is the listener. So this is the listener that you're going to have to change or configure for this reverse shell to work. We're telling the reverse shell that, hey, listen, when this launches, you're going to go back on over and you're going to find this address here, this machine, and you're going to be looking for port 4444, and you're going to create the shell that we so badly need. So we've got all that information inside here, so we're going to go ahead and close that out. Now we're going to go ahead and we're going to create an archive, a zip archive. So we right click on the file. Let's do that again. We right click on the file and we just select compress, and from here we select a zip as our archive type, and we say create, and there's our archive. So now we're ready to go with that. But before we upload this to the WordPress site, we've got to create our listener. So we're going to bring up a terminal, And on this terminal, we're going to type in NC space dash small letter V space dash small letter N space dash small letter L space dash small letter P space, and we're going to give it the port that we're listing on, which is 4444. All right, we can go ahead and minimize that. Now don't close it out, just minimize it. All right, now we can go back on over to our WordPress site and begin uploading our reverse shell plugin. So I've gone back over to my WordPress site. I'm on the plugins page. I'm going to click on Add New. That's going to take us over to the option to upload a plugin. We're going to click on that, and now we're going to browse on over to that zip file we created. And now we're going to select the Install button, and in just a moment we should get the option to go ahead and activate this plugin that we just uploaded. So I'm going to go ahead and say Activate, and that's going to generate an error message that we can ignore. So we're going to go ahead and ignore that. And now if everything's working, we should be able to minimize this, open up our reverse shell listener, and there is our shell. So now we have a shell access to this WordPress site, and we can start looking for that second key. Now we can check to see who we're logged on as by typing in who am I, and it says I'm logged on as Damien. We can also do a host name. That gives us the operating system. And we can do a CD home, which we're going to do now. And we're now inside of the home directory. Now what we can do here is we can do an ls to list the contents. And you'll see that the only folder that's inside of this home directory is another folder called Mr. Robot. So let's go ahead and change directory on over there. Go ahead and enter. Now I'm inside of that directory. Now I can do an ls. And we see that we have our second key. So what we can do now is we can go ahead and try to cat this out so that we can see the contents of this particular file. But when we try to do a cat to see what the contents are of this particular file, we get a permission denied. So we have a password file, and I'm guessing is that that's where we're going to get the password that we need to get into the account that's going to give us access to this particular key file. So I've gone ahead and I've typed in cat space password, the name of the file, and this is for that password that we need to get access into the key. And it says that it comes back and it tells me that the password for the Mr. Robot account is this big long hash here. So we're going to copy this like so, and we're going to go out to the internet. We're going to find a MD5 decryptor that's going to give us this password. So I've gone out here to this decryptor site. This is called md5online.org. I'm going to right click and I'm going to paste that big long hash in here, and we're going to tell it to go ahead and decrypt and see how long it takes. Shouldn't take too long. And in just a moment it comes back with this alphabet. That is the password. It is the entire alphabet. That's the password that we need. So we need to go ahead and copy that because that's just too much to be typing in every time we need to use it. So now that we have the password, and it looks like it's for our username robot, we can go ahead and try to switch on over to this user. And it said it must be run from the terminal. So now we got another problem. So now we're going to have to create a terminal session. So let's see how we go about doing that. We can use the following Python script to go ahead and create a terminal. So I've already typed it into the prompt, but it's also available up inside of the lab file, and you can just copy and paste this if you so desire. I'm going to go ahead and hit enter, and now we've created that wonderful terminal that we need. So I'm going to go ahead and type in that SU robot and try to get over to that user account. And then it wants that long password that we decrypted. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this and paste it in here. Hit enter, and now we're at the root account, and we now have terminal access. Very cool. So we're now ready to go ahead and cat or bring to the terminal the contents of that text file for the second key. Now we're going to go ahead and hit enter, and now we get the contents. That's our second key. So we've got one key left to go. So I will see you in my next short video on how we go about acquiring that third and final key. Greetings and welcome to part 3 of the video walkthrough for the Mr. Robot CTF. So in our last video walkthrough in part 2, you saw how we went about capturing the key 2 of 3, and we now have one more key to go. So now we have key 2 of 3, we need to go ahead and get on with the business of finding key 3 of 3. And we're going to start off by getting into the root directory of the robot account. We're going to do this by typing in cd // That puts us into the very root of the robot account. Now we can type in ls, and we can now see the contents of what is available to us up inside of the root directory or the home directory of the robot account. Now there's not much of interest inside of this home directory of the robot account except for the root. That's the only thing we should be interested in. Everything else looks pretty normal. If we try to get into the root directory by typing in cd root, let's see what happens. It says that permissions are denied. So even though we're logged on as the robot account or the robot user, we don't have root permission. So let's go ahead and see what's going on here with the permission. So we're going to type in ls -ALH, all lowercase. And that's going to give us the permissions for everything that's listed inside of this home directory for the robot account. Inside of this home directory for the robot user, we can do a find, or we can use the find command to look and see if there is actually a text file available based on what we know about the formatting of the name of the previous 2 keys. So we can do a search or a find for a text file using the name key-3-of-3.txt and see if that exists. And it says permission is denied, so we don't even have permissions to look inside of the home directory. So you see everything inside of here on this home directory is being kicked back for permissions being denied. What we have to do at this point is get an account with root access and with the octal permissions of 4000. So let's see how we go about doing that. So again, using the find command, I'm looking for a program or something that has the permissions set to 4000 or root access, I should say, that's going to allow me to get in and run as the root. So let's see if there's anything available. So we're looking through everything. We're looking for a program that has a root access that's going to allow us to run interactively with that program and give us the root permissions that we need to be able to access that root folder. So let's see if we find anything in here. Now the only thing of interest that we see is this nmap. Now nmap in the past has had the option that allowed the user to run interactively with it. And we're now going to check to see if we can use nmap to gain access to the root folder with the root permissions. We know that nmap has to have root access, root permissions to be able to run on the system. So if we do an nmap --help, we can also see if this version will allow us to operate interactively with nmap while it runs at the root level. Let's take a look at this. And we see we have this option down here. So the older versions of nmap did allow the user to operate interactively with nmap while it was running. So we see that the switch to use with the nmap command is the -- interactive. And if I type this in at the prompt and I hit enter, it comes back up and it says welcome to interactive mode. Now you can type in H and you can get some information about what's going on with the interactive mode running with nmap. What we're interested in is having a shell with root permissions. Now to get this, all I have to type in is the ! plus sh, and I should get a shell, and then we can do a who am I, and we can see what kind of access we have. And I am root. So now we should be able to get access to that root folder that belongs to that Mr. Robot account. So the next thing I want to do is just change directories on over to the root directory where we were previously denied. And now we are given that wonderful access. Pretty cool. Now the next thing we got to do is see if our key is actually listed or part of this root directory. And I see that it is. We have a couple of items in here, but one of the keys that we're missing, key number 3 of 3, is present. So we now have key 3 of 3. To see what that hash is that belongs to key 3 of 3, again, we're just going to cat the contents of this text file to our terminal, and we are given the hash for key 3. Again, we can now save the contents of this key to our Mr. Robot folder, and we have completed our first CTF. So this is going to conclude the exercise for our first Capture the Flag, the Mr. Robot CTF. And all I can say is wow, because doing this CTF exercise is just a great way to hone your skills. And regardless of the outcome, you will leave as a better pen tester or a hacker. Now my research showed that there were more than one way to execute a lot of these exploitations that we use. We didn't have to use the Python. We didn't have to use a lot of these different tools. We could have used Metasploitable, but because of the different in the versions that were used in the walkthroughs and what we have actually installed onto the Cali operating system, a lot of the different ways that were used didn't work. And so I went back and I found the surefire ways that would always work, and that was using the Python script and the burp suite and the other tools that we used to accomplish this capture the flag moment. That concludes this 3-part video presentation on how we go about completing the CTF for Mr. Robot. Now, if you have any questions or you have any concerns, please don't hesitate to reach out and contact your instructor, and I'll see you in our next CTF. Greetings and welcome to this short video presentation on part 1 of Capture the Flag walkthrough for Stapler. This CTF is rated as beginner to intermediate, and this OVA file for the Stapler CTF is available from the Vuln Hub download site. Though the OVA file is designed to work with either VMware or Virtualbox, I found that it works best with just Virtualbox. To ensure that you have network connectivity between your Cali machine and your target, I recommend setting the network adapters to bridge. For the sake of organization, I also recommend that you create a directory on your desktop and name it Stapler. I also recommend that you run all your commands inside of the directory Stapler and save all your downloads to the same location. As with every capture the flag or pen test, we begin by network enumeration. There's nothing wrong with discovering your network IP using the ifconfig command from your Cali machine. This makes the enumeration process all that much easier. We begin the enumeration process by using the netdiscover utility --r with our network IP /24. And I'm going to go ahead and hit enter. And in just a moment it will come up and it will show us all the discovered devices on this network. My target IP is going to be 192.168.0.29. Now this is my target IP, of course, yours will differ. Now that we have discovered the IP address of our target, we now can enumerate the device for any open ports or services using Nmap. So you see that I've typed in Nmap space and I've typed in a bunch of switches. All this is available up inside of the lab. I'm going to go ahead and hit enter, and in just a moment my scan results will come back. Our scan results are complete, and we uncovered quite a few valuable and possibly vulnerable ports that might be open, including FTP, NetBIOS with some SMB shares, MySQL, and port 12380 running a Apache web server. We see that FTP running on port 21 is configured for anonymous logon. That's going to be our low-hanging fruit, so we're going to go after that first. So from my terminal, I've gone ahead and accessed my target using FTP, and I have logged on using the name Anonymous and the password Anonymous, and I have been successfully logged on. So we can go ahead and do an ls to list whatever might be available here at this level. I'm going to go ahead and hit enter, and we see we have one file called note. We're going to go ahead and copy note over to our stapler directory and take a look at that later. So I've gone ahead and typed in the syntax get note. Now, since we are working inside of the stapler directory, everything that we save from our terminal will go directly to that stapler directory. Again, that's one of the benefits of good organization. So I'm going to go ahead and hit enter, and it says that the transfer was complete. At the FTP prompt, we can go ahead and type in exit. That brings us back to our stapler prompt, and now we can do a cat to see the contents of that note. So I've typed in cat space note, and it says, Ellie, make sure you update the payload information. Leave it in your FTP account once you are done. Signed, John. So what we got here is a couple of usernames. Not much else can be useful, but we do have a couple of usernames. Our next enumerating attempt will be for the SSH. So I've typed in SSH, and I'm going to try to log on as root. So I've typed in root at my IP address, and we're going to go ahead and hit enter and see what happens here. And it says the authenticity of the host, my IP address, can't be established. Are you sure you want to continue connecting? Yes or no? I'll type in yes, hit enter, and warning, permanently added the IP address to the list of known hosts. And we've got another message, and we have another user. Barry, don't forget to put a message here. And then I want my password, which I don't know what it is. So we're just going to go ahead and type in password, see what happens, and connection was closed. Okay, so not much going on here either, but we did get another username. So during our Nmap scan, we learned about some SMB shares, and now we're going to try to access those using the SMB client. So I've typed in SMB client space dash capital L, my IP address, and now I'm going to hit enter, and let's see what pops up here. So I'm just going to go ahead and type in root, and we get some shares. Interesting. Let's see what we got here. We have two active shares. One is Kathy, and the other one is the temp directory. And we have a message. We have a comment that says, Fred, what are you doing here? Which leads me to believe that Fred has access to Kathy's share. So we can attempt to connect to Kathy's share using the user Fred. We'll see how that works. So again, I've typed in the SMB client syntax, space, whack whack, / Fred, which is the user, / Kathy, which is the share, and then I'm saying the dash capital I, and I want to connect over to 192.168.0.29 space dash capital N. Let's go ahead and hit enter and see what happens here. So I'm in, and let's take a look at what's inside here by doing an ls. So inside of Kathy's directory, we have two more subdirectories. One is Kathy_stuff, and the other one is the backup directory. Let's go ahead and enumerate Kathy's stuff by changing directory on over to that particular folder. So at that SMB prompt, I've typed in cd change directory space Kathy_stuff. Go ahead and hit enter. And we're now in there. So let's go ahead and do an ls and list the contents. Let's see what we have here. Kathy's_stuff directory shows that we have a text file called to-do-list. So we're going to go ahead and get that and copy it on over to our stapler directory, and then we're going to take a look at the contents. So at the SMB prompt, I've typed in get space the file we want to capture, which is the to-do-list.txt. I'm going to go ahead and hit enter, and it lets me know that that file was successfully copied over to our stapler directory. We need to do the same with the backup directory. So we're going to change directory on over to there. We'll type in cd backup. So I'm now inside of the backup directory up inside of Kathy's_stuff folder. And we see that we have two files that we can actually get a hold of and copy over to our stapler directory. So let's use the get command, and let's get both of these files and save them over to our stapler folder. Once I've copied those two files over to my stapler location, I'm going to go ahead and do the same thing. And this time I'm going to go into the temp folder. So I'm going to do an ls, and we see that we have a ls file that is listed inside of the temp folder. So we're going to go ahead and copy that on over. So I'm now ready to go ahead and copy over the ls file, and I'm going to go ahead and hit enter. And that file has been copied over to my stapler directory. We're done with the SMB share, so I can type in exit, hit enter. That brings me back to my prompt, put me back inside of the stapler folder. So now what I'm going to do is cat out a couple of those files and see what the contents are. We're going to begin with the to-do list. So I'm going to do a cat and get back over to the end, and I'll hit enter. And it says I'm making sure to back up anything important for Inatech Kathy. We can go ahead and see what's inside of that ls file. So I've typed in cat space ls. Let's see what we got in here. But aside from the files and a couple of names, the information that remains proves to be rather useless. So let's move on. We're now ready to start taking a look at that Apache web server running up on port 12380. So let's go ahead and open up our browser. And let's take a look at what's going on over there. So I typed in the IP address of my target, and I've done a colon, and I've typed in the port that is running HTTP. Let's go ahead and see what's going on over here. I'm going to go ahead and just hit enter, and we bring up a web page. All right, so we've got another user here by the name of Tim, but when we check out the page, there's not much else going on. And even if we look at the source, let's take a look at the source real quick. There might be something in here. But again, we don't have much information, and it's proving to be rather useless. So time to move on. Time to fire up Nikto. So I'm going to go ahead and clear my screen, and let's get ready to scan using Nikto for any misconfigurations that might be present. So at my terminal prompt, I've typed in Nikto space dash small letter h, my IP address, colon, and the port number that HTTP is running on. I'm going to go ahead and hit enter. And in just a moment, we'll get some good scan results. A worthwhile scan, as we were rewarded with 4 directories. We have the PHP myadmin page. We also have the blog page. And we have the admin 112233 page. And we also have a robots.txt file. So any attempt at accessing the directory brings up the home page, and that's only until we figure out that we've got to use HTTPS to access these locations. So let's see if these pages have anything to offer, and we're going to begin by opening up our browser again. And we're going to start off with the robots.txt file. So you see I've typed in HTTPS colon / the IP address of my target, along with the port number that is running HTTPS or HTTP / the file that I want to access, or in this case the page. I'm going to go ahead and hit enter, and it says that your connection is not secure. That's fine. Click on the advanced button, scroll on down, add the exception, scroll on down a little bit more. Let's see if I can get over here to this thing. Here we go. And confirm the security exception. And there we are. All right, so we're rewarded with a couple of different items up inside of this text file, and that is the admin 112233 and a blog. Let's see what this is about. The admin 112233 page looks promising, so we're going to go ahead and see what's happening on over there. And we're just going to go up here and get rid of this, delete that, and now we're going to copy and paste that new page we want to get access to. And we've almost been hooked. It looks like we get a warning that we need to make sure that we have Java disabled. Okay to that. All right, thank you for that warning. So if someone had beef running a cross-site scripting exploit, and they had used this page, when we clicked OK or we got into this page, we would have been hooked, and everything we were doing would have been sent back over to that beef, and they would be able to follow along with what we're doing here. But that's not the case. It's just a warning. All right, so let's go ahead and back this off a little bit. And now we're going to go to the blog site. Okay, let's take a look at that real quick. So this is going to be blog. Let's see what's going on over here. So over here on the blog page, we get a few more usernames, and there is a login here, and if we click that, you're going to find out that we have been presented with the administration page for the WordPress site. Interesting. So we're going to go ahead and run a WP scan and see what we can gather from this. So we're going to do this WordPress scan, hoping to enumerate some users, some plugins, or some other vulnerabilities that might be present. So I've gone and typed in this command. This command is available up inside of the lab. I'm going to go ahead and hit enter. And in just a moment, we'll start getting some scan results. Now this might take a little while, so do be patient. I should point out that we're going to have to run 2 WordPress scans. One with the U switch, which is looking for users, and then we'll have to do another AP switch, which is looking for the plugins. So right now we're doing the one for the users, and as soon as it completes, we'll take a look at what we got from that, and then we'll move on with scanning for the vulnerable plugins. So our WordPress scan, looking for users, came up with a nice list of 10, and we're going to keep this in mind. We're going to come back to this, and we're going to take a look at one of the users who is probably going to be the administrator because he's listed as number 1 there, and that would be John. Well, we also see that Ellie's in here, Barry's in here, and we got some other users that we know about, such as Kathy and Tim. So we're going to run the scan one more time looking for those vulnerable plugins, and this time I'm going to remove the U and I'm going to replace that with the AP switch. And we're going to go ahead and run this and see what comes up. And again, you got to be patient, and in just a moment we'll have our information that we need. See if we can exploit any of these vulnerable plugins that might be present. So as the WordPress scan starts to look for vulnerable plugins, it's first going to do a passive scan. If it doesn't find anything there, it's going to move on to the intense scan. And you can see this is what's going on down at the bottom of my terminal. Our scan has turned up 4 plugins, and we see that the one that we're going to be taking a look at for a possible exploitation is going to be the advanced-video-embed-embed-videos-or-playlist. Now, if we do some research on this, we find out that it is vulnerable. So we're going to use another tool up inside of my Cali called Searchsploit to see if we can find an exploit that we can run against this WordPress site. And let's see what happens when we do this. So I've opened up a new browser. I've typed in Searchsploit, and I've typed in what I'm looking for, which is the advanced video exploit. Now, interestingly enough, this is going to turn out to be a Python script, and we're going to have to build it, which is not that difficult. So what we're going to do is we're going to go over here to our storage folder, in this case Stapler, and we're going to create a text file, and we're going to name that text file 39646.py. And let's go ahead and get started with that. So I'm back over inside of my storage directory, Stabler, and now I'm going to go ahead and open up Nano, which is my text editor, and I'm going to create a file called 39646.py. I'm going to go ahead and hit enter, and that's going to give me a blank file to work with. Now we're going to open up a browser, and we're going to go get the syntax or the code that we need to place inside of this file that we just created. Here's the address for the code that we're going to need to copy and place inside of my new Nano text file, and it's up here on the GitHub. And this is the path, which is also available up inside of the lab. I'm going to go ahead and hit enter. In just a moment, we're going to get this code. So what I want is the raw data. So I'm going to move this on over to the raw, and I'm going to put my mouse inside there, and I'm going to do a Control-A, I'm going to do a Control-C, copy this. I'm going to minimize my browser, come back on over here to my text editor, and I'm now going to right-click, and I'm going to paste all this. So the part of this text or this Python code we have to change is for this URL right here. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to move on over here, and we're going to put in the IP address of our WordPress server. I'm using Nano as my text editor, but you're free to use any text editor you want. I'm now going to do a Control X, and I'm now going to type in Y for yes, and the file has been saved over to my stapler location. So that's going to conclude part 1 for the stapler walkthrough. Now in part 2 we'll pick up right here where we left off, and I'll see you then. Greetings and welcome to part 2 of our video walkthrough for the Capture the Flag stapler. Using the IP address of the WordPress site that we injected into the script, this script is going to go to the WordPress site. It's going to generate a JPEG, which we'll later download, that will contain all the base settings for the WordPress site to include any MySQL account information. Before we get too far along, it's always a good idea to just double check your work. So let's do a cat and check the contents of this Python script to make sure that everything's correct. And what we want to look at is that URL and make sure that this is the actual IP address of the WordPress that is running on our target and that the path is correct. To run a Python script, we just type in Python followed by the script, and we're now ready to hit enter. And in just a moment it should come back with the information. And the terminal comes back to the prompt letting us know that the script ran successfully. Our next step is to visit the contents and the uploads directory for the WordPress site. To do this, we're going to open up a browser. Again, we'll need to add an exception. So we're going to go to Advanced, scroll on down, add the exception, and we're going to confirm the security exception, and now we're into the directory. Since this is my third validation of this particular Capture the Flag exercise, I'm going to have more than just one JPEG. So this is the JPEG that we just created up here, and now your number for the JPEG that you create is going to be different than any of these. But you will have a JPEG up here if the script had the right IP address for your WordPress site. To make life easier, we can just right click on the JPEG and we can copy the link location. You can go ahead and minimize your Firefox, and now we can just bring up a text editor, any text editor, and we can copy and we can paste that location of that particular JPEG into the text file. Using this information, we're going to go ahead and create a wget command that's going to pull down the JPEG and save it to our stapler location. So we see what the rest of this wget command looks like. It's just wget space -- no -check -certificate followed by the path to that JPEG. Inside the text editor, we place our cursor, we do a Control A, do a Control C, minimize your text editor, come on back to your terminal, right click, and then you paste. Once you confirm that everything is typed in correctly, go ahead and just hit enter. And you'll see that you get a positive result down here at the bottom where you see that the JPEG was copied over with 100% success rate. We're now ready to look at the contents of this JPEG. So let's go ahead and do an ls, see what the contents are up here. And we see that the JPEG is waiting for us right here. So I'm going to go ahead and copy that. And what I'm going to do now is just cat it out to my terminal. Paste that in there. Hit enter, and now we have the information that was gathered from our WordPress site for all the MySQL information that we need to be able to log on as an administrator. We have now been able to enumerate the root credentials for the MySQL. Now this is going to allow us to get some more information so we can move further along with trying to get into the WordPress site. We do have a password, and that is right here. So we're going to go ahead and use root as our user and this password to gain access to the MySQL database. We're now ready to access the MySQL database as root. To do this, I'm going to use the MySQL command space -u switch space the name of the user I'm going to log on as, which is root, dash P, which is for the password, and then I'm going to use a -H followed by the IP address of the WordPress site that is running the MySQL. I'm going to go ahead and hit enter. And now once that password for the MySQL database, so I've already copied it, I'm going to paste it. I'm going to hit enter, and it comes up letting me know that we have successfully logged on to the MySQL database. We need to dig around for some information about WordPress, so let's start off with showing databases. I've typed in show databases and I hit enter, and I have to remember to place that semicolon at the end. And there are our databases. We're concerned with that WordPress database, so I'm going to go ahead and open that up and see what it has to offer. So I've typed in use space WordPress semicolon. Hit enter. We're now inside of the WordPress database. Now we can get some more information. We're now inside of the WordPress database, so let's do a show tables and see what kind of information this database actually contains. We can now enumerate the WP_users table. So let's go ahead and expand that with a little bit more information. And to do this, we're going to type in describe space WP_users semicolon. I'm going to hit enter. And now if I make this full screen, and we get a nice formatted output, and it tells us some information that we're going to dig further into. So we want to start off with getting some user login information, and then we want to know about their password, and we're going to output that to our terminal as well. Let's see if this is going to work. For this next bit of information that I want to get from this particular database and this table, I've used a select command. So I've typed in select space user_login. I want to get this information from here. And I want to know if there's any user password information that can be associated with the WP_users. So I'm going to go ahead and hit enter. And here we have the users along with their hashed passwords. Now the way things work in databases and with administrators, usually the first name in the list is going to be the administrator. So we can assume, hopefully, that John is going to be the administrator, and if we can crack his hash, we can get his password for the login to the WordPress site. So let's see how we're going to do this. We're going to start off by copying this information from this terminal, and we're going to place this into a text document. So I'm going to open up a second terminal, and in this second terminal I'm going to type in nano space hash.text. I'm going to hit enter, and we see that John is formatted now with his hashed password. Alright, so this is what it has to look like up inside of the text file for this to work. We're going to use John the Ripper with a word list that's going to crack this hash, and we'll get John's password. And let's see how that works. So once you've created that text file for John's username and his hash password, go ahead and do a Control-X and get on out of there. If it asks you to save the information from the buffer, go ahead and say yes, and then just hit enter, and that'll close it out. So it just so happens that to launch John the Ripper, we can just type in John at the terminal. And then we're going to tell it that we want to use a word list and where this word list is located, and that we want it to run it against the text file we created called hash.text. Here's a little bit of a caveat for you. If you have not used the rocku.txt word list before, you're going to have to go into the location and extract it from its archive. Use your File Explorer, open it up, scroll to the bottom and click on Other Locations. And we're going to go to Computer, and now we're going to go to the USR folder, and we're going to go into the Share, and then we're going to scroll on down to the word list. Inside the Share folder, you're going to go to Word List. From there, you're going to find the rocku.txt.gz archive, and then you can just extract that. Just right-click on it, say Extract here. When you're done, you'll have a rocku.txt file. With everything in place, we're now ready to go ahead and crack that hash for the username John. And this would work a lot better if I was inside of the directory for the location of the hash.txt file. So let's go ahead and change directory back on over to my stapler and run that command one more time. Alright, now we're into the right directory where the hash.txt file is actually located. So once you have run John the Ripper against this word list and the hash.txt file, you're going to come up with the password for the user John. The password for user John in this case is incorrect. With our username and password in hand, we're now ready to attempt to log in to the WordPress site as administrator. So we're going to go ahead and visit that real quick. Now if you get lost and you can't find the login page, just backtrack on over to the blog site and scroll on down till you come to the login option, and then that'll take you over to the WordPress login. Let's go ahead and add this another exception. Alright, so I'm going to scroll on down here, say add exception. There we go. And we're ready to log into the WordPress site, and we're going to use the user John, and the password is incorrect. And we're now logged on to the dashboard for the WordPress site. Though we did get administrative access to the WordPress console, it's not going to prove to be of much use. So we're going to move on with another exploit. To get us the shell access that we need, we're going to use the infamous PHP reverse shell script. We'll upload the script using our terminal, and this is going to give us enough functionality, just enough, to brute force our way into the root access that we need. This particular script that we need to get is called the PHP-reverse shell, and it's located up here in a little site called pentestmonkey.net. So this address, this URL, is located up inside the lab file, or you can try to copy it here. And what I'm going to do now is we're going to go visit that site, and we're going to download this particular script. Alright, so we're up here, and this is the PHP reverse shell. It's well known. I've already used it on a couple of other capture the flags, and it's very good. So we're going to go ahead and use it again here. So this is the file you're going to download. So go ahead and just start the download, and you're going to save the file, and then just a moment it's going to download. You can open up your download folder. Once you've opened your download location, go to the directory to which it was saved. Now you can right click on this, that is to say the download. It is a archive, and you want to move it. So you're going to move it on over to where? Your stapler folder. So select your stapler directory and then go on up and click on the select button. That will move the script on over to your stapler location. Once we have that done, we can close out our browser, close out all the tabs, we don't need those anymore, and return to our terminal. Find that stapler directory that's located on your desktop. Go ahead and open it up. Once you're inside of your stapler directory, go ahead and find the download you just moved. You're just going to right click on it, and you're going to select extract here. That brings up the contents of that particular archive that we just extracted, and it's called PHP-reverse-shell-1.0. Go ahead and open up that, and you're going to find a PHP reverse shell.php file. Go ahead and copy this, close that out, or just backtrack on over to your stapler. And you're going to right click inside of the root of your stapler folder, and you're going to paste. Okay, so here's the file that we just copied over from this directory, and we got it inside of the root of our stapler location. We're now going to right click on this, and we're going to select open with other applications, and you're going to select any of the different text editors that you like to use. I'm just going to use one. Doesn't make any difference which one I use. You're going to scroll down inside of this script until you find the location that says change this. There's two of them. One is the IP address, and this is going to be your Cali IP address, not the WordPress. So make sure that you put in the IP address for your Cali machine. And then you're going to change the port, or you can leave it. I like using port 4444, but you can leave this, or you can put in any port number you want as long as it's not being in use. So we're going to go ahead and change this over to my IP address for my Cali machine because it's going to be the listener. So where it says $ IP address equals, I have typed in the IP address for my Cali machine. and then where it says $port equals, that is the listening port. And we'll explain more of that in just a moment. Once you've got all this done, go up here and click on the Save button. And now you can close that out, and you can return to your desktop. So the next thing we want to do is create a listener using NetCat. So I've typed in NetCat space -v space -n space -l space -p with the port that I want NetCat to listen on. Now once you have this command typed in, just hit enter, and it's going to begin listening on port 4444 or whatever port you told it to listen on. So leave that listener running, and we're going to open up another terminal. I'm going to right click on the terminal icon, select new window, and this time we're going to configure a wget command to push that PHP file on up to the WordPress site. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to type in wget space --no-check -certificate. This will stop it from not allowing us to upload because we can't verify the certificate for this particular location. This is the path we need to use to upload the PHP script to the WordPress site. Alright, we've already been up there one time and we've seen this JPEG. Well, we're going to go back up there and we're going to see that there's a reverse shell waiting for us. So we're going to go ahead and hit enter, and it's working. And when it gets done, we'll go back up and we'll check for that upload script. So here's our PHP file that we just uploaded. It's now present. Now here's a little trick. If you close out this website or you reboot, you're going to lose that connectivity. So just come back in here, double click on this PHP file, and that'll start the whole process of it communicating with your NetCat one more time. So once the script has been uploaded, the listener, that is to say our NetCat listener, will pick up the communication between the WordPress site and this particular terminal. And you'll know when this happens because you're going to get this readout here letting you know that it has picked up the communication between this terminal and the script. Now this is our terminal. It's limited access, so we're going to have to do some more work to get us in here. But that's going to have to be continued in part 3 of this video walkthrough. So I'll see you in part 3. Welcome to part 3 of the video walkthrough for the Capture the Flag exercise stapler. When we last left off, we had just established that limited shell using the PHP reverse-shell script. And now we're going to go ahead and start pounding away trying to get some, I should say, privileged access using a couple of more exploits. Let's see how this is going to work out. So at my shell script, I've typed in who am I, and you'll see that we are logged on as www.data. Well, we need to be logged on as root to be able to have full root access. So let's go ahead and see how we're going to do that. From our earlier enumeration of this particular target, we found out that the machine was running Ubuntu 16.04. Well, we need to find out if there is an exploit that will allow us privilege escalation onto this machine so that we can get root access. Let's see how we go about doing that. Using Searchploit, I typed in Ubuntu along with the version number, and then I followed that up with privilege escalation. Now if you go down here, you're going to have to find the kernel that we're currently using. And for us, that's going to be 4.4.x, but also this has to be the 32-bit, which is the operating system that we currently have on our target. So we're going to look at this particular exploit right here, 39772.txt. I recommend going out to the internet and getting the latest version of this exploit. These get updated all the time. So just open up your browser. Now you can go to the GitHub site and you can go to their exploit database. And inside the database they have a search engine, and you can just type in what exploit it is that you want to find. Here's the download path, and this is also available up inside of the lab file. Now you can see it's pretty long, but again, just go to the GitHub site, or you can just type into Google the name of the exploit, and you'll bring up the search engine for the GitHub site, and then you can download it from there. Alright, so let's go ahead and see what we got here. So here's the download file itself. We're going to do the same thing as we did before with our previous download of that PHP script. We're going to go ahead and save it. We're going to open up the download directory. We're going to go to the download folder itself, and we're going to right click on it, and we're going to move to, we're going to go to our desktop, we're going to select stapler, and we're going to click on the select button. I've already downloaded it once, so I'm going to go ahead and just say replace it. Once you're done there, you can go on back to your desktop, close out your browser, and we can go ahead and clear this terminal, and we'll begin to get busy with this latest download, which will hopefully give us that root access that we need. So the first thing we want to do is just go ahead and do an ls, and let's see what's inside of our stapler directory. And we see that we have this particular download that we just moved on over there. So what we have to do now is extract it, and we're going to use the unzip command. I'm going to right click, and I'm going to paste the name of that directory in there, and I'm going to hit enter. Alright, so now you're not going to see this. What you're going to see is just the extraction of these particular files that are inside of this archive. Alright, so we're going to move on, and now what we're going to do is we're going to get inside of the folder that we extracted. So if we do another ls, you'll see that we have a folder in here called 3972. I should say 39772. So I'm going to go ahead and change directory on over into here. Right click and paste that in there. And now you'll see that my prompt has changed to let me know that I'm in that directory. So now what I'm going to do is another ls, and we're going to see what's actually inside of here. So we have a crasher.tar, and we have an exploit.tar. So we're now ready to extract the contents of the exploit.tar. To do this, I've typed in the command tar space xvf space exploit.tar. I'm going to go ahead and hit enter. And this is the contents of this particular exploit.tar file. So we're going to list the contents of the 39772 directory one more time. And you'll see now that we have another directory inside of here called the ebpf underscore long name double put underscore exploit. We're going to change directory over to that location. Now, make it easy on yourself. Do a CD and just highlight and copy it. No need to try to fat finger that one. So we're going to do a copy, and I'm going to right click in here and paste, and I'm going to hit enter. Let's do an ls and see what's in this location. We have a compile.sh, doubleput.c, hello.c, and we have another file called the suid helper.c. This particular exploit requires some finesse, so make sure that you're following along with the instructions exactly as they're written. I'm going to back up one level. I'm going to go into the 39772 folder again. To do this, I just type in cd space ... Now I'm back to my 39772 directory. To move these exploits up to the web server that we want to gain root access to, we're going to have to create our own HTTP server inside of the 39772 directory. To do this, we're going to use a very small Python script that's going to build for us a very small HTTP server running on port 8000. Let's see how we do this. So there's the script itself. It's a Python script, very small. Python space -m space followed by simple HTTP server. Watch your syntax. Make sure you spell it correctly. Now, it has to run inside of the 39772 folder because that's where the exploits are located. I'm going to go ahead and hit enter, and now we are serving HTTP on the root of port 8000. So inside of this 39772 folder, I have started a very small HTTP server. So we go ahead and minimize this. Let's get back on over to our shell. Now, from our shell, we're going to use the wget command, and we're going to type in wget, the path, and the port, along with the exploit that we want to upload. Let's see how we do this. So here's the wget command that I used. Now let's explain this. I did an wget space followed by the IP address of my Cali machine, not the WordPress machine, because I'm saying to this shell, I want you to go to the web server located at .28, and I want you to upload the exploit.tar. So let's go ahead and hit enter. And so we get a denied permission. That's because we're not in the right folder. So if you look at it and you do an ls, you've got to go in here and you've got to find a folder to which you have permissions to. This gets a little tricky because a lot of these folders aren't going to let us do anything. But there's a good chance that if we go inside of the temp folder, we can. So what I want to do here now is I want to do a CD over to the temp folder. So I'm going to attempt to get into the temp folder by doing a CD tmp, and you'll notice that I did. So I'm now inside of the temp folder. All right, so now we can run that wget command one more time, and hopefully this time it's going to work. And we get an OK. So we were able to just change directories into a folder to which we had permissions, and we were able to upload the exploit.tar using the wget command. So let's go ahead and do an ls, see what's inside of this temp folder, and we see we have the exploit.tar. All right, so we're going to go ahead and we're going to expand this one more time. So I'm going to go ahead and just copy and paste this in there. So again, it's tar space xvf space exploit.tar. Go ahead and hit enter, and it lets you know that those files have been extracted. So we're going to change directory over into this folder here. So I've typed in CD, and I've typed in, or I've copied and pasted in the path, and we're now inside of that folder. So we can do another ls, and we have the compiler.sh waiting for us, doubleput.c, hello.c, and the SUID helper.c. All good stuff. All right, now we're going to change permissions on the compiler so that we can run it as an executable. We're almost done here. So we're going to do the change mod space plus X. Now this is going to compile the .sh as an executable, and that's done. Now we're going to run the compiler.sh as a script. Let's see how we do that real quick. So I've typed in period / compile.sh. I'm going to go ahead and hit enter. And in just a moment it's going to come up and it's going to give me some information about what's going to happen here and within the next 60 seconds. So that's been done. Now we need to do another ls, and this time we're going to run another script called the double put. So I'm going to go ahead and copy that on over here. So this script is going to be also ran. I'm going to go ahead and hit enter on that one. And from here it's going to start to write, and it's going to get us the root access that we need. So you do everything as it's outlined inside of this part 3, and you do it correctly. And it, like I said, it does require a little bit of finesse because you've got to follow this exactly as it is instructed. So it's telling you that you're going to have root access in about 60 seconds. All right, so we have root access now. I can go ahead and hit enter. So we've given it long enough, at least 60 seconds. So I've typed in cd space / root, see if we can get into the root folder. So I guess I'm into the root folder now, so let's do an ls. And we have a number of files in here, and the one I'm interested in is the one that's called the flag.txt. I'm going to cut out the flag.txt and see what we show here. And we have now achieved root access. So there are some things in here that you've got to be aware of, such as waiting the 60 seconds, doing the right commands at all time, and being attentive to this last part of the walkthrough. It's very particular. If you skip any of those steps, you don't do the HTTP server, you don't do the extraction correctly, then you're going to have grief. So make sure you follow the directions exactly as they are shown in this video and in the lab. That concludes this 3-part video walkthrough for the capture the flag exercise called Stapler. Now, if you have any questions or concerns about anything that was covered in this video, please do not hesitate to reach out and contact your instructor, and I'll see you in the next capture the flag exercise. Greetings. In an initial video presentation, we're going to see how we go about accessing a USB external drive from our Cali machine. So for this demonstration, I'll be using a thumb drive, a USB thumb drive. It can be of any size. This one I'm going to be using is 64 gigs, but it could be 4 gig, 10 gigs, whatever size you need to be able to store some information on. Now, for this example, I'm showing you how to attach an external USB device to your host machine and then attach it up inside of Cali or connect it to your Cali machine so that you can use it for storage. Now, this would be important if you wanted to copy over a digital image, a forensic image, for instance, or you just wanted to copy over some information and store it off of the Cali machine and have access to it through, let's say, your host machine later on. This method of accessing any USB device that is attached to your host machine up inside of Cali will work on both VMware and a Virtualbox, either one. So let's go ahead and get started. So the first thing I'm going to do is attach the USB device to my host machine, and we'll see it pop up inside of my computer here. And that'll mean that it is present. Let me bring this over here real quick. And as soon as I plug the device into my USB port on my host machine, it pops up inside of my computer letting me know that it is present. So we know that the device is attached, and now we're going to go over to my Cali machine and we're going to allow it to be seen or accessed or connected through Cali. So I'm not going to say that this will work with every version of Linux, but it should. You should not have a problem whether it's Fedora, Red Hat, or whatever. And it shouldn't make any difference if you're using VMware or Virtualbox. The procedure should remain constant. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go down here to the lower part of my Cali desktop where we have this taskbar running. And you see we have a number of devices that are present in here. We also see that when I get over here, I have this mass storage device, and if I click on it, it tells me I can connect. And if I connect, it tells me that the USB device is about to be unplugged from the host. Well, that's normal because you can only have the USB device attached to one machine at a time. So it's going to disconnect this from my host machine and connect it through my Linux installation up here of Cali. Give it a second, and it'll pop up in here on my desktop. Now, after just a couple of seconds, it pops up here, puts a shortcut for the external USB device up here on my desktop, and I also get this nice easy access here. If I click on this, you'll see that I can open the files. And you can go through here, and you now have access to everything that is on that USB device. Back on my host machine, you'll see that the USB device has been disconnected and is no longer available. So I can now copy something over to this external USB device that is up inside of Cali. And when I'm done and I want to have access to what I've copied over to the USB device over onto my host machine, I just go back down here and I'll say disconnect. Once I have disconnected the USB device from my installation of Cali, I can go back over to my host machine and I can see that the USB device has been reattached. So you can use this method of connecting a USB storage device such as an external hard drive or a USB thumb drive or a USB DVD player or whatever the USB device is that you want to connect and have access to it up inside of Cali. You can use this method. I'm now going to go ahead and reconnect this USB device to my Cali machine one more time, and we're going to see how we copy something over to it. So give it a second to pop up here on my desktop, and while that's waiting to happen, we're going to come up with a little scenario here. Let's say that this is a live CD. Let's say that this is not a Cali virtual machine, it's a live CD. Well, I could still connect the USB device to my live CD. And in this case, I have run the live CD onto a Windows machine and I've gathered some evidence. Let's say I've created a forensic image of the computer's hard drive, and now I need to get that image over to an external hard drive or an external USB device so that I can have access to it for the forensics investigation. So what I could do is I'm just going to go ahead and make a new folder here, and we can call this forensics investigation. So again, this was a live CD situation where I had a Windows machine and I took a DVD of Cali Linux and I put it into the DVD drive of the Windows host machine, and I booted to the machine, and I now need to create that forensics image of the computer's hard drive. Once I have that forensics image, I need to get it over to an external USB device so that I can analyze it. So what I'm going to do now is I've saved the forensics image up inside of this forensic investigation folder, and if I just go to right click and I just say move to, you'll see that we have the device sitting right here, and I can just double click that and I can just say okay to that, just say just like that, and I can say select, and now the forensics image that was up inside of the folder has been moved over to my USB device. And if I click on here, we should be able to go in here and find the forensics investigation folder, and there it is. So to be sure to think outside the box when you're trying to figure out how to get something off of the Cali machine and you want to have access to it through your host machine, you can do this a number of ways, but the easiest way is just to attach a USB storage device, copy it on over, and then reattach it to your host machine, and you'll be good to go. That concludes the short video presentation on how we add a USB device up inside of our Cali installation. If you have any questions or concerns, please don't hesitate to reach out and contact your instructor. Greetings and welcome to the short video presentation on digital forensics using Autopsy Part 1. Autopsy is a digital forensics platform and graphical user interface to the sleuth kit and other digital forensic tools. Law enforcement, military, and corporate examiners can use it to investigate what happened on a computer. Autopsy can also be used to recover lost or deleted files and images. Autopsy was built to sit on the top of SleuthKit to offer an intuitive, GUI-based forensics suite that utilizes the strength of SleuthKit while at the same time offering the basics of a case management tool. The first thing we have to do is set up a folder structure for the storage of any of our forensics evidence that we recover using Autopsy. We're going to set up the home folder up inside of the var directory, and to do this we're going to open up the files folder here up inside the quick launch, and here we're going to go to other locations. Once this has opened up, we're going to go to computer, and then we're going to open up the var folder. Inside of the var directory, we're going to right click anywhere on the white space, and we're going to select new folder, and we're going to call this forensics. We need to remember that Linux is case sensitive, so make sure that you do not use uppercase when naming your folders or your subfolders. Once you've created this new folder, go ahead and click on Create. We're now going to open up the Forensics folder, and inside of this white area, we're going to create another new folder called Images. Once you have the folder name, go ahead and click on the Create button. Once you have your folders created, go ahead and close that out, return to the desktop. From the Quick Launch bar, go ahead and open Firefox. Now up inside of your address bar, we need to type in http://dftt.sourceforge.net. We're going to go ahead and hit enter. This takes us out to a digital forensics tool testing site. Now we can download a lot of different images and files that we can use for testing purposes. One of the files that we're going to be using on this particular lab is number 8, the JPEG search test number 1. Go ahead and click on that. On the next page, under download, find the zip file. Go ahead and click on that. That takes you to another page where the download begins. We're going to save the file. Go ahead and click OK. That's going to save it to the download directory of our Firefox. To get to the download directory of our Firefox, we can just right-click on the gray taskbar and check the box for the menu option. To get to the Downloads folder, just go up to the taskbar, click on Tools, and there you'll find the link inside of the context menu for the Downloads folder. We're now going to move this downloaded JPEG image file that we just downloaded over to a location that we created earlier up inside of our Forensics folder called Images. So we're going to open the containing folder. We're going to right-click on the JPEG. Now you can either do a copy to or you can do a move to. They both pretty much do the same thing. I'm going to go ahead and move the file over to the var directory that we used earlier to create our Forensics folder. I'm going to click on Other Locations. I'm going to go to Computer. And here I'm going to open up the var folder. And I'm going to go into the Forensics folder. And now I'm going to open up the Images folder. And I'm going to click on the Select button. You can go ahead and close out the downloaded folder. And we can close out our Firefox browser. We can return to the desktop. And we can open up a terminal. We're now going to extract the contents of that zip folder we downloaded earlier. To do this, we need to go over to the actual location where that zip folder was moved to. To do this, we're going to change directory. And we're going to start by typing in cd space / we need to go over to the var folder / we need to go inside of the Forensics folder / and finally we need to be inside of the Images folder so that we can extract the contents. So I'm going to go ahead and hit enter, and you'll notice that my prompt changes to let me know that I am now up inside of the Images folder. We can now type in ls to list space dash lrta, and that's going to show us the contents of what's inside of the Images folder. Now the LRTA also gives us the current permissions that are assigned to this particular zip folder. We're now ready to extract the contents of the 8-jpeg-search.zip folder. And to do this, we're just going to type in unzip space, and we're going to copy and paste the actual name of that file into that command line. The image file that we are actually interested in ends in the extension .dd. Once you have successfully extracted the image that we're going to be working with, you can go ahead and close out the terminal, and we can return to the desktop, and now we can go to Applications, scroll on down till we come to Forensics, and we can now click on Autopsy. Be sure to read everything that's on the screen so you understand the process of using Autopsy inside of Cali. We have the process running, and we have to leave it open. And we're going to open a web browser, and we're going to copy and paste this address into the address bar. So let's go ahead and open up Firefox. And I've copied and I've pasted the address from that terminal session. And now I'm just going to hit enter, and the Autopsy browser opens up for us. You can ignore the JavaScript warning, and there is a newer version of Autopsy Forensic Browser that is available, but unfortunately the new version, which is all the way up to 4.7, does not play nicely up inside of Linux. There is a Windows version that you can download and install inside of Windows, but we don't recommend it. To begin using Autopsy, we need to create a new case. So we're going to click on the New Case button. You are free to use a name of your choosing. I'm going to type in 101, and for the description, I'm going to call this Image Recovery. Under the investigator names, I'm going to type in my initials, and you are free to type in your initials so that you get something of a real-world feel for actually building a case up inside of Autopsy. You're now ready to click on the New Case button. Now we need to take a moment and look at the case directory's location and the configuration file and where it's being stored. We're now ready to add a host to the case, so we can click on the Add Host button. We can go ahead and add some more information into the description here. And again, I'm just going to call this Image Recovery. And we can leave the host name as the default. For the time zone, we can just type in GMT. You're free to mess with the host name, and you can use your own computer's name or any other computer ID that you want to use at this time. Everything else we can just go ahead and leave as it is. And now we're going to click on Add Host. We're now ready to import that DD image that we extracted earlier from that downloaded zip folder. So we're going to click on Add Image. So make sure that you're going to use the complete path to where we downloaded, saved, and extracted that image file that we're using for this particular case. So it's up inside of the var folder, up inside of your forensics subfolder, up inside of the images subfolder, and then we have the extracted folder that actually holds the jpeg.dd file that we're going to be using. This is a partition, it's not a complete disk, and we're going to be importing it using a symlink. When you're done with all that, go ahead and just click on the next button. Whenever we are creating an image or saving an image that might be used in any legal proceeding, it is critical we maintain the integrity of that image. This means we can prove that the image has not been tampered with from the time the image was captured until the time of the trial. And we can do this by creating a hash of the image. So if you did not calculate a hash at the time of the creating of the image, now is a great time to go ahead and create that hash. So we're going to go ahead and create a new hash, and we're going to calculate the hash value for this particular image, and we're going to go ahead and click on Add. On this next window, go ahead and click on the Validate button, and down here at the bottom you're going to see where it's going to come back with the current MD5 and compare that against the original hash MD5. And it says also whether or not the image passed the validation test. Once you got all that done, you can go ahead and click the Close button. To summarize, what we've done here is we set up a new case using Autopsy. And we're now ready to begin the next part of the investigation, which is the analyzing of the image that we imported. In our first lab, we went about creating a forensic image, and in this lab we brought in the image and we built that case file using Autopsy. So hopefully you're seeing how all of this forensic investigation work starts to come together. That concludes this short video presentation on using Autopsy Part 1. And if you have any questions or concerns about the contents of this video or the lab, please do not hesitate to reach out and contact your instructor. And I'll see you in my next video. Greetings and welcome to the short video presentation on digital forensics using Autopsy Part 2. In this video presentation, we're going to begin to do an analysis of the forensics image that we downloaded and we imported into Autopsy in Part 1 of this series. So far we have acquired a forensic image and we have built a new case file up inside of Autopsy. We're now ready to proceed on with the analysis of the forensics image. To begin, let's go to Applications. Let's go on down to Forensics. And over on the right menu, let's go all the way up to the top and let's launch Autopsy. We're going to leave the terminal running. And if you take your mouse and you place it on the URL inside of the terminal and hold down the Control key, you can launch Firefox. Once Autopsy opens up, we can click on the Open Case button. From here, we can go ahead and click OK. And again, we can go ahead and click OK. What we're looking at here is the host name. We're going to click OK again. And now we're ready to get into the actual analysis. So we're going to go ahead and click on Analyze. And we're going to click on File Analysis. Scroll all the way to the bottom of your browser. and over on the left, in the left window pane, click on the button entitled All Deleted Files. Click on that. You'll see that you have 2 files that were found. These files were deliberately deleted. One of them has been renamed .hmm, and we'll get to that one later. Right now, go ahead and click on the first file, delete one, file 6.jpg. Notice that the image pops up down at the bottom in the details pane with a thumbnail, and if you want, you can blow out the thumbnail to look at the full image size in another browser window. We're now ready to do an export, so go ahead and click on export. That brings up this option to save the file. Go ahead and do a save file. We're going to leave the browser open, scroll to the top, and click on the minimize button. We're now going to go to places, and we're going to open up our downloads folder. We now need to move this saved image file over to our forensics folder up inside of our subfolder called images. To do this, we're going to use the move option. So I'm going to right click on the image and I'm going to select move to. From here I'm going to click on other locations. I'm going to click on computer. I'm going to click on the var folder. From here I'm going to scroll on down to the forensics folder. I'm going to click on the images folder, and then I'm going to say select. We can now verify that our file was saved to the images folder up inside of our forensics folder by just going to other locations, go to computer, click on var, find your forensics folder, click on images, and there's the file we saved from the analysis. Close out the file explorer, and let's bring back up our autopsy by just clicking on the Firefox icon. Now we're ready to add a note. Creating notes up inside of our case management software allows us to go back and later on retrace our steps, and if we're asked about what we did at a certain time and a certain day, having a note that is timestamped helps to validate what we say. You can now scroll to the bottom and just click OK. It's always good to make sure that our notes were actually saved, so go ahead and click on the View Notes button, and there we have our notes. Go ahead and click on Close. We can close out this second tab. That brings us back over to our analysis, and this time we're going to take a look at that file that's been renamed to .hmm. Go ahead and click on it, scroll down, and you'll see that this is another image that was deleted. Now, even though you may try to hide something up inside of your operating system by renaming the extension or doing something else that's creative, using tools like Autopsy and other forensics tools, those items will be identified as what they actually are. Now that we've recovered the deleted file, we're now ready to do another export. So click on the export option, and we're going to save the file. And now we're going to, again, minimize our browser, and we're going to go to places. We're going to go to download. Just as before, we're going to move this deleted file over to the same image folder up inside of our forensics folder. So again, I'm going to go right click on the file, and I'm going to select move to. I'm then going to click on other locations, click on computer, click on the var folder, click on forensics, click on images, and finally I will click on the select button. Again, we can verify just by going into other locations, computer, the var folder, forensics, images. You'll now see that I have 2 files that have been recovered from the image analysis. Go ahead and close out your file explorer. Let's go back to our autopsy, and again we're ready to add another note. Once you've got the information all typed into your note, go down to the bottom, go ahead and click OK. You can go ahead again and click on View Notes. You can go ahead and click on Close once you verify that your notes are present. We're now ready to close the host. You can close the case, and you can say OK. We now need to ensure that the image has maintained its integrity. We have copied some files, and if anything on this image has changed, the forensics value is diminished greatly. So let's go ahead and do another image integrity check before we get out of here. Click on Image Integrity, and then click on Validate. Notice that the 2 hashes are exactly the same. and we're told that the validation check has passed successfully. We're ensuring that the work that we did with our analysis did not compromise the integrity of our forensic image. That concludes a short video presentation on how we go about performing an analysis of a forensic image using autopsy. In this short video presentation, you saw how easy it was to import a forensic image and then find the deleted files or even the renamed files that were supposed to be hidden. But using the right forensic tools, it's nearly impossible to hide such evidence from a good forensic analysis. If you have any questions or concerns about the contents of this video or the lab, please do not hesitate to reach out and contact your instructor, and I'll see you in my next video.